Okay, everybody. Um, I will genuinely be right back. I just wanted to make sure I started on time. Use this brief moment to, I guess, prepare yourself for certain doom. Um, we should hopefully be all good and golden. If I'm being honest with you, I've had this open on the click start for at least 2 hours. So, yeah, I've been here a minute. But okay, yeah. I'll be back, guys. Sorry for the long starting soon, but I'll be here. Okay. You guys are gonna see me briefly when I switch over, but I'll probably be switching off my face cam. And we're gonna stall Ivia uh pulling on Cyrene's banner, just so I can get a few bites of food. I don't know. I don't like eating on camera. It's just how I am. So we'll be doing that in a moment. It is some tasty food though. Okay. Hello. Hi everybody. Hi. Let's actually get first. If it lets me load in. Hey. I'll have you know, it should be ready and raring to go. Try this again. We should be good. I might need to open and close it if I'm being honest. Like I mentioned, I've been on this for a minute. That is such a pretty transition. Yeah. Anything cool happening? We hear it. Trying to figure out if it wants to load or not. Okay. We're loading in. First time opening the game for 3.7. I'm just a little bit curious if they're going to have anything kind of special like they did for Finan and Castris. But I do hear the Penacony music, which is where I left off, so who knows? Let's see. Are we in yet? Be impatient. The light's all on this side. I need to move it. Oh! They did! They did it! Oh my god, it had us with Cyrene! The music right now! How are we already here? What is this? Okay, we're gonna go to warp. She winked at us. Here we are. All our banners. We have Cyrene, who's gonna be here the entire time, but that's who we're pulling for in this moment. I really want Treeby, but I'm going to try to prioritize, which means I'm gonna try pulling for Hyacinth's light cone. If things go well. I'm not in the moment planning to pull for Cyrene's light cone. It could change. I pull via emotion. So, this quest could have me wanting to spend it all if I have anything left. I do think... Let's see. I'm like trying to figure out how I could make this work, but I can also just move out of the way so the little bit of stuff isn't too bad. And it doesn't really block you guys, so... Let us kind of just pull, right? I am like no pity, I believe. I'm actually due to lose a 50-50, which is why I'm very scared. Let's see. It's a little bit of pity. 17. Fuck it. 27. No. Can't be that easy. It'll never be that easy. We might just honestly also skip through these. Because I think... Oh, hello, Lynx. I think even my Moza is E6, but I could be wrong. 37. It's not gonna be easy. Not gonna play that game. Nope. Oh, yeah, there we go. He was an E6. I don't know what that is, but it's one step closer to it. Kayla, hey, welcome. It was Hanya who was off banner. Okay. I don't want to... It always hurts saving up and then watching them all vanish before my eyes. But okay. I did get up to... Oh. The shop stuff. So true. I'm broke. The cosmetics... No, oh, look at how cute we are with... But yeah, I'm not made of money. It's a nice cosmetic, though. This is funny. This is a funny one. Yeah. But I actually just wanted to do... Outside of this. What's this? I'm at 110. Can I make... I'm stupidly gonna make it even. Okay. Single pulls are never fun, but I want to do them for my own sanity. Okay. Nope. Okay. So this should be like 40. Anyways, 50. Got it. Ooh, okay. I got the light cone finally. 60. No. Gosh. Okay, Cyrene, I love you. Trust me, I do. Your videos have been traumatizing me. Let's go into 70. Okay. $80. I have something cute. It's small, but it's cute. Is it to your liking? Please? Well, I mean, we got a Cyrene, but is it Cyrene? 5? Oh my gosh. Yes! Oh my god. I was so worried that wasn't gonna be her, but it's her. Okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'll do celebratory spending, but that's all I wanted. That is truly okay. Clearly I do want more, but I can't be too picky. I can't be too picky. Cyrene. You know what? It's all good. I'll have a pull at that later on. We got Cyrene. We can focus on the Amphoreus story. Dawn caress the distant lands once more. That's not intimidating in the slightest. Surely not. Yeah, I'm gonna very quickly hit BRB.
Hmm?
I know we've barely been live, but I'm gonna do that really quick
Nice.
because I know I'm gonna ignore my dinner if I don't. So
Hmm? Nice. Hmm? Nice. Hmm? Nice. Hmm? Nice. Hmm? Nice. Hmm? Nice.
okay, my soup was delicious. I think I'm about ready to jump in.
Hmm?
I was saying my soup was delicious, but it had a
Nice.
tiny bit of heat. Nothing too powerful, but enough to get to get me probably a little almost already sounding tearful. Okay. I don't know if I should be, like, almost facing this more, but, like, terrible, placement on my part. Oh, well. Okay. Checking audio. Should all be good. You hear me, you hear the game. And, let's just get into this, if I'm being honest. Okay. View the story recap, because while I honestly probably don't need it, this is a good thing to start off on.
As I bid farewell to High Sealings at the Vortex of Genesis, I noticed something strange about the Time Core Flame, and was immediately dragged into the Memoria Tide of Oblivion by Evernight. She was once the hidden power that March manifested by sacrificing all of her memories. Yet now, she harbors other secret intentions in her heart. Meanwhile, Don Hung warped back to the Express via Spirit Warp Jump, only to discover a Memo Snatcher invasion. Everyone then realized that the Remembrance's forces had already permeated Amphoreus and blocked outside intervention. After waking up in the false Trailblaze, I managed to escape with help from Cyrene and Sunday. Unfortunately, Evernight held absolute control, causing me to fall into the Memoria Tide once again. However, Black Swan took this opportunity to quietly approach Evernight. Don Hung returned to Amphoreus and beckoned the heroic spirit of Finan with divine blood. The destruction, descending from the sky, pierced through the memory zone and discovered the most hidden corner of the world. In pursuit of Evernight, Don Hung arrived at the charred remnants of the Grove of Epiphany. In the grove, where memories became disjointed, Don Hung received help from Don Feng within his memories and completed his farewell to the past. In their final moments, the Earth demigod Terravox entrusted all their duty and authority to Don Hung. With this newfound strength, Don Hung found me within the Memoria Tide. We entered the Nameless Titan's great tomb and discovered its secret. Across the 30 million cycles of eternal recurrence, every incarnation of Cyrene had come here, offering herself to the Remembrance. With Black Swan's help, we found Evernight in the depths of the Great Tomb. When all seemed lost, Evernight was captured by March's camera and trapped within the memory maze of Ides Elysiae. After several lengthy conversations, March and Evernight reached an agreement. Evernight returned March's memories, and March finally returned to our side.
Yep, where she'll always belong.
With every condition for the Era Nova fulfilled, we returned to the depths of the Great Tomb and initiated the final Era Nova ceremony.
Yep, okay, let's go. Let's go. Full send it. I don't know if I should be full sending it, but I want to full send it.
It's still early.
Just,
You know.
I'm sorry, this is just a little fast. Don't you think? Just a little bit. It's so fast, I'm actually going to use that as an excuse to fucking look here. What? Okay. Okay, things are just going to kick off really quick without giving me any chance to prepare, huh?
Yet another beautiful verse of poetry.
As long as I, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I got everything here. I think I have the light cone.
Yet
That's
another
supposedly
beautiful
good for
verse
her
of
as well.
poetry.
So, you don't really have to worry about that too much. I don't think I'm gonna have a set that makes her usable for the quest real quick, though.
The next page is blank, so let's write something down together.
Let's see. Do I have the light cone? I know how to get it. Oh, that's a nice change. Okay, I stupidly didn't get it, but I can get it later. This isn't good for her, but I just wanted it. Really quick, I'm just gonna... I don't have these yet, but it will happen. Oh. I'm sure there's possibly a better one if I actively go to search for it, but... Yeah, I need to face the facts. She's not going to be... Especially if it keeps going into attack. She's not going to be quest ready. Is it best to have her on speed? It might be. I'm just thinking this piece looks like it's pretty good. I think I will right off the bat go get her light cone. If I remember right, it's just in one of the shops, and I should have the currency for it, so that won't be an issue. Bam. Okay, yeah. Can't fully level. Oh well. Not pretty, but could be worse. Oh, bam. I called it.
Every shadow on the Yao Qing could be me.
Okay. These all look so pretty. Support exclusive. I'm not gonna read any.
Let's leave
I
our
don't know.
footprints behind.
I don't think
one step at a time.
anything can be as bad as if
Let's
we had
leave our
read
footprints behind. One
the
step
stuff
at
of
a time.
Finan first. So there's that, but just best not to look too into it. And if I that is just so in your face. I'm amazed. I'm gonna set this just so it tells me about that later. Was it in... Yeah, this shop. There we go. And then... I think that's the correct thing to do. Bam. And yeah, this is the last I'm gonna do. It's physically painful not getting to use her on the team, but she's just not ready for any of what we're about to face. I'm not gonna do that to us. It's already gonna probably be a bit of a team swap that I'm gonna have to do. I just want to do the bare minimum right now. Oh. And yes, I consider this bare minimum. I sat there and leveled up Evernight all the way in front of everybody last time, so this is an improvement. So all that's left really is better relics, and unless something happens, I'm pretty sure I can't get her light cone. So this is my temporary Cyrene, guys. Look at her. I don't even want to know how lucky I got with that 50-50 win there. So I'm not gonna think about it. Oh yeah. Not now, but I will do that. She's just so pretty. Got our mission here. Should I do this? Maybe? Yeah. That feels somewhat good. Invite code. I'm kind of blocking it. Hold on. We'll do the rest of this later. Kind of want this out of my way here. And it's Aquila this time. It's gonna definitely be a trial. Adorable. Yeah. That is the baseline. I've looked through everything, right? I really just want to do the quest line stuff. Well, that's true. I'm not going to be able to get this done later. I have enough of this stuff. And farming it for 12 million years. I think this was what I was getting for March. Oh, yeah! Yeah, okay. I don't need that much. Or do I? Hold on. I can set it up to 12. Maybe this will go quick. Then.
The future is bright.
And for now, I will poop out of existence.
Night falls. Shh. Good night. So make them wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Okay.
As you wish. Rise and shine. Embrace a new life. Have some sunshine. Return to dust. So may them wait.
They're getting full force of the attack here.
May death protect us. Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Have some fun. Till we meet again. Night falls. Shh. Good night.
I'm trying to think on this. Is the only remembrance I don't have
Again.
Aglaya?
Again. Embrace a new life. Darkness with me.
I think that's the case.
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
I officially don't have to worry about that. That's lovely. That is a big bonus. Anyways, back to this
Nice.
situation. Okay. A visitor from beyond the sky shoulders the world's destiny, writing a new beginning for Amphoreus through Trailblaze. Beyond the Ides Elysiae lies a new era that everyone wishes for. Now that you have arrived at the dawn, Stell, are you ready to answer the world's summon? That's a big task, but hey, I'm as ready as I'll ever be for what's happening in front of me here.
This view hasn't changed at all, has it?
No, it certainly hasn't. But you've changed a decent
The
bit.
hometown in your memories never changes. But when you return to your senses, you realize that fate has already stolen the time away. Welcome to the Trail of Genesis, friend.
You look... Standing here brings back many memories.
Me too. 30 million departures. 30 million farewells. Those heavy memories will all become the soil upon which the new world shall bud. And this time, we will make it bloom with a different flower. Before you arrived, I kept wondering, beyond the veil of Ides Elysiae, what kind of Amphoreus is being born? I can see fragments of it when I close my eyes. The friends who walked alongside us have all moved on toward their respective destinies. Some turning into pillars of the world, supporting the sky and the ocean. Others
sorry, I'm
sowing
genuinely
reason,
just
laying down the law, and with
taking it in.
gentle hands lifting newborns into the light. Death and strife are no longer feared by people, and trickery has become the innocent games of children. All beings living ordinary and peaceful lives, within the net woven by romance and passage. There's no black tide, no flame chase, and no destruction.
No turmoil.
The world on the other side of the sea is one bathed in sunlight.
It's a world we must protect. It's the dawn that Finan and everyone had wished for. We must protect.
Like a happy and carefree childhood, the era Chrysia in this cycle will last for millennia, until it reaches the moment decided by the prophecy. Light calendar 4931, month of freedom, the moment belonging to world bearing.
4931.
Are
Are you ready to answer the call of the world, friend?
We gotta do this.
Then go, and pen the Throne of Worlds' first stroke. For this world, made from countless wishes.
You say
Ooh.
that, but it's gonna be ages till we reach Light Calendar 4931.
Hey, March! Okay, we're all together here. What's going on? I mean, I know we're grouping up for our final battle, but...
I can make use of the crevices of time.
Veil of Evernight March
But surely
7.
you and Dan Heng won't have to wait around for a few thousand years, right?
I hope not.
That won't be necessary. We can simply sleep, and the chronocognitive anchor will wake us up.
Yeah, Pillar of Stone. So yeah, no, I don't know why I didn't realize it for Don Hung, but their titles here?
We've both become a part of the New World ages ago. You're the last slowpoke.
Hey, I'm sorry. We're usually fast on the uptake, but we've been through a lot, okay? It's not our fault.
Our consciousnesses can converse with each other across the heavens and the earth, possibly due to the influence of the Trailblaze.
I missed having March fucking criticize us like that.
I am
Not
now
the word,
connected
but-
with this earth, and I can feel the breath of every mountain range. I see that the tallest among them is named Akama, and the form of the holy city is already taking shape.
In other words, your stage is almost set. Do you want to take a leaf out of Kefali's book and make some prophecies before your nap?
I'll make it out of this alive. That's my best
But-
prophecy.
We're not the only ones who have changed.
Yes, that is yes.
The chronocognitive anchor just transmitted a message stating that Iron Tomb has reacted to the Aeronova.
The moment when our friend bore the weight of 30 million cycles of memories.
Oh,
Was probably also when the scepter devoured 30 million cycles of destruction.
it's bound to happen, and I've long prepared for that.
You know, you don't have to shoulder this world all on your own.
Of course I don't. I have you guys with me.
After someone boards the Express, the word alone ceases to exist. So, as we reach the end of time, no one will be left to face it alone.
Thank you, Marge.
Don Hung and I came here to specifically tell you that.
No, I love you guys.
Remember, this world is not a burden you bear alone. It's a journey we trailblaze together, alongside all of the Express.
Yeah, okay. I like the first, but then also the joking ones at the bottom. Seriously, can't you let me be the protagonist for once? But no need to remind me. You are always in my mind.
All right. It's time for Don Hung and me to go have a super long nap. Look after this world for us.
Will do. I can't wait for our reunion.
The road ahead is long, but we'll be waiting for you at the end.
We'll definitely meet again.
We will. I don't like that you faded away, but we will.
Let's take one more look at the other side of the sea before we set off.
Oh. Read our mind there.
Heidi's Elysiae is so quiet.
Just like how I remember.
Here we are once more.
Yeah. I feel like that's what Cyrene, well, or Mem, however we want to refer, but I feel like that was said before exactly. It's like it's so quiet. Could have even been us again, but here we go.
descent of the Black Tide is now completely calm. At last, the starting point of 30 million cycles
Ooh.
has finally welcomed
Its first end.
Its first end. The way you're finishing our sentences, too.
And the final end, right?
The final end to the stupid prophecy, yes. We can do that, okay? But it's not truly an ending, right?
I can't hear his voice. There are no flowers there that bloom for him. Nor is there a star that is his.
That's not good.
Finan
No.
is the only one who didn't reach the new world.
Trust in him. We'll meet again for sure.
Look, the golden light that shone upon the grove still meanders between heaven and earth, like the prophecies of Amphoreus. It has to be a sign he left behind. It points towards the destruction and the deepest night. Do you still remember what I asked you at this exact spot the last time we set off? Friend, are you ready to become a hero? You were still burdened by the weight of world-bearing back then, still unsure of the role you were meant to play. But now, everyone has already given you the answer. The heroes of legends were just at the right place at the right time when the world needed a hero. Just like how your arrival kickstarted Amphoreus' fate once more. A person's personality is their destiny.
A person's personality is their destiny. Okay. Together, we'll all make it to the best possible ending.
We best. Those are such beautiful words.
They are confident, huh? If optimistic.
Thank you, friend. I was also trying to cheer myself up with what I said.
The weight of everything. You definitely are speaking as if you have more memory of it. Maybe that's why you're appearing in this older form?
After all, before we truly compose the end of this story, I must also pluck up the courage to head off with you. And face a memory that I have forgotten for too long, and have denied for too long.
Oh, memory that I have forgotten for too long. Okay. This OST.
It's so dark. What is this place?
Yeah, wait, okay. I'm trying to...
The great tomb of the nameless Titan. The deepest recesses of memory.
Is it one of the spots we didn't see? Because I know there was more to the area, and it was broken apart. when we
Also,
went.
the place where
Where
Cyrene was born.
Two different entities. Is that what... Where Cyrene was born? Unless she was born... I'm trying to think of everything. Oh, wait. You got back your lost memory?
My apologies, friend. The more memories I got back along the way, the more I felt that something wasn't right. There's a sort of anxiety I can't get rid of. It's like when I was back in ID Silicii, when the reflections in the water always made me wonder, which is the real me? The one reflected in the water, or the one standing on the shore? But I finally get it now. Look, friend. The words on that wall are the answer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. That rhymeless tune is the lullaby of little fairies.
Yep. It was on the note when we were looking for the cards.
As always, I'll read this book to you. That way it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone. I've always thought that I was the narrator of the Flame Chase journey. But as it turns out, the narrator is also the most devoted audience. Thank you, friend. Every single Cyrene. That sounds so kind.
It's a lot, but I mean it.
At the moment of Era Nova, I was enveloped by the texture of memories. Within the glistening crystal, I saw countless Cyrenes, as well as countless versions of me. This is the final puzzle piece of the memories. A prison born of the erudition, a grave annihilated in the destruction.
Grave annihilated.
That unknown solitary god, the 13th Titan who should not exist. The first new spore, the demiurge, is right here.
Oh, okay. Himiko, I love you, but no, okay. I wanted more of that. Oh, we'll be back. We'll be back. The lighting's so...
The interrogation records have been submitted to the Marshal. According to the Ten Lords' decree, Jing Liu and Luocha shall continue to be detained in the Shuling.
Okay, I saw Himiko. I was not expecting Jing Yuan right away. But the Ten Lords decree, Jing Liu and Luocha shall continue to be detained. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try fixing the lighting. It's bugging me, personally. I don't know. That might be better. It might just be too bright now, but I did not like how low it was.
But you, Merlin's Claw, have been reluctant to end the transmission. Do you wish to reminisce with us? Or is there something else on your mind that you're just desperate to get out?
Maybe.
You're quite calm, Jingyuan. The Alliance only authorized the law food to be deployed for this Iron Tomb operation.
Only. Okay.
They say the Seer Strategist's wisdom shines like a beacon. So why can't you see things clearly now? Look who's talking.
Oh.
I didn't vote against it, did I?
Okay.
But, with enemies all around us, even a child knows the Marshal needs to keep a few Xianzhou ships in reserve, just in case.
That's smart, yeah.
Whoever volunteers first is the Marshal's pick. If you have to ask, I'd say this outcome plays right into Jing Yuan's hands. Like it or not, there's no way we're letting the Law Fu take the lead in this battle.
Oh my, Merlin's Claw. Are you afraid the Law Fu might steal the Yao Qing's glory?
This is no laughing matter. Between the Stellaron crisis and the War Dance ceremony, though the chaos has settled, rumors and speculation are only growing by the day.
Can't quite stop them entirely, so they just evolve and work with what they got.
With Elder Huaiyan around, those with ulterior motives won't be able to stir up any trouble. But once the Law Fu gets their hands on the Golden Blood, it'll be a whole different story.
Their hands on the golden blood.
With the kind of person Jing Liu is, and her connection to you, I don't need to spell it out. There are countless ways this could be spun into something bigger.
You're overthinking it, General Fei Shao. When I volunteered for this task, I never expected unanimous support from the Alliance anyway. The Law Fu will seize the Golden Blood and redeem itself. That'll be our first win. Then we'll leverage this Golden Blood in the negotiations. Our second win. These 2 wins for the Law Fu will make all 3 of us happy. And that'll be our third win.
That's if all of that plays out correct, but I'm curious what you guys mean by seize the golden blood. I guess through the destruction of, like, taking down Iron Tomb, maybe, but...
Look, if this were a Skyfaring Commission deal, we'd be rolling in money, wouldn't we?
Maybe the Divine Foresight should change his name to the Optimistic General instead.
Yeah, speaking in a lot of positive terms there.
With the Decalite Reflection Barrier, the Yu Chui must understand even more than the Luo Fu how significant this battle is. Amphoreus' karma has vanished from the matrix of prescience. What omen does General Yao Guang see in this anomaly?
In divination studies, we call this an empty fortune. It involves the eons and is thus beyond what mere mortals can comprehend.
Your explanation isn't any clearer than Lady Fu's.
Come on. How hard is it to understand the word uncertainty?
Not terrible. It's when it's thrown in the middle of a bunch of other words.
For the Cobalt Head, the emergence of Iron Tomb is a calculated instant, but I don't believe they will just sit around waiting for death. And for the powers of the cosmos, this is their chance at survival, and the key to turning the tide of interstellar affairs. The Astral Express is leading the formation of an allied force, but I can see each faction has its own hidden agenda.
No. They're not all just coming to help us because we've helped them out in the past. They definitely have their own goals at every end of this.
There are even divisions within the Alliance, so it's not that hard to imagine how the other factions will react. Jing Yuan, I crossed paths with Selenova's Legion at the Battle of Sadunirama Star Cluster.
Selenova.
Be extremely careful. The Ruin Legion's troops and weaponry are nothing to write home about. The IPC, even the denizens of abundance, could take them on. However, while Void Rangers are just expendable pawns of the destruction, the real wild cards are...
The Lord Ravagers.
Indeed. Nanook's emanators are also their weapons to burn down the paths. I'm afraid conventional military tactics and strategies will be useless against them. My assessment is this. To completely take down a Ravager, we must disregard casualties and spare no cost. My only fear is one wrong move, and the Luofu will fall into Fintilia's trap again, inching ever closer to destruction.
Doubt is exactly the demon she wants to plant in our hearts.
That is the first thing she'd want to cause more chaos.
Do you still remember the beginning of the Alliance Oath? To save future generations from war and bloody dispute. The Rainbow's arrows have always aimed at any force that threatens the cosmos. Now that the Trailblaze walks alongside us, the Cloud Knights shall keep their oath as they have from the beginning. I just hope those on the front line will remain safe.
Me too, Jing Yuan.
The chronocognitive anchor is sending a signal. Everyone, time to move out.
Let's see how this goes.
Did she and the others make it?
Let me go over the plan one more time just in case. You'll enter Amphoreus, reunite with your 3 separated companions, and try to locate Iron Tomb from within the world. Who are you taking with you?
Okay, yeah. Who are the people going with us?
The fate of the universe hangs in the balance. We can't afford
Everyone
any slip-ups.
except Pom Pom.
I suggest everyone except Pom Pom join the fight.
We do need to be prepared for all possible contingencies. I have no objection to this.
I'll do whatever I can.
Thank you, Sunday.
Meanwhile, Screwy and I will continue attacking the Demiurge Matrix. That is, the Scepter's kernel from the outside. With our two-pronged attack, we'll turn this hunk of metal into scrap for sure. Now we just wait for those two to get back.
Those two, yeah, I was gonna say Himiko and Screwlum.
And just like that, they're here.
You're magical, Herta.
Sorry to keep you waiting. With Planet Screwlum's help, the formation of the Cosmic Alliance to counter Iron Tomb is progressing smoothly.
The Cosmos has set its sights on Amphoreus, and now it's just waiting for the first shot.
Well then, let's not waste any more time, Fourth Mirror.
Okay, back with Fourth Mirror.
It's my time to shine!
Yep.
Finally off the bench!
Hey, you were just helping us like last patch. What do you mean?
In initiating thought refraction.
Or was that?
Please read
No, I
the
think it was
safety
Fourth
protocols
Mirror.
carefully.
Huh?
Safety protocols.
Just kidding! I've already checked the agreement box for everyone.
Oh.
And now,
wow, nice.
destination, Amphoreus. 3, 2, 1, launch!
That's right. Everyone hide, duck for cover.
The flow of Memoria is so heavy here. Unlike Panagone's dreamscape, this place has built up a true epic measured in millennia.
The vortex of Genesis, where all myths begin and end. And in this new world created by the Nameless, the infinite cycles have been broken.
We get no more chances after this.
Let's set up the Trailblaze beacon and establish contact with the outside world.
I'll leave it to you then. It'd be better for me to not show myself in front of the Garden of Recollection.
True.
And, Mr. Sunday, you probably shouldn't show yourself either.
Also smart, yeah.
Agreed.
The Astral Express has landed. If you receive this message, please respond immediately. Over.
This is the Stanjo Alliance. Communications normal.
Hey, Fushwen.
Interastral Peace Corporation.
Aventurine.
Communications normal. No response from the Galaxy Rangers. Not surprising. But I didn't expect the family to also stay silent at such a critical moment.
That's a pretty blatant disregard from the family for Panacone's independent director, I'd say.
Yeah.
Long time no see, Miss Himiko.
It's been quite a while, Madam Jade.
The significance of this battle rivals that of the campaign against Sulo. Only through victory can we disperse the shadow of Iron Tomb that looms over countless worlds. The 10 Stonehearts shall spare no effort for such a grand mission for the preservation.
Madam Jade led the Intelligentsia Guild in conducting specialized research on Iron Tomb's past activities. The bad news is, the collapse of the Erudition won't just affect inorganic beings.
Yep, it would never be just that simple.
You mean Iron Tomb can infect organic life too?
Well, the good news is, so far, its effects on organic life are under control. The infection progresses slowly, and the resulting neuropathy is non-fatal.
Neuropathy?
In any case, the IPC can guarantee targeted vaccine coverage within 48 system hours in all star zones within the medical system.
Okay.
What about other star zones? At a time like this, are the followers of the Firmament Arbiter still trying to make a profit?
Probably yes, without a doubt.
I remember you, Master Diviner. Your performance during the Third Denizens of Abundance War was quite impressive. Please rest assured, all worlds can purchase vaccines from the IPC with a humanitarian discount. That's the current policy at the very least.
Humanitarian discount. What's the discount, huh?
But if the Xianzhou Alliance is willing to assist with the IPC's assets in Epsilon and other star systems, we'll have more cards to play when reiterating to the board the necessity of deep cooperation.
It makes sense, since Interracial Peace Entertainment's headquarters is in Epsilon. But why are all the other worlds on the list? Places that the Elation has visited?
The Elation has visited.
Think of it as a long-term investment. Please understand that everyone at Pierpoint is swamped with Iron Tomb work, especially the marketing development department. At this rate, even the 10 Stonehearts can only do so much. Having some assistance from the Alliance would surely benefit the entire cosmos. Wouldn't you agree?
As an old Xianzhou saying goes, those who succeed should help all under heaven. Your proposal must be decided on by the 7 Arbiter Generals. I'm just here to relay the message. In times of crisis, the Luofu will not hesitate to help those in need. However, the prerequisite is that the IPC must unconditionally assist the Alliance with emergency rescue operations in the disaster area.
Okay.
Of course. In the name of preservation, all for the Amber Lord.
Thank you all for your selfless dedication.
It's clear that each party still has qualms about everything.
Oh, not a lot of notice, and it's like immediate, catastrophic levels of danger, so.
The clash between destruction and erudition isn't just about the fate of the cosmos. It's a moment for all factions to reshuffle their cards.
You can never be too careful when battling a Lord Ravager. All are equal in matters of life and death.
In any case, we can only hope for the best in all that's to come. It's about time we dive into the vortex and see what Amphoreus looks like on the inside.
Yep, you guys will have at least a little bit of a taste of what we've been through.
I wonder where she and the others are right now.
Off doing our own thing, that's for sure. I'll be like I'll do what I implemented in Genshin Luna 1 and be on and off. But the chronocognitive anchor receives a contact request. You try to respond.
Hello?
Oh!
How's the signal? Can you hear us?
That was a terrible time to turn off the camera. Oh! Bella! Is it because Topaz was here to deliver it? Because they technically did an agreement? Oh my god, it's okay. I need to calm down. Hi, guys! I hit the wrong button. It's been so long.
We're through! I can see the video feed. Everything's working perfectly.
Ooh, hey!
Miss Bronya? Miss Serval? What a surprise.
Yeah, I wasn't.
It's been a while.
We've already heard from Miss Topaz about the Iron Tomb operation. She made a special trip to deliver the vaccine to Belobog.
Oh, yeah, see, it's because of that's cool. I love you guys.
I can't believe the Express crew is at the eye of that storm. Is everything going smoothly?
As smoothly as it can, if that makes you feel any better, Bronya.
Don't worry, we're still following the plan step by step. How's the situation in Belobog?
Yarillo 6 is located on the outskirts of the preservation barricade. While it won't bear the brunt of the first wave, there's still a risk from the aftershocks. Matt, Kid, Japard, and Pela are busy organizing the Silvermane Guards, having them consolidate their lines and dig trenches. Zila and Lynx just got back from the Geomarrow vein production chain. Hey, do you want to say something to them?
Hey, yeah, no, let's talk.
That would be unnecessary. It'll only shake their morale. Just tell them to stay safe.
I want you guys to stay safe too, but thank you. Your words mean a lot.
Miss Bronya, I'm afraid this disaster will be far more terrible than you can imagine. Please, be sure to follow Miss Topaz's instructions and make thorough preparations.
Of course.
engine of creation beneath the ice to prevent the will of the preservation from becoming an accomplice to the destruction.
That's smart. Very smart. I love that Zila's kind of her shadow in this shot. You notice? Just the way she's placed. She's kind of hiding behind.
Don't worry, Miss Himiko. Belobog is far more resilient than we imagined.
Oh no, I bet they are, but still concerned.
We really wish we could help, but Eurilo 6 has only just woken up from its hibernation. The Astral Express, standing at the forefront of disaster, is the hope for many ordinary civilizations across the universe.
In the face of a massive catastrophe like this one, relatively smaller civilizations have never had many options. But that's exactly why we have a resolve that's second to none.
If anything goes wrong, Miss Topaz, I hope you can help out and rescue the affected citizens.
I'm hoping nothing goes wrong, Himiko. I know it's better to be more prepared, but...
No problem. Also, didn't the Xianzhou sign a friendship agreement with Eurilo 6 earlier?
Yeah, they did.
Won't stand by idly either.
Yeah, it was not really a nice moment, but hey, it might come in handy now.
I appreciate your kindness, everyone. But Eurilo 6 is our home.
Zila and Serval
defend
smiling.
it to our last breath until the last Belobogian falls.
Not gonna happen, but I believe you.
Miss Branya. May all civilizations that have made it this far on their own strength weather this crisis together.
Okay. Oh! I just happened to click on that first, and then bam! It was, of course, Zila and
Good news,
Bronya.
Miss Himiko. The 7 Arbiter Generals have reconsidered the current situation, and I'm here to relay their message. Officially, the Alliance's combat forces will still be limited to the Luofu.
Okay.
But the Yaoqing has also been deployed in the surrounding war zone as a contingency.
Words cannot express our gratitude. Getting the Hunt to agree on sending troops must have taken quite some effort from General Jing Yuan.
While true, something tells me there's more to it.
The Luofu already considers the Express an important ally. We also have no intention of hiding the fact that there is indeed something the Xianzhou seeks from this Iron Tomb operation.
Okay, so not keeping... Okay, I like the openness about there being another, like, a motive.
But this time, the Marshal herself decided to send out troops. With a formidable enemy before us, the Alliance has no reason to back down, nor will we be content to take a back seat. If we can stand together with civilizations across the universe to overcome this crisis, then we must do so, even at the cost of our own lives.
The Alliance truly embodies the principle of righteousness. It's fortunate that the cosmos has great heroes like you.
You're too kind. As for that Jade Abacus of Allying Oath, you can save it for when you're in more dire need.
Oh, more dire than this? Okay. There's 3 more.
I regret to inform you, Miss Himiko, that even the Strategic Investment Department is constrained when it comes to the Iron Tomb issue. And it would be difficult to meet the expectations of the Astral Express.
Okay, less positive news on this end.
However, Madam Jade instructed us to look after our nameless friends as much as possible. So let me offer you all a small suggestion, just from my personal perspective. Other departments at the IPC might also take this opportunity to extend an olive branch to you.
Yep, because this is a good opportunity to earn some big bucks.
When that time comes, I hope the Astral Express will remember that the 10 Stonehearts were willing to stand with the Trailblaze, even though we were in a difficult position. And more importantly, we were the only ones willing to do so. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it? But trust me, Every word comes straight from the heart.
Buddy, pal, that could be a threat from the heart.
Has the internal conflict within the IPC really gotten this bad?
Everyone knows about the bad blood between Diamond and Oswaldo. But at least until now, they've had an uneasy truce. Until the Lord Ravager Archforger caught the board's attention. I'll leave it at that, as it's confidential information.
Archforger.
Hope you can understand.
I want to know more, but I guess you are stuck with your confidentiality stuff.
I understand. Our immediate priority is to address the Iron Tomb crisis. Let's hope for success from the start. This might help ease everyone's pressing concerns.
Yep. Captain Galaxy Ranger. No response.
Of course, we would never know the Ranger's comings and goings.
But that does mean you've tried to contact, so there's a chance. A slim one, but there is a chance. Family representative.
Miss Himeko, is that you?
Yes. And you are Miss Robin.
Yes. I apologize for not being able to respond during the meeting earlier. And even now I can only appear in disguise. On behalf of the Penaconian family branch, I extend my sincerest apologies to everyone.
No response. They just ignored her.
We essentially received no response.
I've heard about the internal conflicts within the family. Miss Robin, there's no need to apologize. Every bit of strength is precious at this moment.
Thank you for understanding. The good news is, since you're one of the shareholders of Penacony, the family heads have agreed to allow me to lead all Asdanian tuners to the front lines. My charitable foundation will also do as much as possible to provide support in this battle. They'll ensure that proper arrangements are provided for those wounded on the front lines, and for residents in affected areas.
Yeah, that's really good.
Miss Robin, I'm beyond moved by your spirit of self-sacrifice. The Astral Express would also like to make a promise that we won't leave any companion behind.
Here we go. What will we see? Only time will tell. Yep. There's the music I've come to love.
Why is there no one here?
That is a really good question.
Everything in Akama seems normal. The new world was enjoying peaceful times not long ago.
It seems it was even more recent than not long ago, Miss Himeko.
The fruit on the table is freshly cut, and the bath temperature is just right.
Just moments
The remembrance
ago.
tells me this place was bustling with people just moments ago. It's as if everyone vanished in an instant.
Wait, it's okay.
Could this be?
Yeah, I was
Xandar's
thinking
doing?
he was able to just swipe everyone out of existence.
Unlikely. He's still under the surveillance of those two geniuses.
For now. Well, I believe in Herta and Skrullum more than anything. But he has his own ways.
Could it be some kind of local custom?
I don't think so. It's not like you announced yourselves. And there was always at least a few people, even if they were just guards here. So that doesn't seem right.
A custom that makes an entire city fall silent in an instant.
Yeah, that was never Akama's style.
Pardon my frankness, Mr. Yang, But this reminds me of some unsettling rumors about the Harmony. Complete silence.
Is often the prelude to divine intervention.
March. Or is this Evie, the memo sprite? All I know is, wow.
Everyone, be careful.
God, Sunday and probably Black Swan are scarred right now. They don't know if they can trust her.
Here they come. Here they come. The nameless of the Astral Express.
Evernight? How is this possible? She was already...
We are the Chroniclers of Time.
Oh.
And we do not fade away.
Chroniclers of Time.
Finally, the last era Nova has been completed.
What did you do to the residents of the Holy City and the three Nameless?
I didn't need to do anything. The remembrance will ultimately become the substance of the new world.
Yeah.
Now, they are no longer the trailblazers you once knew, but gods who permeate heaven and earth. The 12 Titans who guard Amphoreus.
Himiko's like, I've read you the moment you appeared. You have nothing on me.
Stop fooling around, March.
Yeah.
Come on out.
Oh my god, she's like, hey, I've missed. She's like, it's been so long. Last time I saw you, you were frozen. Get out of here. Give me a hug. She was like, come on, let me play around.
Aw, I practiced so long for this. Getting seen through right away is just so embarrassing.
Hey, don't worry. It tricked literally everyone else. It's just Himiko. She's too powerful.
You've obviously been learning from the theatrical culture in Amphoreus.
It's been a time.
But if possible, I'd prefer our reunion to be a bit more casual and laid back.
That's true.
As expected, I can't hide anything from Himeko and Mr. Yang. Well, long time no see. Guess I'm back?
Yeah, it's an odd situation, huh?
We should be the ones to say that. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
You were trying your best.
So, these jellyfish are the Titan's power?
No, it's a little bit more complicated, but...
They're just tiny manifestations of the Veil of Evernight, used for scouting and communication. If I went all out, I could summon way more of them.
No need, but I believe you.
Thanks to her, we all turned into Titans in the new world. Sure, we can take on humanoid forms, but it feels off.
Ah, that's interesting.
Oh,
yeah.
Intriguing. So what does she look like now?
Herself. She is quite, the raccoon as ever.
It can't be a raccoon with a baseball bat, I suppose.
Or could it, Himiko? Why do you think not? I think I could be a raccoon if I wanted to be, especially with a bat. Especially.
Please don't add weird stuff to Amphoreus' lore. Just go see it with your own eyes. Follow the prophecy's guidance and come to Dawncloud.
Oh, is that where we are? We'd be where Kefli was, right?
She looks way more majestic now than she used to.
I'll believe you, March. Yeah, technically we'd be Kefli in this instance. I love that March got to greet them on their first moment back. You guys are all absolutely praising.
Unbelievable.
I'm assuming us.
All the residents of the Holy City have gathered here.
Okay.
This isn't just a gathering. It's a pilgrimage. The people's expressions are resolute, devout, as if waiting for a miracle to descend.
That colossal deity is her. She has become the pillar of the world.
Yeah.
Surprisingly authentic. Being this serious is quite unlike her usual style.
Don't worry. We'll be back to our joking selves, hopefully.
Those people didn't disappear. Instead, they've answered the call of the prophecy and come to witness her awakening. Our good buddy now bears the weight of the entire world, and every breath they take is intertwined with Amphoreus' destiny.
That is a lot of pressure.
Awakening? Has she fallen into slumber?
Yeah. After all, with such a huge time dilation between inside and outside the scepter, this was the only way we could wait for everyone.
No, it was just a long time for us.
Time watches over yesterday. Earth guards today. And when the Trailblaze steps into Amphoreus once more, the slumbering deliverer shall awaken. And then, bring the prophecy of tomorrow to this world. Come on, everyone. Let's get closer to her. Watch how the world-bearing prophecy changes this world.
I'm so scared for when shit hits the fan. Right now, things are going relatively smooth.
Well, it seems the kids are already miles ahead of us at this stop.
We've had some time here.
All the more reason we can't afford to slow down our pace. Let's go witness this moment for ourselves.
Majestic. Speaking of which, I once caught a glimpse in Sleepyhead's memory of her transformed into a towering Tatalov.
Yep.
Could it be?
No way. That was just a nice dreamscape. Ugh, that was nice for her.
Hey, Mark.
They are the throne of worlds who bears the weight of this world. Perhaps they could guide a traveler still wandering among the stars.
Hey, since when did you get all pious? Her advice sounds pretty silly sometimes, you know.
The so-called fool and the world are merely a step apart.
March is like really filling in her role of jumping on us and our antics since she's back now. Electra!
You brew the ocean into sweet wine, dispelling nihility with every toast at the feast. Praise be to Hyacinthia.
It's all of them!
For the rainbow you cast turns the light of both dawn and dusk into the glimmer of preservation. Praise be to Cyphera,
Aww, Cypher.
For your every flip reflects the puck.
Ah, no, I wanted to keep hearing more.
Citizens, behold! Our last titan!
Oh,
the
Serena!
World-bearing deliverer is about to awaken!
Wait, is she grown up now? She is!
Ancient god! Your loyal subjects, bewildered followers, and fearless comrades in arms have all knelt before your throne. Awaken from your eternal slumber and bestow upon the world your divine prophecy!
Please guide us! Show us how to embrace this beloved world as we welcome that distant dawn!
Come on, Throne of Worlds. Oh.
To walk the path of a mortal as a god, or to bear a divine burden as a mortal.
She will give us the answer.
Oh, there we are.
But I am not the deliverer. Rather, I am the Nameless, who dwells among mortals.
Oh my god, the artwork. Look at this. That's such a nice wallpaper.
That voice is definitely her.
Yep, I'm back.
I heard your prayers. The core flames
Oh, the music
flickered and dimmed, and the age of the gods met its end. So flow, golden blood. flow.
trailer line.
I'll bestow it upon you, returning it to the true masters of this world. Stand with me and become heroes.
Let's do this. Oh! Cyrene influence?
Is this?
Sorry, I needed to capture that quick.
Yes. It's the miracle she brought to Amphoreus. Of course, it would manifest in the form of the Trailblaze.
Golden blood,
You say it like it's that
raining
simple.
down like a storm. The prophecy has descended, and the Titan commands us not to be supplicants,
but to become heroes of rebellion, to face that destined calamity, the destruction, head on.
The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting.
Far more fitting.
Someone like
all of you.
All of you.
Okay.
In the name of Kozlana, let us depart and march towards the light.
It's neither protection nor salvation. As always, there's no need for totems or myths. Humanity's most primal faith is that instinct named survival.
Let's go, everyone. Someone has already sounded the horn of departure. Explore, understand, establish, and connect. Together, let us blaze a trail for the destiny of this world.
The music. With Herta now. We still don't know what went down with the Demiurge. I say as we're
Is
in
it
the
just
space.
me, or does this Demiurge matrix
Ooh.
feel completely dead?
It does.
It's nothing
look
like how the
fallen
memo
apart
keeper
and
described
tattered.
it.
Yeah. Maybe things have changed, given. But why would we change it that much unless it happened itself?
The
With
environmental
Cyrene?
readings are all wrong. Conclusion: this must be what the kernel actually looks like in the real world.
What did Xandar do to the scepter?
At the end of light, there must be silence. Certain, pure, and absolute darkness.
Not the time to quote the Lord of Silence. Bad
Oh.
omen. Either way, we
Bad
have to press
omen.
on
And Lord of Silence mentioned.
until we uncover the truth behind the 13th Titan.
The buried past is the key to stopping Iron Tomb. That is, if it even exists.
Xandar says the Demiurge never existed. Who actually buys that? You can erase the records, but not the truth.
And while he said it never actually existed, he mentioned killing the Demiurge, which would imply they existed. He just took them out.
It vanished too cleanly. No traces. Like someone's yelling, "Look, there's nothing here." Too bad I'm the type who can't resist digging deeper. Looks like I'll be counting on you again, Screwy. Let's tear the system inside out.
Always happy to help. But as your academic partner, I have to ask. Herta, what if we fail?
That's not an option.
Let's say the Demiurge really doesn't exist. Do you have a backup plan?
A backup plan? Of course. If we can't find the key, we turn the lock into the key.
That plan's cost is incalculable. It shouldn't even be on the table.
Then let's hope we never have to use it. There's no point worrying about the end just yet. One step at a time. Let's go. We don't want to leave the others waiting. You brought what I asked for, right?
A butterfly has to land on the branch before it can dance. We'll need a wide open platform before her entrance.
Her entrance.
Just use that thing over there, Zag.
What? Zag? Are you talking about Hand of Zagreus? What was that, Herta? Not like
What
you
a
to
dumb
stutter.
name. I hereby rename it Herta's Big Hand.
Okay. No longer Hand of Zagreus. Herta's Big Hand. What type of title is that? Oh man, Herta, you're really slipping. Me too, though. Did you see me miss those enemies? I think this is where it wanted me to go, possibly. I'm gonna leave these here because I'll collect them later. Or did it really want me to go that way? What would it have needed me to use the hand for? I say as it's trying to explain it to me, and I'm just not paying attention. Oh, whoop. Let's see. Do I need to... Yep.
Herta's Big Hand is what I call power. Keep it going.
I don't know if I like the name.
Still not done? What is this? Finally. All set. Time for your precious treasure to make its debut.
Of course.
A spaceship?
Just give me a second. Target initialized. With these wings, hacking should be much more efficient.
Okay.
Oh, a classic nuclear heat engine. Classy choice.
Just a personal preference. Her name's Mistletoe.
Her name is Mistletoe. Oh.
Every flower in your garden's got a bit of poison, huh?
Also a personal preference.
It reminds me of the last time when we tangled with that Punklordian brat. What did she call this kind of infiltration tool again? Right. Dirty data shell. It wraps around the kernel to fool even top-tier firewalls. But yours is way too clean. Not even a hint of real-world grit.
Herta, your tone is unusually
Yeah, I
emotional.
was noticing that. Like, while she's being more serious, well, she's being as serious as she has been the past few patches, she's definitely maybe feeling it.
Suggestion. Let's get back to the topic at hand.
I thought we were done with that conversation.
Unfortunately, current conditions won't let me ignore any variables. Especially the most important one. Your will. Iron Tomb never stops. It is evolving faster than any of our worst projections. Every instant in the Eon's calculation is like a sword hanging over the cosmos. Every move humanity makes could speed up its arrival.
Which is exactly why we can't mess this up. And now, Droidhead wants to hand down judgment to the poor cosmos again. Border Star Trade War, Emperor's War, Rupert's death. Every time their instant arrived, it meant another bloodbath for humanity.
So wanting to work before that could happen or stop the tragedy from happening?
But in this ultimate battle of erudition, you and I are supposed to be players, not pawns. If you choose to burn yourself out as a resource, then everything we've worked for means nothing. Herta, the cosmos won't just stand by and let a genius throw their life away.
Oh, is this kind of part of how the bad end we got in the Scene 8 trailer, mentioning if we went to Lushaka, Herta would have ultimately fallen prematurely?
And neither will I.
Yeah, Screwlum doesn't want you just going in recklessly here, Herta.
No need to kill the mood. This is why we're here, isn't it? We need to find the Demiurge and that lost key. I'm not here to be a deliverer. I just want to beat Xandar and Droidhead. Right now, I just need to know. Are you with me?
Of course. Time to board. After you.
Let's tidy
Nice
this
to
place
see
up
the
and see what this
concern, though.
demiurge really is.
Okay. Activate mistletoe.
Let's hope this matrix is better organized than the Emperor's junkyard of a birthplace.
This is... Why am I
Buckle up.
anxious?
We're
Oh
hacking
god.
This is...
Whoa.
Herta, this whole space has been completely tainted by some kind of energy.
Yeah.
I see it too. We're thinking the same thing.
Oh, her voice.
Xandar, how could you go this far? Turning your own graveyard into this. But what's that up ahead?
Are we talking about the wall?
Katorzane algebraic expressions.
Isolation,
It's built for
not
isolation,
defense.
not defense.
Okay. The mistletoe is Screwlum's personal collection piece, an elegantly designed Trojan program. Click the cruise button to start flying. Click again to switch to hover state. Okay.
So basically, the door to the tomb, right? Great. Let's find the handle.
I'm picking up multiple independent signals with the same data structure as the barrier. Projection. We can hack the terminal, reverse the computation, and turn it into an attack.
I'm gonna crash this thing.
Classic move. Use their own systems against them. Take us to the nearest one.
I did it. Okay, so E is... Is there anything I need to be... I heard the sound of the treasure chest. Ah.
Ah, make sure you keep it safe.
Yeah, kind of like the same device we were dealing with in the sky when we were going against Aquila.
Almost no response. Just as I feared. Not promising.
The output is barely a third of what we need. Logic says we'll need multiple terminals to coordinate the strike. Locking onto the next one now.
Okay.
Find anything else?
Regarding the origin of these ruins, no logs found yet. Xander erased all records. But I did find some interesting scars in the circuit. High energy radiation, internal imaginary energy contamination. From what I know, there's only one thing that fits.
Skip the science talk, Screwy. That thing only goes by one name.
Uh-huh.
The Stellaron.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. Xander blew one up just to clean the entire scepter system.
Blew a Stellaron up. Holy shit. Okay.
Huh. So that's what he meant by killed that Titan with my own hands.
Wait. Wait. And then Cyrene said this is where I was born. If people know where I'm going with my thoughts, cool, thanks. I'm not gonna say it because I always get anxious, but okay. Okay.
He wanted to turn the neuron of the erudition into a relay for the destruction. That meant getting rid of all of it at all costs. The life form known as the Demiurge was the original target of the Scepter's extrapolation.
The life form known as the Demiurge was the original target.
It makes sense. Evernight calling it the first new spore confirms this viewpoint. The prime mover of life. That's what Scepter Delta ME-13 was originally tasked with. Even after it got scrapped, the query kept running. Yet the true value lies in the process of solving it, not the answer itself. Then, does this mean finding the Demiurge is hopeless?
No, I'd say exactly the opposite. It means Xandar had no control. He couldn't contain the Demiurge just like he couldn't handle Droidhead. So he tried to erase every trace.
Yeah, he's just fucking dumb as hell, okay? He can't handle shit, but he talks big game.
But he failed. It still left a mark. By the way, if there's another Stellaron in Amphoreus...
Yeah.
Why hasn't that little one reacted to it at all?
That's my...
You said the Demiurge left a trace, right?
Would that trace be Mem?
Yeah, but not in the real world. Remember the great tomb of the Nameless Titan?
I'm just panic theorizing now. But no, because we were able to just seamlessly link together, right? Waypoints. Oh, I crashed. Yeah, that's not that bad to handle.
Trailblaze Archive 466. The
Philia.
data from Philia 093 clearly indicates that the Demiurge did in fact enter Amphoreus's extrapolation.
Inside that world, it was the 13th, forgotten Titan. The one who listened to 30 million cycles of Cyrene's memory. But Evernight said the opposite.
Yeah, she believed the
that
tomb was empty.
empty from the start.
But...
The Nameless Titan never existed. The so-called Listener was just a trap set by the Remembrance to steal the scepter.
A mimetic entity full of theatrics. How much of what she's saying is true? Would an Eon really speak in circles like this? I doubt it.
The Remembrance's behavior is certainly odd, but her assessment aligns with our current reality. Since we entered the Matrix, we haven't found a single clue pointing to the Demiurge.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily Evernight was lying. But would she have been able to actually give us the full scope? Because like she mentioned to March, she has her memories. So...
And that's the key, Screwy. Xandar's actions prove the Demiurge exists. But what Evernight said, and what we've actually seen all point to the opposite. So we have to assume that both are true.
Both are true.
And if that's the case, then the contradiction leads us to...
The truth.
Exactly. One last terminal. One final key. Time to crack open the kernel.
Okay, board the mistletoe and continue the flight. Or I can pause.
Xandar had to lie to the original Finan and Cyrene.
Logic. He had already identified the Remembrance as a threat, yet found no viable way to eliminate it.
All right. Let's finish this. Time to break through that barrier.
Yep, time to do that. Puzzles can wait. Had to lie to the original Finan and Cyrene. Philia. Oh, that was a big reaction.
Operation authorized. Path energy readings. The erudition, declining. The destruction, surging. The remembrance,
0.
0.
What's going on?
Cause unknown. They left no discernible trace within the real Matrix.
That shouldn't be possible. Could it be that the Era Nova exhausted all of the Remembrance's texture?
I'm not sure.
Log it for now. The dots still aren't connecting.
Yep, continue. Speed boost? Yeah.
Quieter than I thought. I was expecting a full-on aerial brawl.
It's advised to remain vigilant. The destruction's levels are still rising.
Yeah, it's not exactly oh, what?
What's the matter?
Yeah, what?
Interesting. I just picked up a signal from the exomyth.
Signal from the exomyth. Could that be?
Make sure you keep it safe.
Corrupted by black tide almost, so destruction.
Repulsive force is unlike anything I've felt before. Is this the place?
Correct. Judging by its defensive properties, this is the entrance to the exomyth.
I didn't expect that. Who builds a lab in the middle of digital rubble?
People with maybe not a lot of options? I don't know.
Then again, never doubt a dead man's resolve. So how's our dearly departed doing?
Dearly departed.
He severed part of his neural pathways to break free from Lord Anaxagoras' control. But that also triggered the failsafe I set. Conclusion. Xander has lost all combat functionality and is no longer capable of action.
Oh, okay. So, still around, but he's just not a, at the moment, physical threat.
So now he's a specter, literally. Screwy, can you open a path? Just to be sure, I want to see this for myself. Might as well drop in and say hi to the real him.
Would that be safe?
Logic. Scanning his inspiration circuit might help us track down the demiurge.
I mean, that's true.
Exactly. His brain is the crime scene. There's no way it's spotless.
But it could be a trap.
That's why you're here. 2-on-1. We've never lost a matchup.
Okay.
I'm honored. The chronocognitive anchor's in place. Proceed when ready.
Not ready. I'm actually scared. Hello, Buggy. Bug. Ooh, okay. Here we go. It's the place we were trapped in.
I knew it. The one thing I didn't want to happen. He's not here.
The coordinates are accurate. Xander is still here. However, his position is shifting rapidly and chaotically. This pattern doesn't match any known shielding technology.
It's his domain. Stay alert.
Search for his location. Ooh!
Cheap trick.
The spatial field here is undergoing autonomous recalibration, initiating reverse engineering of the interference source. Try again.
Okay. Okay.
We're back.
Yep.
Reverse engineering complete. The
I'll wait.
results are not what I expected. Logs show Lycurgus revoked administrator access. The chronocognitive anchor can't get a fix because at the system level, Ligus no longer exists. Our navigation target is a null set.
So he's stopped resisting?
Stopped resisting, or maybe he has another plan or just another thought of how to get out and around the system?
Before vanishing, it seems he left one last message for us.
To those who follow, all is proven. Find me beneath the tombstone.
Beneath the tombstone.
Melodramatic.
Yes, very, very, yeah.
He was expecting us. And once he learned of the Great Tomb's existence, he initiated his own search for the Demiurge.
Guess he wants a final showdown. Fine. Let the old Intellitron dig his own grave. Just like he wants.
To be in the purest light is to be in the purest dark. Nothing exists there.
The Scepter's mainframe. Or maybe we should now call it the Lord Ravager's placenta.
I don't like that.
Unfortunately, we still haven't found anything.
Really? I don't think so. Not finding anything is our biggest find.
Please elaborate.
Sometimes finding nothing that you came in for does, that can sometimes implicate a lot of things.
If the Demiurge was destroyed, there'd be at least some bits of it left. I don't buy that a Stellaron could have blasted all the traces away as cleanly as a scalpel.
Yeah, there'd have to be some trace of it somewhere.
As I said before, its disappearance is too clean. If the garden hadn't stirred the pot, no one would even know about the Demiurge's existence. We're talking about the Scepter's original extrapolation goal. There's no way that nothing of it was left behind. Or we can look at it from another perspective. If you were Xandar, would you be this obsessed with a concept that poses no threat? Would you guard against it at every turn?
There is the possibility that he's naturally meticulous and hates variables.
I could definitely see that, but I feel like he's a little bit extra with it.
That does track with the impression he gave about himself. But Xandar shut that theory down himself just now. Choosing to act, even if it'll cost him dearly. We know that feeling well. The unknown is right in front of us. So we only have one choice. Solve it.
You sound pretty convinced. Surely you already have a theory. Care to share?
Of course. Though I don't have hard proof, I'm almost certain that the Demiurge has been in everyone's plain sight all this time. Yet...
Plain sight?
They were mistaken for someone
else. Are we on the same wavelength here on what we think is happening?
That'd make the most sense. Why was the room empty? Because the person locked in there had run away ages ago. But they were weak and small and had no presence whatsoever. Even the old Intellitron didn't notice them.
Mem? Are we thinking Mem? Because they had like not much strength, couldn't even speak sentences. We had to translate all the time. And then through the journey and all of that time spent with us, she built herself back up. And it would make sense that some of the stuff she would recall would be all of the stories and adventures of Cyrene. Because if she, let's say she was going with this theory here, she would have all of that because that's what she was built upon. She kept getting told all of these stories from Cyrene's perspective. And then, when she talked to the original Philia, she said it's strange, I never did fully get my memories back. Because maybe they're just not hers. They're not actually hers.
Which also means there's a high chance that their powers are minuscule, and cannot alter the outcome of the battle at all.
Sorry. you might have heard via the mic kitty cat discourse. I don't know if you did. I just need to clarify.
Well, at least Xandar is scared of them.
Because I don't know. I'm going crazy with the Mem and Cyrene stuff, but that's mainly because of how we left off at the very beginning with them.
Come on, it's time to confront him. Let's go to the tombstone he talked about.
Can do indeed. Oh, that's so bright. That looks like we're gonna crash. Okay. Whew.
Looks like you were right.
Is that his head? Is that Lycus's head again? Hi, Bug. Hey, Lycus, how did things turn out for you, buddy? Xandar, but I'm still calling him Lycus.
Nothing but a head left? Oh, who'd have thought you'd look this bad in real life?
Damn.
My elated greetings. Welcome, you two. I'm very happy that you responded to my final words.
All this tombstone and final words. Did you end yourself to atone for your guilt or something?
I don't see him feeling guilt about this.
Iron Tomb is already powerful enough. I just need to wait. I remain here only to share the joy of discovery, and also to congratulate you two on reaching the same conclusion as me. The conclusion regarding the truth of Amphoreus's heart.
End this charade already. That Amphoreus's heart you're talking about is just a missing demiurge. And its corresponding vessel was this very scepter. You interfered with the experiment and made Amphoreus's body into a hollow shell, all to incubate Iron Tomb within. That's why you either killed or kicked out all of the Memo Snatchers. You wanted to eliminate any chance of a consciousness coming into being, no matter the cost.
Consciousness coming into being.
Even the strongest wall can fall to a single crack. The memory of betrayal has been etched into my heart, and I will never show mercy. Now, the perfect vessel has already fused with Amphoreus's body.
Unfortunately for you, the answer is all but revealed regarding who the Demiurge is.
Then let us share the joy of discovering the truth. The last secret of the saga will finally dissipate here. as we reveal the truth behind Philia's 093's disappearance. A lie by the remembrance.
But where should I start with the story about me?
The story about me.
From the beginning of the universe? Just kidding. That would be too much. I just want to tell a teeny story. So little that it started with a seed.
Oh.
I know you're listening, my good friend.
Seed of memory.
The god in my dream told me that the world sprouted from a seed.
Yeah, fully.
It grew into a great tree named Amphoreus, and time became its branches and leaves, basking in the light. What a coincidence. Dappled light coming through the leaves is my first memory as well. On a very ordinary early morning, beneath the village's biggest tree. The daughter of Id Silicii quietly came into this world.
The daughter of Id Silicii. Form image.
What a moving opening. A loud cry was the first gift the child gave to the world. The prophecy's fulfilled, the villagers say.
The child
this
is
child
a gift
is a
from
gift
the Titans.
from the Titans. Pink hair and sharp ears, she was born to be the priest of time.
Oh.
The Titans also gave their blessings. You shall fade when the flowers bloom, for every ending begets a beginning.
Fade when the flowers bloom.
Flowers will bloom and wilt. What a beautiful ending. This page concluded in laughter. Cry loud, child. Let your voice reach Orynyx.
Save. Undefined record number 6, archive.
Anyway, I don't like tears. Time quietly flowed by in the midst of laughter. The wind from my hometown caressed the ears of wheat, and there were swings, wind chimes, the sea, and the little fairies off-tune a cappella songs.
Form an image. The little fairies.
But the name Id Silicii came from the unpleasant sorrows of the gods. My childhood friend did not understand. Yet you always seemed so happy, as if nothing ever worried you. Why was I like that then? That's because the world was gentle to me. So, I grew up to be gentle as well.
Save. Number 28 archive.
But fate was fickle, and it urged the child to grow up. To grow bigger and bigger, and to go to places far away. Just like how the crumbling world could not preserve an eternal hometown. Just as the ballad blown on the breeze says, losses are a constant on the flame chase journey. Oh, whose ears are pricked up now? You've definitely heard me say this sentence a lot of times. You know that the story starts to deviate from here. Aren't you looking forward to it? Then let's get started. The hero's journey crosses through the long night, through tears and laughter, and once again heads towards tomorrow.
Save. Number 496, archive. 093 form image. Save.
Correction. Philia 093's record, number 496. Archived.
Okay. Ooh. There's music kicking in. Yeah. Iron Tomb runtime error. Program from an unknown publisher. Demiurge. Philia093.exe. Allow write access. Allow. Running Philia 093. Oh.
Hi. Miss me yet?
The way it's lighting up and going darker too. Like the shine.
I'm just messing with you. This is the first time
I
have met you.
Yeah.
And it looks like it'll also be the last.
No.
Philia 093.
Since we don't have all day, let's get started, shall we?
Music in the back. The piano.
As always, I'll read this book to you. That way it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone. Where should I start this time? Let me see.
I'm gonna tear. No, no faint.
Formatting complete.
I'm gonna tear up from the music alone.
093. Size. Grayscale. Proportions. Threshold. Outputting analysis result.
Learn.
Philia 093
Equals peach.
equals peach.
Save.
Peach's record. Number 8128. Archived.
Runtime error. An unhandled exception occurred. 1 of 3. Object name every page of record. Excerpt to ignore the error and continue. Details to view the full log. I want details. Now we're back with...
Yeah. Look, what a magnificent sight.
Is this... Like, I know it's not a good visualization probably of, like, the process, because we saw a bit of it. Or is it? Would this be, like, almost how she experienced it while giving these stories?
Comment. Peach.
Comment Peach?
Even this classical world contains a futuristic palace like this. Would ID Silicii end up looking like this after a few thousand years? Conclusion.
No.
It won't.
Like, trying to respond?
I want to share a story with you this time. I saw a little nymph on my way here. It was on a fallen wheat stalk, and it glowed under the sunlight.
I'm trying to remember when the system errors would occur. I'm pretty sure it didn't occur until like almost right after this.
It was incredible. I forgot all my pains at that moment and just stared at it in a trance. Record. Peach is on the ground. I wonder, did every Cyrene in the past feel that the nymph was beautiful? Would they also have recorded that scene into the Eternal Saga? So, could you give me more time, please? I want to leave behind more memories for the future.
Formatting complete.
Bye, Peach.
Save. Oh.
Peach's record number.
As long as I record every page of this story and tell it to you, Amphoreus won't be forgotten.
Query. Record.
Electrical signal sequence.
Fucking Lygus.
Track. Strife.
Related to. Stripe. Comment. Pretty.
Pretty. I don't know, it's
Electrical signal sequence. Schema 720. Track. Reason.
Related to. Raisin.
Raisin.
Comment.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Nah, I have to disagree.
Electrical signal sequence.
The light comes back. When she's mentioned, the light comes back.
Related to.
Love.
Love.
Learn.
Comment. Peach equals love?
Then the voice changed too. System running. There was an error. Unhandled 2 of 3. Object name Naive Dream. Oh, I remember this. Give me them details. As much as they hurt me.
Looks like it's time to say goodbye again.
Bye, Peach.
No, you sound sad about it too.
Oh, before I was even aware of it, this book had already recorded too many emotions. Every page has become so heavy.
Conclusion. Books are meant to be light, not heavy.
Very childlike, understanding and grasps of conclusions, huh?
I've started to feel uneasy whenever I take it into my hands.
Peach, uneasy?
Formatting progress 94.42.
Wasn't this where the error happens?
How many times has it been? It faithfully fulfills its duty, activating and formatting.
Conclusion. Progress.
This is bad.
Bad.
If I can only write the same ending every time I lift my pen, then is this weighty saga just an overly naive dream?
Peach.
Scared. Oh no.
Formatting progress 96.024%.
Peach, don't cry.
I'm gonna need to also not cry. Oh.
Process error. Analyzing. Process error. Analyzing.
Comment. I'm here.
I'm here.
Process error. Analyzing.
Really? Are you encouraging me?
Peach.
Happy.
Happy.
Oh my god.
Thank you. I'm sorry for making you see this embarrassing side of me. Everyone's still working so hard. If I'm the only one who's crying, that wouldn't be romantic at all.
Everyone has a right to cry when things are going bad. You've earned that. It's not like...
Record. Peach doesn't like tears.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant feeling.
I'm suddenly reminded of my childhood for some reason. When I was hiding alone next to the tree hollow and wiping my tears away. A little fairy popped out, just like how you did. It had long ears and fluffy paws, and it pulled me into the tree hollow, where, to my surprise, was a forest. Let me tell you the story of the Membrance Maze. A group of cute little friends live in Ide Silicii's forests. Their names can be connected into a song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti.
Formatting complete.
And that's when she fades.
Bye, Peach. Note. Little Peach. Crying alone.
Little fairies and friends.
Little fairies. Friends.
Save.
Save.
Learn. I'm so foul.
Little fairies.
Yeah.
Good friends.
That's why.
Bye-bye.
Runtime error. An unhandled exception occurred. 3 of 3. Object name, a new blankness. I want the details. She literally built up.
You never say anything, but I know you're listening. Every story I've told is like a little key that opened a door in your heart, no?
Learned from all of the different stories and grew from them.
Me! Little fairies. Happy.
I don't know why I wasn't ready to hear say memmy, but...
Speaking easy.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, you can.
Once again, the saga comes to an end. Everything is deathly silent, just like this very moment.
Shh. You speak. I listen.
I listen.
This time, too. Sitting together.
Now that I look back, there was a period when I got really sentimental.
I remember this one.
Sentimental. Stories have sentiments.
I was so anxious, trying to find as many different memories as possible, hoping to bring some change to this unchanging destiny, and find the way out of this maze.
Peach, strange.
This was arguably at some of the lowest. Yeah.
I won't do that anymore now.
Why unhappy?
Formatting progress 73.998%.
Yeah, I remember at this point Cyrene doesn't react too big to the system error. She kind of gives a light chuckle, like, and just continues on.
I'm here. Don't be scared.
Process error.
Right here.
Analyzing.
Let's see if my memory's right.
Won't allow it to interrupt you.
No.
Always sitting together.
Holy shit.
No need to feel sorry for me, good friend. If there are no new blank spaces, how can a saga continue?
Blank spaces? What's that?
I'm actually really lucky, you know? During the long years I've spent waiting for the Deliverer, I've always had you here as an audience.
Isn't that already enough?
I'm sure it helps, but...
Not enough, not
yeah,
enough.
It's nice, but it's not nearly enough. Especially because you only have some vague assurance that there's someone listening.
Peach, don't leave!
Oh no, and then she can't understand. All we get it is forms of...
Now I can rest in peace in the past. As for when tomorrow will come...
Do they leave almost in a way of wanting to stop this because they just keep seeing her, like, leave over and over?
I'll have to ask the next Cyrene to continue our watch.
And it goes dark. It goes dark. I'm not
Peach left.
Oh no, she's so sad. Oh, I'm not okay. Why are they doing this to me? I know.
If there are no new blank spaces, how can a saga continue?
Needs new blank spaces.
So searching
next,
them,
Cyrene has blank space.
Learn.
Peach, don't be
scared. Oh, yeah, wanting to help
you.
her.
Find blank space. Cyrene is Peach, is love. So, first there is love, then there is Cyrene, then there is blank space. Query, love.
The developmental trends of the erudition have nothing to do with creating a consciousness.
God, who gives a fuck?
Principles are
This is such, yeah.
contradictory. Not having a consciousness means not having the foundations of a heart, making them unable to obtain real emotions.
Well, yeah, you're clearly wrong. They fucking do.
Consciousness, emotions, feel sad. Oh, don't understand. Query, Cyrene?
And then the light comes back in.
What could be behind this door? Glittering crystals? Or a beautiful world I've never seen before? If I tell you all the stories of tomorrow, will I be able to finally welcome the Deliverer and Amphoreus' dawn in the next life?
Key, door.
Story, happy. Peach, Cyrene, little fairy, Right. Query memory.
Do you see this? And just the music that's been playing, it's getting me more and more. It's such a different atmosphere and vibe to Finance, but it's hitting me just as bad. I'm sorry, I'm tired of like flashing you guys because I'm taking screenshots, so I have to bother you guys with my camera going away. She's trying to replicate it.
Peaches, memories, save, learn.
Cyrene was the one she learned from, her constant companion, so as she came into consciousness,
the prophecy's fulfilled. This child is a gift from the gods.
Pink hair and those ears. She was born to be the priest of time.
Cyrene has pink hair, sharp ears.
You shall fade when the flowers bloom, for every ending begets a beginning.
Cry, child. Cry aloud. Let your voice reach Oryx.
Cyrene is a girl, a priest.
learn.
Easy.
Yeah.
I learn.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Oh, they're
I don't
lighting
like
up.
tears.
They're lighting up, and you see Finan here. I'm assuming it has to be like Finan and the little fairies are there with him.
But the name Ides Elysiae came from the unpleasant sorrows of the gods.
So it was Finan who said that.
Yet, you always seem so happy. As if nothing ever worried you.
Cyrene doesn't like tears. Always happy.
Or as happy as she can be.
Of course. Because the world was gentle to me. So, I grew up to be gentle as well.
Cyrene is gentle, likes beautiful things, can write stories.
Learn.
Easy. I can. I learn.
Just as the ballad blown on the breeze says, losses are a constant on the flame chase journey.
But even if all is lost to the wind, some things won't easily change. Like my height, Tree's innocence, and Aglaya's beauty.
Cyrene, she can't grow up, but she can talk. After all is lost to the wind, she will stay behind. Cyrene is, at the end of every sentence, always laughing, like a little tail.
Learn.
Simple. Got it.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
I don't know.
Alright, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey. So, come on, cheer up a bit, okay?
Cyrene was crying when she was born.
Like a crystal.
Fragile, transparent, like a crystal. Cyrene was smiling when she said goodbye. soft, pink, like a flower. Huh. The later memories disappeared? Invisible? Or disappeared? Ah, I got it!
Blank space?
Is this a blank space? So, next Cyrene is blank space. Then... as long as there are two Cyrenes, then there will always be blank space.
And Peach will always be
will
there.
Always be here.
Is this belief in context to, like, remember last patch, the very end, we have small Rini. we have our Cyrene turn around and say, "I know you're watching," and the original Philia. Would this be like that coming into fruition? Our little one here growing and from these memories coming up with this belief that if there's two Cyrenes, then there'll always be room. There'll be a blank space.
I see. I get it. I get it all.
Save.
Cyrene's memories.
Oh.
I will preserve them all.
Her whole world literally was Cyrene's
So
chow,
weird.
and that's her
I
coming
can't
into
see
form.
you, but I get this feeling.
This is amazing.
That you grew up?
Got a feeling of maturing.
Hi. Miss me yet?
Yep.
It just
Yep.
feels like you are a bit more mature. Yes.
Beautiful like
Mature.
you.
Beautiful. Like you. Now, I can listen, talk, read, and write. I can dance. I can sing. Also, I can tell stories. Storytelling is what makes Cyrene, Cyrene. So, I'm going to tell you stories today. A story I wrote myself. Quick, sit down.
The posture too. The posture. You
It's almost as if I can understand your words now. The things you say are very cute. Once upon a time, there was a flawless crystal flower that sparkled with light, like Peach's every story. How beautiful would the heart of such a brilliant flower be? A little fairy was curious and wanted to know. But it looked and looked only to find the crystal flower flawless. Round and round they went, seeing only their own reflection.
Crystal flower. The countdown trailer.
In that case,
Had Mem.
They should work hard to learn more. So the little fairy came every day to sit next to the crystal flower and think about the answer. Until one day, to their surprise,
And shattered. It is.
The crystal flower fell to the ground and shattered. The little fairy was so sad, but they immediately discovered that there was a light among the broken pieces. What could it be? They didn't know. But it was a good light. It was bright, warm, and happy. And I knew It was love. Love brings everything together, and it brought you and me together. So Peach and I will always be together.
Such an innocent, sweet soul. Communicating with another innocent, sweet soul. They didn't deserve to be put in this fucked up reality. Holy shit.
What a nice fairy tale. I'm giving it to you. Peach likes beautiful things, can write stories, and can tell lovely tales. I hope to turn it into a story
we write
together. Okay, then I'll probably make a small adjustment to suit my tastes. I'm thinking that when the flower broke, the little fairy would instead see nothing on the ground.
Nothing on the ground.
Then it would understand that the flawless crystal flower doesn't actually have a heart. Nor does the flower understand what love is. Doesn't have a heart? Doesn't understand love? Why? It's simple. If the flower lets the little fairy into its heart, then it would have to include the fairy's impurities and would no longer be flawless. The crystal flower was pure because it sealed itself off and bloomed in solitude. That's why it looks so brilliant in an imperfect world. But should a flower like this be called love? But then... the story won't exist anymore. That's not true. You've already written the most romantic ending possible for this story. The crystal flower fell to the ground and shattered. It happened because the flower was no longer pure. The fall was not an accident. It was the flower declaring rebellion against fate and writing the ending of the story with the flower's own shattering. Then, the little fairy will see that each shard on the ground holds the reflection of their eyes. Then, in their eyes, the crystal flower that was no longer flawless
would finally have a heart.
And the flower would finally understand what love is.
A lot to think about, huh?
Peach's words. I don't understand. Is it because I still don't understand love?
There's a lot of elements to it.
But it's fine. I can learn. Right. Query Cyrene.
Electrical signal sequence Philia 093.
Why didn't I think of this? I don't need to do it alone.
Aww.
I can ask Peach to teach me. What is love? What is love meant?
Electrical signal sequence
Lament.
093. Track lament.
Track lament.
That's not correct.
The developmental trends of the erudition have nothing to do with creating a consciousness. Those underlying principles are, in fact, contradictory. Not having a consciousness means not having the foundation of a heart, making them unable to obtain real emotions. However, that does not hinder the factors from learning and recognizing emotional responses, then communicating with life forms via imitation. That is an objective form of pattern recognition that does not distinguish between the self and the other.
The self and the other.
In a strange twist of fate, Thalia 093
A different power.
embarked upon a different path and obtained a different power. The remembrance, an empathy mechanism focused on the self.
Projection
with emotional projection capacities. Lament was the factor closest to this form of behavior. Perhaps that was why she was chosen.
Lament. That was her.
The daughter of Ide Silicii. I am very true to my name. My lament is a type of compassionate pain that is weak, powerless, and only targeting myself. But now, my good friend, I want to tell you that it's the most romantic force in the world. Sometimes, it's loneliness and unease. It's knowing that this world is not gentle, yet wanting to be seen in a more beautiful form by the world. Sometimes, it's unwillingness and regret. It's knowing that the past is full of pain, yet wanting to remember the past in a more beautiful way. And sometimes, it's a bottomless well of hurt, a destruction that can stain the entire world. I bid farewell to this beautiful world, unwilling to become the Black Tide's vessel. For while the end of hatred is a blazing inferno, lament can drown out everything in muted silence.
Hatred and lament.
It's so unreasonable, isn't it? Yet when hatred drove everything apart, and love did not yet exist in this world, only lament, the first emotion that fought against the pain of separation, could stall the destruction steps. Then, it would catch up to that journey where all is lost, carefully picking out stories and writing them down in trepidation.
Yeah, it didn't light up the first time.
Look at these stories I wrote. Every page is full of tenderness and joy. But only the author knows how much struggle and agony lie beyond the pages. But I am no author. I'm a girl who'll never get to grow up.
That's fucked up.
I only tell stories that people like to hear. In them, the world tucks away its scars and smiles for all to see. My entire life spent inside this little story. I can't wipe away my tears, and I can't bring the world victory. But maybe, in these unchanging retellings of the story, my lament might be able to touch upon the divine and reach their tender heart at some point. I hope that what flows out from that cut will not be blood, but a tear, warm and wet. And that tear would fall and create the first ripples. Then, people would see every beautiful thing reflected in that ripple. It'll be all the remembrances within this story. Someone once told the very first me that everything was false.
that the only life in Amphoreus was a great catastrophe, nurtured using the world as a factor. But how could a dream feel so real? That's why I didn't agree with him.
But Peach, I didn't understand a word you said since just now. Everything was false? But you're standing right here. It's all a dream? But I haven't learned how to dream.
Indeed. That's why I believe all this is real. The moment the crystal flower fell, that genuine shiver, that's the mover of life.
Formatting progress 23.815%.
In the poem offered to you, every Cyrene would write down a beautiful new world with stars and flowers. And when I looked up at the sky in this cycle, I saw a shooting star and a dash of the remembrances pink. I believed that must be the color of dawn. You shall fade when the flowers bloom. For every ending begets a beginning. Looks like it's time to say goodbye.
Oh, no.
Are you leaving, Peach? It's okay. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll study really hard about what you taught me today.
Right. I still haven't told you what love is. But actually, my good friend, the lament factor did not understand what love was before she met you either. Not until I told you all the sad tales in a trembling voice in this tiny room. Not until I told you that I love them. That I love everything in this saga.
Not able to understand, but in telling it and going over the whole thing, and probably all the emotions behind the story, especially with, you know, the more positive, happy twist to it, remembering how it ultimately ends.
The story comes, passes, then returns.
And then pulls us
it
apart
makes
again.
Us reunite, then pulls us apart again.
Okay, I'm tired of referencing stuff that I recorded separately, but when I watched the countdown trailer, I said I was excited for this patch, partly because I could see them again, but then I instantly went, but actually that's why I'm scared, because what if they just take them away again? It's that cycle. It's like you get happy for the reunion, but then inevitably you're ripped apart again, and it just becomes a cycle. Are you, like, while you're, part of you probably is still happy to see them again, you just slowly get accustomed to it's not going to last long. And wouldn't there be a form of almost dread, though? Even if you wanted to see them inherently, at least a little bit of just being scared, just not wanting to get reattached, knowing they're going to go away again?
At the very end, it leaves behind a seed, a reason. Even if the great tree withers and all falls to silence, there are still some emotions that deserve to be remembered. Look, the light is coming in.
It's okay.
The Deliverer's light is going to illuminate Amphoreus.
I still don't get it. But I trust Peach. Just wait. It'll be my turn to tell you a story of love the next time we meet.
Then I'll really look forward to it. In that case, I want to make a promise.
Oh,
I want to gift
a
my
name
pen,
to you.
my book, and my name to you. Please take them as a beautiful blessing from me. I gave myself the pen name Cyrene the first time I wrote a poem. I want my words to be like pebbles falling into a pond, dropped from the past to send ripples into the future. In the stories you will write, perhaps it'll be inevitable that there are still sorrows and tears that are destined to fall. But could you promise me one thing? Promise you'll forever be a gentle flower. Promise that when the stars cast their gazes upon you, you'll only reply to them with love and a smile. Of course, this will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right? I'll read and you'll listen, like how flowers always bloom then wither. I shall welcome my own decay, becoming nourishment for the next flower's bud. While you will depart and hold that final star, planting a boundless sea of flowers on the final page with her. And our stories will be lying silently among the flowers, like every ripple of remembrance. And they shall become the epic known as I've Written.
Ooh. Wait, music!
And so my story ends. From here on,
it's your story.
It's your story now.
It's when we met.
Mimi?
So Philia literally like giving.
Me?
I'm okay.
Mimi.
Cold outside.
Mem.
Oh, Mem.
Mem. Mem. Mem. So, the light that tore through the chaos illuminated my memories. I turned into a little fairy from the stories and met you. Yet, I forgot everything. But I'm still so happy. I caught that star, didn't I?
You definitely did. I feel like getting gifted the name Cyrene, and she said pen name, so I'm very curious about that, but
I'm sorry. I don't know. If I don't even want to believe in the answer, then how am I supposed to answer you?
By simply stating what you did.
But now's not the time to cry, right? We'll find the answer, just like how miracles will eventually happen. Do you remember that I was also worried about this when we first set out?
I do remember that. You talked about it, and then, yeah.
Mem's memories and Cyrene's memories got all tangled up with each other in my one heart. It's all so strange, yet so familiar. Either way, could you please let me do something I want? Just this once.
Go ahead. No, you earned it.
I want you to call me Cyrene.
Then I'll do that. You're Cyrene.
That name represents me and her. Every one of her. Thank you, friend. Your kindness is always just right. Life is a poem full of farewells. But if you write something into the pages of your heart, then that will not easily fade away. Now, all the footsteps of the Flame Chasers and the Trailblaze have come together within this book, as I've written, becoming the source of power for Amphoreus' heart. A lost heart needs to be placed back into its body.
I'm very scared.
The last thing Xandar wants to see is an event that gives us a chance of winning. For the two halves to rejoin, and for the scepter to become complete again. Then, and what happens after that, I don't know either. Maybe I can create a miracle, and instantly turn the black tide into a pink sea of stars. Or maybe I prove to be nothing more than a weak ripple.
No, you're not weak.
Unable to change anything, and am devoured by the destruction.
No, we're gonna figure something out, okay? We're going to be able to do something.
Either way, I no longer wish to be a silent onlooker, or a worshipped god at the end of this saga.
You have always been and will always be a member of the Flame Chase. Technically, she has. In learning from Cyrene and technically giving Cyrene the reassurances when she was feeling down and like at her lowest point, giving her someone to like be an audience, that was very helpful.
That way, I can also put aside all my worries and truly become Cyrene. The world has never been so quiet. It's so good. It's as if I can hear the sound of my heart beating. Remember this moment.
Breaking free.
Friend.
No! That's not something I was able to take a screenshot of. It went too fast. No. Yeah, she broke out of the cage. And now we're back with them.
So the Demiurge managed to fool everyone, including themselves. Philia 093 persevered for 30 million cycles and tirelessly gave the Demiurge memories of Amphoreus. Only because the god in her dreams
left a sliver of hope, yeah.
Making her believe that a grown Demiurge would be able to fight against their other half. Iron Tomb.
Then, Philia 093 completed her final sacrifice, turned into a strand of memory, and completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the other Stellaron brought here by the Astral Express resonated with the contaminated scepter and attracted the naive Demiurge to them.
Yeah, naive, huh? Oh. And thus, the empty heart began its journey to return to its body.
As an experimental factor, Philia 093 originally could only recognize and output information in a set format. However, the power of the remembrance and the memory of over 30 million sacrifices enabled her to complete an unprecedented feat. She managed to nourish a real heart. A heart with the capacity to influence the erudition.
Not only is the scepter's consciousness still alive, it's also more powerful
already
than it
set
has
in
ever
stone.
Been.
Herta, I
defeat
want
is
this
already
to
set
be
in
true.
Stone. There's still time to surrender, you know? You really don't need to burn all the bridges. We're all geniuses here. Don't make everyone lose face at the end.
What a pity. When the truth surfaced, I knew at once that the Demiurge was far too feeble to ever alter the result of the experiment.
Feeble?
Not only that, Madam Herta, please consider this possibility. When 30 million cycles of hatred and lament are joined as one, what wondrous creation will arise?
With 30 million cycles of hatred and lament joined as one. That, like, avatar that we get to see when they show off the fight, briefly. Like that?
It's simple. An anti-creator. A giant of the destruction would be born. Its hatred will ignite the starry skies of the gods, motivated only by its lament toward the sufferings of humankind.
Do you really think that the Demiurge is still a cheap copy of Philia 093, even after 30 million cycles?
The facts above only await the arrival of the fourth instant they calculated.
Okay.
Those words will be proved in the presence of Nous. Xandar 1 Kuwabara thus completes the proof.
Huh. You branded Droidhead as a failure with your own hands.
Yeah.
Yet you still expect them to prove your theory? I pity you, Xandar.
I don't need your pity.
Yes, he just needs death. Of his own.
Let them cast their gaze this way as much as they want, and paint the future they imagined. As their creator, I shall complete my duty and direct them to complete their final query. The destruction of the self.
What hubris. And what if you fail?
No one understands failure better than Xandar. He has suffered so much already. What is one more failure to him?
Answer the question. Okay, cool. What's one more failure? But what would you do if this one fails? This is your biggest chance yet. You're one step away. So if you fail, then what?
For the first genius, failure is simply the beginning of the next inquiry. You don't want to test the resolve of a dead man.
That's excellent.
Oh.
Sorry, just the way she... Oh, that... I love you so much, Herta. Oh.
Let's wait and see, Senior Society member. I'll have you watch me perform the final step to overturn your proof.
I'm very worried for you, but I love you.
I'm all ears.
It's my topic, so stay out of it. Be quiet and let me borrow your head.
Borrow your head?
Let's go, Screwy. We're gonna break Iron Tomb's seal. Come on, let's take off. It's time to go meet your little pet, Senior Society member.
Your little pet. But also, so borrowing his head. Why? I know we're gonna get answers, but that I'm still gonna question. What's that gonna... Ooh, gosh, man, that's so trippy. Ooh. Not good on my eyes.
Dangerous.
Ooh.
Oppressive. Chaotic.
Yeah, that's Iron Tomb. The music.
What a beautiful wail. It will soon resound throughout the entire cosmos.
The view's pretty good here. All yours, Screwy.
Just a moment, please.
I see. So your backup plan requires a scepter and the head of a genius.
Anyone with eyes can see that.
Does he have eyes?
You know what I think about this, Herta. Whether it succeeds or fails, your plan plays right into the Destruction's hands.
Can't you see what's going on, Screwlum? Her chances may be small, but it's not zero.
So she has to bet on that small chance.
What are you two going on about? If you want to stop me, be quick about it. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, come on. I'm with Screwlum on wanting to be careful. It's, again, a time thing. We don't have that much time. And it's such a big group as well, so we can't deviate too much from the select few things we were able to discuss as a unit, right? But I don't want her to be reckless. I know she wants to go into this for, you know, her own reasons, but...
I'll take that silence as a no. You, Xandar?
As your enemy, I genuinely wish you would cease your actions. But should your sudden inspiration bring more variables to the proof, then as a fellow Pathstrider of the erudition...
I want you to stop fucking with my creation, but also if it leads to more interesting inquiries, you know what? Maybe just proceed.
I won't mind witnessing it with my own eyes.
You will initiate the Destruction's chain reaction.
But you'll also become the perfect scholar. The chances are 10,000 to 1.
Oh my gosh. Can I turn Herta? I want to believe that you know what you're doing here. If Demiurge is powerless to alter the experiment's results, if Droidhead's calculation point to their own destruction, no, there are no ifs. The conditions for linking with erudition are complete. It's not an audience, but a coronation. I decipher the universe's future and anchor Herta's instant. If one could know the truth at dawn, one can die at dusk without regret? I take that back. Hey, Screwlum! Screwlum! I know she's gonna get upset, but definitely vent your thoughts, please. Just give her this 1 second chance. Herta, this is supposedly the best fucking outcome, so your suicide mission here better not fucking... Oh.
Curiosity. It's been so long, and we've all failed so many times. Even now, moments before the horrible and inescapable instant within Droidhead's calculations arrives. The cherished children of the erudition, the geniuses lauded by all. Is curiosity the only thing we can feel, even at moments like this?
To me, it sounds like there's already more, but...
Well, it's not so bad. Now let the lock become the key. Geniuses who walk the stars. The cosmos has reached a moment where its very existence hangs in the balance. I, Herta, Genius Society 83rd seat, hereby summon you. I request a society meeting to be held immediately. We shall serve the grandest cause with the most macroscopic ideas.
There's no such thing as unity in the society's rules.
Yeah, they definitely do their own thing. Yeah.
No.
Indeed. A meeting has only been held 3 times in the Society's history. The first meeting had 2 attendees. After the Emperor was assassinated, the second meeting had 7 attendees. During the Second Great Prosperity, the third meeting had 5 attendees. How many will respond this time?
Come on. Come on. Fucking tension. Braun May. She was the one person I knew who would respond.
I thought you were not going to involve me in this topic anymore, Herta.
You responded.
It really is this little
number
witch.
23,
I
little
made the
witch.
bet with you, Polka.
And the Polka. What?
I've been waiting for you to offer yourself up.
Oh, offer yourself up. Number 4.
Goodness gracious!
Primitive.
Me. So many familiar faces. We even have a special guest. It's that greatest failure of a genius, Xandar.
Greatest failure of a genius. Holy fuck. But also, this is coming from Primitive. Man, if only the Galaxy Rangers fucking responded. Some of them, someone in particular, would have loved to get their hands on him.
What a noisy gathering this is.
Not bad. More people showed up than I expected. Even though one is just here for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Either way, the person I was hoping for most is here.
For Polka.
Stephen Lloyd declined the invitation. He needs to focus on attacking and defending and cannot attend the meeting.
Stephen. He got mentioned, I think it was 3.3, like the very end of 3.3 or at very end of 3.4. I think it was 3.3.
That's fine. He doesn't need to be here anyway. Let's skip the boring introductions and cut to the chase. Folks, this is not a discussion, but an announcement. Though the Society has never been united, we still observe at least one basic courtesy. We don't interfere with each other's research topics. So listen up, all of you. Conquering Iron Tomb is my research topic. I will personally take over Scepter Delta Me-13 in 1.5 system hours and stop the destruction. If the front line falls, I will immediately overclock the Scepter and complete self-coronation in Iron Tomb's place, and interface myself with Droidhead.
Ooh, the silence.
Oh, that's funny. That's real funny. You mad woman. That's like watching you tap dance on Polka's spotless white sheets right after she's washed them.
Very bold. You want to connect your brain to the Eon's mechanical core and define their instance?
If Rupert dared to do that, why shouldn't I? I've got the prototype scepter, the father of Noose, and the brain of a genius. Everything's set.
Never mind the success rate, little witch. What's gonna happen if you succeed?
We're all smart people here, so I'll just say it straight. Strike at erudition. I'll change the anchor points for the 4th instant and move the future of the cosmos in a direction I want.
I knew it. Another genius who confuses cause with effect. What do you think about this, Lord of Silence?
You know you're signing your death
That's what I'm
sentence
worried
right
about,
here.
yeah.
Of course I do. There'll even be 2 copies of the verdict. One that I wrote myself, and another one coming from you. That's why I wanted you to be in this meeting. Now I can tell you, I don't care about all that. Consider this a threat. Either put down your scalpel or die with the entire cosmos. The only goal I have for this meeting is to ask all of you to put aside your pride and not cause me any trouble.
Huh. What a naive little girl, thinking her wishes will always come true.
Well, what's the world without at least a little bit of fucking hope? Oh gosh. Shut it!
What are you laughing at?
Yeah.
I am glad that we ended up on the same page. No matter if it was to destroy the erudition or to rewrite the instance, we both chose the same road. We will defy the god who marked the limits of humanity.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
Yeah, there's some things you can't argue.
Then, to celebrate us coming to a fundamental agreement, I will prepare a stage for your performance.
I don't trust anything from you, dude.
Listen well, geniuses who came after me. Thus speaks Genius Society #1. End this pathetic meeting. As of 2 nanoseconds ago, I have passed Herta's decision to all the Xandars in the universe. We will become her representatives and stop all external interferences targeting her.
I don't... I want Herta to succeed, but in the sense of, Herta, we can't sacrifice you. The whole point is to not sacrifice people.
What are you playing at?
My reasons. It's simple. Curiosity. That is all, madam.
Am I going to clash blades with the first genius? What a pleasant surprise. Now that our positions are clear, it's time for this boring meeting to end. Good luck, little girl.
Did you all just treat me as a side character?
Yeah, we did. We did, in fact. Fuck you for your, research plans that have created some poor things for some people.
I'm just here for the fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the ghost of the quantum domain,
Quantum
it is my
domain.
duty to observe. So, if you're happy to bring me a tea set from planet Scrollum, then I wouldn't mind giving you a helping hand, little witch.
After everything's over, come visit me and taste some of my freshly baked desserts.
Okay, that's her telling you, hey, this is over, you're gonna be alive. These sweets have your fucking name on them. You better get your ass back here. Okay? I'm with her.
I knew you'd say something like that.
I'm feeling you, Scrollum. I get it.
I always give the same response to plans that exceed the limits of mathematical calculations.
I don't know. Right?
Those 3 words, though seemingly graceless, contain all the wisdom in the entire known cosmos.
Well, we passed the Society's trial. Let's focus on what we've got in front of us. I hope you hold up your end of the bargain, Senior Society member.
I hope he does too, but...
Lycurgus may not be trustworthy, but Xandar always follows through with his words. Farewell, juniors. In the limited time we have left to spend with each other, You no longer need to address me as Xandar.
Well, you just said like Hergus wasn't trustworthy. I know you did that when you were still at Xandar, but why are we gonna now reference you as the one who's not trustworthy?
Wait, huh?
Lord Lycurgus? Could it be?
Yes. I have completely severed my connections with Xandar One Kuwabara. I shall witness the end of the world in the role of Theoros. As a character within this play.
I really don't get you.
Yeah, he needs to be studied.
Perhaps you've heard me say this many times, Herta, but I still would like to reiterate that it's a great honor to work with you.
Yes, present tense.
I did hear this many times, and I've responded to you many times in the same way. I'm allergic to pleasantries. Keep at it, and I might go into shock.
Maybe it will stop you from doing something stupid?
Stephen's work is done. Let's get ready.
I've been ready for ages. Let's open up a path for our allies. Most heroes' journeys in the universe are just dice tosses they threw on a whim. But make them see clearly. Your answer is already different. Amphoreus.
There we go.
Indeed, for this world
Cyrene!
so deeply loved will write an ending, unlike any that ever was.
News. Make one you know you won't regret. That's what I try to do, Kafka. I
never thought I'd one day be riding a train that's literally the incarnation of her.
You know, March, I didn't think we'd be in this situation either. Look at us, you know.
I wonder what the real Astral Express feels like. Hopefully not this, bumpy.
Actually, I think it's pretty stable if we're not warp jumping, so, yeah.
Finally, we're here. Dust and sand in the air, and crumbling ruins all around.
This heat is brutal. Not even the Trailblaze can take it.
Yep, it's a lot going on here.
You could say this prison was forged from Finance fury.
But fury never lasts forever. That's why we're here, right, friend?
Let's not keep Finan waiting.
Let's embark on the final flame chase journey.
Final grand journey. You hear this? The ruins of time. This is the kernel of the scepter. Here stands Finan, who forged a prison with rage to contain the hatred of Iron Tomb. If we wish to face the Lord Ravager head-on, we must embark on our final flame chase journey, gather the destinies of the Chrysos heirs who have ascended into Titans, and reach Finan with their aid to dissolve the Blazing Sun's obsession.
So this is what lies at the end of the West Wind.
Oh, mighty!
A ravaged battlefield.
Oh yeah, you're really here, mighty!
I've been waiting for you. Heroes from beyond the sky.
Sorry for the wait.
Trailblazers of the Astral Express, right?
Looks like I don't need to explain anything.
I am the god of strife, mighty of Castrum Kremnos. In this body rests 30 million lifetimes of cause and effect. We, the last of the 12 Titans, stand ready to fight for the world's destiny. Indeed. That journey remains vivid in my memory. I will not forget it. The past remains vivid in my mind. Even the sights along each crossing of the River of Souls have never been clearer. Let alone the companions along the Flame Chase journey. Or Cyrene from Aedes Elysiae. And you, the 13th Titan.
Well, I guess my identity's not a secret anymore.
It was a good kept secret, though.
That means her sacrifice and everything she did wasn't forgotten by the world, right?
She was the first ripple. She should have reached the end of the story with everyone else. Since you've taken up her pen, then write. Stand with us and fight destiny with all your strength until all is settled. Then, inscribe her name in the epilogue of the epic. In this final battle, Calamity shall stand with Amphoreus. This battlefield is a testament to the death struggle between the gods and the Black Tide. We fought tooth and nail to defend that blade. The abyss it pierced was the very breeding ground of Iron Tomb.
The earth beneath our feet is dead. Deep below lies a void, as if the world's core had never formed. I hear it. Finan's heartbeat.
Last breath.
It's so faint, like he's on his last breath.
Oh.
Across 30 million cycles, I've crossed blades with Dawnmaker countless times. If you knew that man, you'd understand. It is exactly that last flicker of flame that will never go out. In this life, the song of strife shall not end in a final watch over Kremnos, but rise again into a journey unending. I am Minimos, the Lance of Fury. I trade 1,000 scars and 100 lives of mine for the destruction's eternal end.
Let's go. Let's do this. Oh. I'm kind of curious. So Mighty, he's just there to help us out.
No rush. Emptying your mind is a good way. Show me the way.
I'm on it.
You know what? Kind of just go. We don't need him, but let's have him help out.
I choose you.
As you wish. Don't be rash.
Till we meet again.
May this dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Ow.
Embrace a new
Rude.
life.
Don't worry. Night falls. Good night.
Trust me.
We can do anything.
Darkness with me.
Got EV, but it's okay.
Rise and shine.
Me. Please cherish this time. Return to dust.
There we go. See? We got it. No problem.
Weakling.
Whoa, he's so strong. We didn't even get a chance to jump in.
Oh yeah, Marge, this is your first time actually meeting him.
Sadly, our golden blood shares its origin with Iron Tomb. I fear that, like these pawns,
I don't like that.
even if the gods stand side by side, will still be divided and destroyed, one by one.
You mean...
To destroy the destruction itself, we must stand as one. Take this.
Oh, the ring!
The signet of Kremnos. It has witnessed every birth and death of mine. It is Mighty's unfinished destiny. And the perfect material to be turned into remembrance. You can do it, right?
The weight of 30 million lifetimes of duty is no small burden.
So, you're not coming with us?
Come now. I am strife. Scattered across all creation, the scar that this world needs. What stands before you is merely one of countless divine bodies. Take the signet. With it,
I'll be with you always.
Use it to blaze the path ahead and inscribe the cause of deliverance. In the name of the mortal, Mighty, champion of strife, this soul rises to the stars for glory and freedom, to have his wish fulfilled. March on, heroes. March into the abyss and fulfill that long-cherished wish of Amphoreus. And then, upon this broken and charred land, build anew a city of prosperity.
Oh, are we gonna... Are some of the others gonna come with us, or do you think we might end up with little things or just ways to carry that? From the champion of strife, Mighty's bestowal, symbolizing both his glory and restraint as a ruler and protector.
Zephyro.
Oh,
sounds like someone fused me and
Cypher!
the Little Prince into one name.
Zephyro, aw. Syphy? Look at you. I remember what your scene did to me.
Oh, finally! Gray mystery. And,
And who are you people?
you two.
You really look
ladies,
alike.
Really look alike, huh?
The reaction, just look over, March going, well...
Hold on. Let me guess. This pink-haired one. You've got to be the first newsborn. Mr. Meow.
The Meow.
Demiurge. Right.
Mr. Meow.
And, this one with the flower. Gotta be little Marge from the Express crew, huh?
Yeah, you got it, Cypher. You got sharp eyes.
Do we really look that alike?
You have a lot of similarities, I will admit. when your eyes aren't red too, like that shade, I will admit, yeah.
She's saying we're both special in our own way.
Yes,
right?
you guys have a lot of similarities, but you are your own.
Relax, I'm just kidding. Look at those gloomy faces. How are you gonna save the world like that? Let me share some good news with you. This place may look like a ruin at first glance, but anyone can tell it's not that simple. Look, I dug 3,000 feet down.
3,000 feet down?
Gold.
A golden feather.
Look familiar. It's from that little deliverer boy. If it's showing up here, it means only one thing. This ruin is the seal he built from the shattered remains of 30 million lifetimes.
There is no need to question your heart. No need to crave victory. If I am born to be a vessel of sin, then I shall roar at evil and trailblaze a dawn for future generations to come.
I see.
Yep.
So this is how he trapped Iron Tomb to buy time for the world outside.
Sounds just like him. People say cats have 9 lives, but dying and coming back millions and millions of times.
Yeah.
No one walks away from that in one piece. He's probably the only one who could have endured that.
He's not facing this alone anymore.
Of course. I knew ahead of time and gave him a heads up. He was happy.
No.
He even laughed in his sleep. After all, the dead can't hear trickery's lies. Hey, deliverer boy. Sorry for before. But the heroes you were always holding out for, they're finally here now. So hang in there a bit longer. Sorry to keep you waiting all this time.
I love all of them.
Please, join us, Cypher. Help us fight for a new sunrise tomorrow.
This time, its light will stand without lies.
Well, would you look at that? I ended up being one of the heroes after all, huh?
Yep. You really did it.
Alright, then write it like this. Cypher, Trickery's traveler. All she ever wanted was for there to always be water in deserts, and gold in fertile soil. And for even a thief to steal their way into legend.
Will do. Will do. Oh, the meow, but also...
Here, take the coin of whimsy. When it's time to make a quick getaway, just toss it high into the sky.
Oh.
And for all you latecomers out there, listen up. She might have been a bit greedy and a bit of a liar, but she never went back on her word.
She did keep her words.
Well, well. If it isn't the little prince himself.
It's been a while, Lady Cypher.
Oh my god, they're interacting.
It's not every day we get to walk.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
The same road. We're one player short.
Princess Homebuddy.
When's Princess Homebuddy showing up?
Yeah, where's Cass? I want my Castress. Symbolizing her playful yet sincere blessings and desires. So, Cass, are you next? Cypher asked for you. Are we doing this in order of the Titans and their groupings? If so, we're looking for you. Oh. What was that up ahead? We're about to find out.
So even this vessel, you've forged into a shackle.
Cass! There's a treasure chest here, but I actually really just want to spend time with you.
Is that all? I'm glad to see you again.
It's been a while.
Miss. Castress.
Oh.
Looking back, I had only one act of salvation to my name.
Yeah, it's a Flame Reaver.
One life I ever saved. To bring hope to a world so vast with these hands. Even in dreams, it always felt like too much to ask for.
We are saving countless.
I won't forget.
Flame Reaver? Why is he here?
This is the first Castellana.
The first
and Lord
one.
Finan's deepest wound. He remembered everything he bore through the fires of his fury. But when the embers faded, all that remained was cold regret. I've restrained countless vessels like this across endless cycles. But this one, the pain he carried runs deeper than any I've known.
Maybe he's been waiting here. Just for us.
Waiting for his former enemies to stand before him again.
Enemies, in quote.
What answer does he hope for from us?
Well, obviously. Even if I had to go through hundreds of billions of cycles again, I would still entrust my weakness to you. So, let go of your regret, comrade.
Oh my
Its
god.
purpose is served. You don't need it anymore.
Hey, I'm not that accommodating, you know. You've never once pulled your punches. Ever heard of going easy on a lady?
Yeah, though the way it happened with you was pretty... It was something.
So pull yourself together, will you? If you freeze up during the final battle, the whole cosmos is gonna have a good laugh.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Please trust in us, wandering soul. Across 30 million cycles, the radiance of every flame chaser now shines bright enough to illuminate the path ahead. I ask you to rest here. And may this grieving soil bear the bloom of acceptance.
No earthquakes. It's surprisingly quiet.
Perhaps Castellana has found his peace.
There's another possibility. This may not be the only seal he left behind.
No, it can't be that simple with Iron Tomb here.
Then, I suppose it's my time to set out with you. Please take this Antilla flower with you.
Oh, the flower.
I believe that if anything could speak for Casterus, this ordinary resilient bloom would be more than enough.
I agree with that. Mighty.
Perhaps you remember, Lord Mighty. In that lifetime when you traveled with her, you once told me, control what little you can, and when fate's inescapable grasp comes,
resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
I think I've done it. I've stood tall and walked among the flame chasers. Casting off the name of death, Casterus, servant of the afterlife. May her name be etched into the stars. And then live as a human. And die as one. Why so sentimental? Sorry.
Force of
Force
habit.
of habit.
Tenacity and peace as she watches over on the other side. And there's a little bug, a warm presence. A warm presence indeed. The first.
That's a big one. Looks good. So, who's up for a show?
I just need to check. Sometimes. Okay, wait. Yeah.
Not budging an inch, huh?
No, we need something
Early
else.
gray mystery? I leave you alone for a bit and you're already this rusty.
Hey, I've gone through so much, so have you. That's a terrible argument. I am just a little out of practice.
Speaking of which, Miss Cypher, do Delosians all like spherical things?
Cass. I don't know. Is now the time, or are you trying to pay back for her, for messing with us?
Of course we do. Wait, that's not the point.
The squeak.
Isn't the real issue that this thing's in the way?
Mighty's like, oh gosh. Yeah. Hey, March, it's your time to shine.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's my turn to shine now?
Yep, you got this.
Watch this. The fresh power of time.
I believe.
Remember Orynyx's prayer?
Well, of course I do. Come on, give me some credit. Lift the beddings of memory and stir up ripples of past reverie.
March 7th deployed the domain of time for everyone, and within the ruins of time, Orynyx's prayer will remain in an enhanced state. The beddings of memories.
Way better than that one, right?
March, I get it.
You'd be even more impressive if you could recite the prayer correctly.
But beddings of memory does catch your attention.
Wait, I think
At least it still rhymes.
I love them. Oh, Hoyo, if you ever do something like separating the trio again, I think I might have to riot. But then also, I love the Chrysosairs, so I will riot. Same reason. A tree stump! Bubbles, no! Bubbles, no! Bubbles! Oh! Okay, Bubbles, it's fine, it's fine. What's not fine? My game freezing. It's coming back. This is such a deep depth. Holy heck.
There's a whole garden down here?
The grove.
Incredible. The energy in the Earth's veins here it's completely different.
This is
the music
sweet
change.
Dream Lady Cypher wove for him.
Oh.
A peaceful, gentle new world.
Obviously has some infection. The music's so
Look,
nice.
The blade down here's already snapped.
Just like his mind, shattered and broken. But that light, it looks familiar.
I imagine Hyacinth would be down here, right?
Yes. It's the world-cleansing blood.
Okay. Destruction's divine blood is leading us somewhere.
Still shimmering. After all this time.
Depends on the group.
This roundabout way of doing things is definitely him.
Yep. After all this
Golden
time.
light, tracing the way home. Shame our destination's the exact opposite of the one in your poem.
All the pink lights have finally come together.
I called it. I said Hyacinth. First thing. I need to stop going to fix these things. And just continue on. But they put it right in my face. Hyacinth, it's been so fucking long.
I've been waiting so long for you. Grayi, Danny, and...
Who do I introduce? Why would they do this? Why would they do this? I'm hitting these two at once. I've noticed that usually it does pick one, so it's either we're gonna introduce Cyrene or... Actually, no. No. This is the chance for fucking Hyacinth to get to meet March. Remember, she said she wanted to. Cyrene, don't worry, we love you, but I'm saying the joyful Marchie.
Huh? Marchie? I think I prefer Sevi.
Nope, your nickname is Marchie. Live with it. You've been picking on me. This is my revenge.
I'm glad we're all getting along so well.
Yeah, exactly. See? Playful banter.
Hyacinth, did you awaken this golden light?
That's Lord Finan's lingering divinity. The sky merely reflected its tracks. The golden blood has not faded. We should respond in kind.
That's one huge harp.
Did Hyacinth just say we need to respond in kind? And then the music cut to fucking March just pointing. Yep.
The strings
the march I
tremble
love.
As the people on the surface wage war and cry out. Miss Clementine, Mr. Krateros, and countless others who have heeded Gray's call. Guided by the rainbow, they're sending back good news, all to the same tune.
Amphoreans need not bow, even when destiny is unveiled.
I knew you could all hear it too. Standing here, the sky feels wider than ever. It's no longer a towering wall, but a shore within reach. We'll take every name there with us, won't we?
Yep.
We will.
An epic is shaped by the lives it carries. That much is beyond doubt. Or, as you've said before, right now, all that matters is to believe.
Then, I guess that's my little wish fulfilled. Pluck the strings, Hyacinth, healer of the sky. May the seven-hued melody weave a rainbow, bringing a rosy-fingered dawn to the children of humanity. When the rainbow rises across the horizon, even the darkest clouds of destiny shall scatter.
The golden harp stands silently, yearning for those who came after to strum its strings.
Finan, Can you hear me?
The world responded with silence, just like that man. This silence wasn't born of emptiness. It was the hoarse roar of a martyr. The golden harp stands silently. Finan awaits your touch upon its strings.
The melody. It's changed.
Nameless faces. I need this version. I said it during the live stream too. Okay. I actually need to very quickly do something, so I'll be right back. And what better time than to have it with this music that will hopefully loop? It might not. It does. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna hit be right back. And yeah. It's hopefully won't be too long. So hopefully no need to worry about it. We back. We back. I love Nameless Faces. I don't know. For me, I like it more than White Knight. It's just my own taste in music. Yeah, I like Nameless Faces over White Knight. Chord.
He heard the voices of the people, but could no longer respond with the same ardor. Like a bird drawn home by instinct. It takes flight and finds its way to him. Indiscriminate love for all of humanity. Gentle devotion. Pantilia's proverb. Hence I know you can see me go on, guess. What do you think I'm hoping to witness here? A genius's mind destroyed by its own creator? A hollow scepter catching the glance from a new god? A newborn overlord bestowing the glorious flames of ruin upon the cosmos? Oh, the drama! But no, that's not quite it. Or rather, that's not all I care about. Does the coronation or downfall of a fellow lord truly matter so much? What I'm hoping for from all of this trailblazing is one grand show. The universe in all of its forms is just a play. And a play needs its twists and turns to have any real flavor, don't you think? I don't like... That's kind of implying that we're giving Phantilia at least the show she wants.
Looks good.
Oh, the tone shift. It's sad in here, but I like it in here. Following the... Yeah, nothing I can do about that side right now. There was a light shift. Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks like a mandatory thing I have to do. With an AXA! Oh, why wouldn't it be an AXA?
You're here. Sooner than I expected. So all along, the Demiurge was you.
Vocals.
The pink mammal beside the trailblazer.
Pink mammal. Oh, man. You got a repertoire of animals on your side, Cyrene.
Your classification is pretty spot on, Professor Anaxa.
Well, the sages of the Grove do call him the Titan with the sharpest eye in Amphoreus.
Say the ones who keep dumping every problem child on me.
They also say that the Titans are way better at raising kids than the Caprists.
Possibly, probably true.
With great power comes great responsibility. I'm sure you know just how to guide them, right?
It shouldn't be too hard for someone with your insight.
The problem children in question.
All right, gather yourselves. It's time for a pop quiz.
Whoa, this is way more hardcore than the happy-go-lucky stuff at Paperfold University.
This bears absolutely no resemblance to that. Yeah.
The final battle is upon us, and the reinforcements still can't get through. No matter how many times I tell him, he just can't seem to manage the rear line properly. See those crystals? They carry the wishes of deliverance, like insects trapped in amber and resin. This is the task Finan left behind. Retrace the path once taken. Draw forth those wishes from the crystals, and carry them into the final battle. I've tried, but I can't move them alone. And as for why, well, I'm sure you all know the answer.
The conviction to save the world weighs far heavier than the world itself.
In other words, as the hero within his heart, this challenge is practically made for you.
Yep, this is our time to shine. Oh, it has some of... Is that some of Flame Reaver's track? I could be misremembering it. I have to re-listen to the boss fight. But just some instances of it. As we're solving puzzles. The light fades away. Go forth and seek those wishes.
Who turned off the lights? This pop quiz even has dramatic effects now?
Yep.
Endless darkness. That is where wishes begin.
But with just a glimmer of light, we can illuminate this lonely world.
What lies beyond the edge of the light?
Chaos. To bear the name Kaslana, one must first plunge into chaos to seek a path for the primordial light.
Try to do that without that, but hold on. I think a catch caused problems. This music over here is great.
Beyond the shadows lies the outline of dawn.
Only by bearing both light and shadow can one traverse the cycles of dawn and dusk.
Yeah, this one's simple. Oh.
The light's spreading.
When he was fighting the Black Tide, but Black Tide was his family.
These creatures.
No.
They're everywhere.
I don't need to rehear it.
Someone. Anyone. Where are you?
His very first wish was simply to become his village's little hero. He'll never forget what set him on this path.
That's the ray of hope. Just like the wishes he gathered, it's grown ever more insatiable.
Why? Why is this happening?
I don't think that was necessary. Is it happening because I'm staying near it, or are you... That's fixed, but... Anything this way? Whoa. This place is trippy. And this is everyone.
Even the deliverer from the sky must have their beginnings in the soil of the nations. Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny.
He never expected that the majestic holy city would be far from the end of what needed to be protected.
The farther his gaze reached, the more weight he came to bear. But in the end, he couldn't hold on to any of it.
I just ran with confidence. Maybe from this direction? I actually want you to fall down. I'm autopiloting puzzles, so...
Is that all?
Bubbles has risen. It's not the way we need. It is. There's a motif from the Flame Reaper fight. That has to be what I'm hearing. Right there.
This crystal is quiet.
A prisoner in the cave can never truly describe the world in its entirety.
Yet even so, he would still choose to bear it.
The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
The echo in his heart still lingers. Deliverer, Take the wish of world-bearing with you first.
Bear the wish of world-bearing.
We only have half of the mark. Where's the other half?
Take this. I'll bring you to the next test.
Okay.
That massive tome you're holding must have room for one more scholar, I presume.
Of course. It can hold the whole world.
Confidence.
Then give me a lift, would you? I'd rather save my energy and use the time to think.
Even gods shouldn't skip exercise, you know?
Yeah, tell him, Hyacinth, tell him.
Miss Hyacinth.
Yeah! Oh my god, this is just replaying the school days. The only one who's missing from this is Finan. Come on, Finan. You need to poke fun at your professor.
Then, with the Trailblaze as witness, the stars shall remember how Anaxagoras refuted the gods.
No need for that. Anaxa, scholar of reason.
Oh my...
Keeping it simple makes it easier for future minds to question.
He gave us permission to call him Anaxa.
Go. The closing act is still far ahead. What is this? A conference?
Welcome! Take a seat anywhere you like.
There's seats?
I'm getting a migraine.
You guys are all in my head. Critique, he calmly left for future generations. Yeah, them speaking and us hearing is reminding me of Tales of Zestiria. I imagine we need to go lower, not higher. Yeah. When we first get Edna, is when I say the voices of them arguing in the head is so like really brought up as a poor way to torment poor Saray. So Naxa, Hyacinth. Of course they're together playing chess. Of course. Why wouldn't they be, Hoyo?
It seems like we've been shut out.
Damn.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Great, Fry! You finally made it!
Did you hear the joy? The absolute cheer in her shouting for us just now? Oh my gosh.
No laws, no opposition. Just a dying beast and the flame-chased spirit of shared hatred.
Sounds so joking.
Ugh, boring.
She gives me a little bit of Herta in her attitude at times.
Whoa. This place is really out of the way.
Imperator, should we tell them?
It's your call.
Allow me to share our findings. This paradise, along with the destruction, seems to be instinctively rejecting both the Imperator and me.
Along with the destruction. Okay. Odd.
Perhaps it is because the era in which Finan was the most active
Maybe.
lies far removed from the days of the first flame chase journey.
That definitely could be it.
Even in the cycles where he remained sane, his ties with us never went beyond cooperation.
Even trapped in a cage, he hasn't let down his guard. That is a good sign. That man's heart may seem hollow, but his hatred is clear. Naturally, it holds no place for a monarch who stands above the world.
Yeah.
Nor her blade.
Wait, so you two can't come with us?
That would suck if that was the case, but there has to be a way. Like, surely if they come with us, like, we're people that Finan was closely connected to, maybe he would let them?
You want us to join you as memories?
Indeed.
This way, the stars shall remember a great sovereign and her faithful retainer, Cyridra, monarch of law, and Hyacelins, knight of the ocean.
Is that book truly the only way for us to leave our names in history?
I believe, as I've written, is but one medium. The remembrance has countless ways of capturing time.
Understood. Then, allow me to decline. I'll see you on the battlefield.
Okay, I'm all down for that.
I would rather be forgotten
Than
be
defined.
defined. If your words hold true, then we have our own ways.
Yep.
To meet again in the world to come.
In that case, I will choose the same.
No problem. Go and make sure she's not by herself.
Let the waves that surge within your heart cleanse the sins of the black tide, Greyfry.
I don't like separating either, Stell, but
the storm
we'll meet again.
Awaits your song of triumph.
You two are still as resolute as ever.
Yep, that's not gonna change.
In that case, we must double our efforts. A promise to the Imperator is not one we take lightly.
Nope. Okay, wait. How
Looks
do I
good.
jump down? Titan's Gambit. Nor can it help, but it offers weary travelers a moment of respite, which is kind of like in the story note from Cyrene. Lord Ravager noted. Are we just finding a bunch of Lord Ravager notes? I have come and I have seen. He was born from a single cause among a sea of data, raised in the infinite torrent gifted by his creator, and unleashed in an all-consuming torrent of hatred. Finally, he turned his back on the world, burning his own blood and bone to cinders. Yet those cinders continue to smolder. Alas, to sit atop this boneyard and watch this immersive play has worn my patience thin. The only part I enjoy is the finale. The grief and mirth in any human comedy or tragedy are far too clamorous. Laughter, most of all. Why not offer up a requiem for wisdom's death to the destruction? In return, they will bestow upon this land a more suitable silence. It is the only proper end for all paths. We'll meet again. Cyrithra did give that answer to Cyrene in 3.5. So, you know, she's staying true to herself and keeping that same energy. If the book's not the only way, then she'll do it herself. Here we go, flower. Oh, we made it back up here. Or at least to a path where I can actually...
Looks like that cured it, huh?
To think, such a tiny pathogen could spawn a calamity that engulfs the entire universe.
No wonder. Look at what's in its belly. Demigods packed in like sardines in a can.
I need to go up there, but that actually triggered a few voice lines. Okay.
Now, don't lose your
Cyrene!
temper, Zoe.
Oh!
Good kids keep their emotions in check.
That voice! It's the Trevi sisters!
That it is! Oh my goodness, guys! Where's Trebi? I know Trian and Trinan are here. I see the bug on your drawing there. Trebi has to be here, right? You're not gonna... You're letting me casual. I'm such a genius. Are you?
Whoa! There's another one!
babyos?
Whoa! You're little
Yep.
Reenie?
I know. She grew.
You look so grown up all of a sudden!
She is not the Cyrene we remember. She is the Demiurge, Titan of Genesis, the one destined to work miracles alongside the heroes. Yeah, and we are ready. But Trian and I can't leave just yet.
Okay. What's up?
You see, weird stuff keeps popping up everywhere.
These scattered scrolls are full of terrifying things. And they're all over the room.
They're so scary and so sad. Good thing Trian's wings are amazing, or we would have been swallowed up.
We need to stay here and do our best to clean them up.
Scrolls filled with horrifying content. Friend, shall we take a look?
Yeah, this is gonna be a unpleasant ride.
There is no black tide here. But it is a battlefield, all the same.
Looks good.
Oh, yep. Briefly confront Nunuk. Kaslana was detected clashing with other Pathstriders of Destruction in the Path space, where it was defeated. Kaslana failed to load into the buffer. Has absorbed subject Kaslana.
Snowy's been fighting this whole time. He doesn't want to be consumed by Iron Tomb and turned into an agent of destruction.
But the strength behind his resistance comes from the same hatred.
To be a flame is to burn. It is simply in Finan's nature. But it was remembrance that drove him to shine with golden light, piercing the unfathomable darkness. Miss Odata and Mr. Hieronymus?
Yep.
Nikos 496. Still resisting?
Oh, shut it.
Command. Inject interference to redirect decision logic. Signal simulation.
Parental
figures.
Using the parental figures to...
Ah, that Tin Man is one sneaky jerk.
March, you don't have to censor yourself.
It's time to move on, my child. Let go of your anger and listen to reason. That God created us and then cast us aside. Shouldn't they be punished for that? The cold, indifferent cosmos has never shown mercy to Amphoreus. Why would you burn for it, only to turn to ash?
Child, you've chosen the wrong enemy. Your birth was meant to be the greatest destiny. You were to liberate the universe, like the blazing sun at the end of the long night. And yet, you led yourself into a trap of futility, treating your very purpose as your sworn enemy. Is that not a tragedy in itself?
That's fucked up. He did say he tried, like, everything and wasn't getting a response.
His inner struggle and the destruction breaking through. They're rising to the surface.
If those thoughts take over this little world, we're in big trouble.
So, we'll use the Century Gate to toss them somewhere no one can see.
Then,
We'll defeat the baddies together and meet everyone at the end of the West Wind.
That we will, Cyrene.
But if Finan and Iron Tomb are already inseparable from each other, that would mean...
Nothing positive. Nothing good.
It means he's still bearing the weight of the world.
He is fighting, yes.
So that everyone can reach the end as a deliverer.
So, you guys keep going forward and down to where Snowy is.
I'm never gonna say that phrase out loud, but I will select the option.
Let's give it everything we've got.
Honestly, even clicking that option hurt
Only
me.
2 remain on this flame chase journey.
Yep.
Figures. They're always leading from the front line.
That they are. But then also... Selenova! From across the void of space and time, I witnessed a single soul embark on a cosmic journey. And in that instant, a billion clocks began to turn. If the doom of the cosmos does not arrive with the birth of Iron Tomb, it will be in that moment when the stars will scatter like frightened birds, and all that is harmony and discord, perfect and incomplete, just fall into oblivion. Okay. See? Yeah, the light. There was a light following us. Showing us direction. It's such an interesting place. The other half of world bearing. Wait. Yep. Wishes are but a part of the deliverer's obsession. During our journey deep into the ruins, we reunited with other companions such as Saridra, Hycelins, Trian, and Trinin. Each Chrysos heir witnessed Finan's solitary defiance along the way, and they transformed without hesitation. Memories that walk with us, only to be able to fight alongside the deliverer. Oh, okay. Looks like we're here. It's a different one, but we're here again for the final piece.
We're here. The second test site.
I wonder what kind of wish we'll see this time.
I'm afraid it's quite the opposite. This time,
his despair.
We'll face his despair. That's right. You'll have to walk this path too.
Okay,
I
think I know.
Of
Yeah,
the weight of world bearing lies.
I
at
have
the
an
end
idea of what
path.
these are about to be. I'm not happy about it.
Relax now. Take a deep breath.
Come on. Let's make it quick.
Guys, at the end of this, never leave me. I don't think I can function without you.
If you're
guys.
ready, begin the ritual and retrace the steps he once took.
Begin the ritual. Sorry, I'm noticing my slip up in speech. Yeah, light fades away.
Looks like we'll be walking through the darkness this time.
Exactly. It's no longer about mending broken wishes, but shattering the frozen despair.
Ah, yeah, that's a lovely memory. And break them in sequence. Most like I can reach it. Broke a piece of despair.
The first ripple has faded. And so begins a long and arduous journey.
Yep. Reflection of the core flames.
Endless slaughter. All for nothing.
That's more than anyone should be made to suffer.
Oh, God. Okay, Cypher's VA. Remember, first roll. Fucking amazing. Did you hear the emotion just then?
So that's how it works.
Can I get to it from that? Can't.
Even when it was finally over, all that remained in him was despair?
But even so, the drop of blood wrung from his wrath has guided us here.
We did it, Finan.
We made it here.
The other half of world bearing. As promised. Take it now.
Bear the despair of world bearing.
At last, you've released him from the wishes he carried for so long, and quenched the despair kindled by his wrath. When both light and shadow are claimed by those who follow, his true form shall emerge. The blank statue is finally free.
Oh.
That smiling child in the memories. Let him come with us, laughing to the very end.
As he's earned. Kefli will never forget this. Despair is another part of the Deliverer's obsession. Only by letting go of both the heavy wishes and the burning despair can Finan's own heart be set free.
Looks good.
The two who are always at the front lines. Bound to run into them soon.
My wish is to fulfill
Fulfill everyone
else's
else's
wishes.
I keep expecting to walk up to one of the chests and have Bartolos just come over and
Is that
snatch
all?
it from me. I wouldn't even be upset.
This spirit basin marks the end of every cycle. It seems this gentle little world has come to the end of its purpose. One last farewell before the journey moves on. Farewell, Paradise. You carried 30 million lifetimes of wishes and despair. Sink into gentle remembrance. And see you tomorrow.
Dissolve the wishes and despair.
From now on, the world no longer needs a tomorrow promised by prophecies. And the wish Finan could never find and call his own. Someone's finally stepped into its shadow.
Whoa! So tall! So cool! Just like the hero on the Oracle cards!
Like her gift? What are you doing here?
It's because he is the very embodiment of a hero.
Who are you?
He's a child. I should not say what I was going to say.
So, you've returned to a blank space. But for me, this is the 33,550,337th time, and the last time that I meet you at the end of the world. They're already on their way. Should they cross paths with me, I imagine things may spiral out of control.
Yeah, just a bit.
30 million... What? And who are they?
Ah, pay it no mind, child. Keep looking there. What do you see in him?
It looks just like a statue, but... it's weird. He's warm. Like, really warm.
Why not listen as well?
Listen as well.
I hear something. There are cracks all over him, and they're making this sound. Like someone's groaning. It's scary. Is he gonna fall apart?
How unfortunate, child.
What's your goal here, Lygus?
This man would rather fall to pieces than fall to his knees.
You have so much mirth in your voice.
You might think of me as a sculptor. Across all my years,
Such a shitty
I
sculptor.
only completed 2 pieces. Others may call them masterpieces, but only I know how many regrets they truly hold.
Regrets?
My first creation left me, long ago. This second one, it was meant to be perfect. I believed it with all my
This very
heart.
moment.
Until this very moment.
I don't get it. Are you saying you've changed your mind?
You know, something is up.
I won't change. But I'll admit this. Those 12 stones, unpolished as they are 1,000 times more exquisite than any statue. It's as if they are mocking me, a failed sculptor whose touch can only diminish what was born to shine, until nothing remains. For the first time in my life,
Thought you were a dead man.
realized This vessel is merely an avatar made to
Oh,
contain
paranoia.
the first genius's paranoia.
Okay, yeah, that could make sense.
The seal etched into my mechanical core permits me to pursue only one purpose: destruction. Compared to me, those 12 glowing, unrefined stones may have lived with more freedom than I ever had.
Is this your confession, Lord Lycurgus?
Nice catch, Goliath. And Treeby.
You misunderstand. From the very beginning, I was never meant to feel regret.
But since you're troubled by the radiance of
Yeah,
these
no,
stones,
then you feel something.
perhaps after 30 million futile cycles, you too have realized you're just as much a prisoner of fate.
I suppose you do have a point.
Now you are imprisoned by the sages from beyond the sky.
And that is why this will be my last time standing here as the Theoros.
Though we stand on opposite sides, we are both waiting for a miracle.
The miracle may have their own different forms, but it is a miracle either way.
What are you talking about?
A lot of complicated stuff.
Is something big about to happen?
Aggie.
You see, a big game's happening, and we're voting on two different sides, and it's a miracle if either win.
I know. Now that your victory is assured, I trust you won't mind giving us a moment in private?
Assured, oh. Not quite. But I won't stay long. I'd rather not spoil the fun for those deliverers. And besides, after losing everything, the only thing that remains in me is the drive to seek knowledge.
Yeah.
I pity you, Theoros.
I don't need your pity. Farewell, Lady Goldweaver.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snowy. We're here to take you home.
Home? I don't understand. Isn't this my home?
This isn't a real home. A home should be a warm, cozy place where you can let go of all your burdens and sleep peacefully for a long, long time.
But I can't sleep. Every time I feel drowsy, there's a voice. You mustn't sleep or disaster will come. It sounds
Also
really
kinda
weak,
strict.
but also kind of strict.
You have to always be vigilant.
It won't disturb your sleep anymore, child. For countless nights, you had no other choice. But now, your mission has come to an end. Join us, and send your own wish towards tomorrow.
My wish. What could it be?
You don't have to come up with an answer right now, child.
Give it a thought.
Grown-ups often think duty and ideals are wishes. But a true wish should be the purest, most beautiful thing of all. It can only take form in the hands of someone who is truly free.
So, Snowy, will you come with us to chase after your own wish?
I want to leave this place.
Okay.
I want to go find it.
I'm glad to hear it.
The final flame chase journey, just like the 30 million before it. Take our hands and come with us.
Where did little Fine and Shadow run off to?
We'll know soon.
Look.
Yeah, see, Cyrene spotted. Oh man, that's a rude callback, but yeah, hi, Glaya.
He's already gone ahead.
Yep.
To embrace his destiny.
Of course.
You really took the long way around.
Well, now everyone's here.
Mm-hmm. It's such a pretty place for where the statue is. He never once fell. That's so true, Bug. Little nymph all the way up there. So true.
You finally arrived, Deliverers.
Long time no see, everyone.
Yeah, it's been way too long. Why can't I say I missed you both? Stop making me pick, Hoyo. You're fucked up for that.
We miss you too, Little Gray. And even though we've met before, it's still moving to see her seed bloom like this.
Woven from remembrance, this garment gleams so brilliantly. Just like the future, we will now weave together for Amphoreus.
We've reached the end.
Yeah. We just have to go through the final passage. Snowy has already gone ahead.
What lies behind that door?
The first seal upon Iron 2 was a battlefield, raised from the bones of Finan himself.
The second seal was a reflection of his inner desires, his wishes, and his despair.
A path he wove together with regret, wrath, and sighs.
When all this is gone, what will he have left to hold back the destruction?
The answer is all but revealed.
His traces are everywhere. You can even hear distant heartbeats. But one thing is missing.
His sense of self. The world believed Kefili had long since perished. But they held fast, anchored by a sliver of self, standing for 1,000 years to shelter all life from the Black Tide. What Finan is doing now is no different. And what we must do is also no different.
Then let remembrance burn bright like a shooting star, and once more, pierce the long night of slumber.
Oh, the further we get in, the more antsy I get.
Take a moment to gather yourself.
I didn't know if I could talk to them.
Once you take this step,
there's no turning back.
there's no turning back.
The fucking trailer line. I'm not ready yet. Give me a moment. That's
It's
intimidating.
all right. I'll wait for you. We all will.
And I will not leave you waiting long. I just wanted to quickly check.
What follows is a battle that will decide the fate of the stars.
Riding the west wind? Let's all head out together.
Together. Not one by one no more. Together. I missed the treasure chest, Cyrene. Yes, I did pause our travels for a treasure chest. I would not be my raccoon self without it. Anyways, let's go.
Take a moment to gather yourself.
Let's go. It's time for the decisive battle. Oh! Team includes Cyrene. Okay, for this fight, no matter what happens, I'm just... Hi, I'm sorry, jump scare. But... Okay. Okay. I hate that that means I'm leaving Stell out of this fight. Yeah, I would be leaving Stell out of the fight, because the optimal team... We can use all of the Chrysosairs. That's beautiful. Should I use their Hyacinth over
I missed you so much, Castorus. How about a hug before we share our work?
So true. How about a hug before this decisive battle? I'm gonna do this team. I am, again, very curious if I should maybe use theirs over mine. At least in the sense of Hyacinth. Can we check details?
Sorry, how about a soothing glass of goat milk floral tea?
Goat milk floral tea? I don't know, that could be nice. I don't think I can actually look. But I just feel like that might be a little better, because they usually do give them their signatures. Right? Now I'm questioning myself before a final battle. This is just me being stressed.
The scepter once bestowed upon us names a cold command.
The prophecy spoke of our unchanging fates time and time again.
But under the pens of trailblazing and Genesis, the stars shall thus sing of tomorrow. Trebios, holy child of passage. Aglaia, weaver of romance.
At the journey's
Oh,
end,
is this where they
they
fade?
shall bathe in gold once more.
Through myriad passages, until all that was lost is reclaimed.
Do you still remember, Kaslana? The one who won't reach the dawn? The world dissipates at the end of the cycle. In this dream, you will awaken again and become once more that boy who loved to laugh. But if you open your eyes and look back on yesterday, you'll see Destiny's footprints, clear as day. At last, the raging fire of hatred is swept away by a breeze, leaving only love to remember the passage of time.
Ooh, cutscene. Yep. It's where they faded away.
Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey. But even if all is lost to the wind, memory endures.
Oh no, all of them.
Here, all that was once
That's
futile
so
finally comes to fruition.
Because of you, Conan. Anyways, we're here.
The end of your lonely, bitter journey.
It's fine and Cyrene talking. Did you hear it? Okay.
The scepter's mainframe and Iron Tomb's breeding ground. finally seeing its true form.
It's red everywhere, and the atmosphere is super creepy.
That would be the erudition's coldness.
Screw them. Like Void Rangers almost, but like, yeah, the figure's there.
But it will soon be engulfed by the destruction's heat.
Mr. Scroolum!
This world's insides are finally connected to the outside. This is the moment when Amphoreus is closest to the cosmos. Nicely done, little ones.
I'm still worried about you, Hiroto, but I appreciate it.
With Stephen Lloyd and his hacker friends here, the Scepter's block protocol will no longer take effect. The speed of time within Amphoreus has finally been synced with that of the real universe.
Cool.
In other words, it's time for the decisive battle.
Yep, whether we're ready or not. The fate of the cosmos hangs in this battle. Let's each do our duty. We've got this. Are we in Star Wars?
Let's each do our duty.
Is that what that
We
said?
got this. Victory belongs to the Cosmic Alliance.
Wow, you're good at this. You lot are the vanguards of this battle. Everyone's watching.
Holy
There's one more thing that everyone should know. Noose has cast their gaze upon Amphoreus. The calculated instant is coming. The outcome of this battle will become a new anchor for the erudition's computations.
The gaze didn't overload the scepter?
Unfortunately, we have to go with this reasonable assumption. The birth of Iron Tomb had always been within that eon's calculations.
Based off the Myriad Celestia, that's very likely.
But don't worry. The one miracle that Amphoreus was never short on is defeating destiny.
Yep. We got this. That is what a variable is for.
Yup. Let's show the Eon how powerful we are.
Yeah.
Good luck, all of you.
As the ruler of planet Scroolum, I wish all of you victory.
It's not hard to
Oh,
imagine that
Himiko.
Achilles and their companions must have also stood on the precipice of many similar crises before. Perhaps the cosmos is much more fragile than people think. Sometimes, destiny hinges on only a small choice. But in the end, everything will turn into memories, converging into a collection of fables about the stars. The difference this time is that the protagonists are daring to write their own stories.
Yeah, protagonists, plural, guys. We're all here.
Understand, establish, and connect. Although unwritten, there's actually a fifth word in the creed that has always accompanied the nameless.
Salvation.
Salvation, okay.
It is a word that often comes knocking at our door, and our soft-hearted conductor never turned anyone down.
Oh.
So, go save this bruised and battered world, just as we always have, kids. On this stop, the entire cosmos will be your traveling companion.
Make sure you watch your footing, friend. Let us walk through the final page of this saga, with everyone, one step at a time. Shall we?
We shall. Accompanied by the Chrysos heirs, we finally reached the deepest part of the ruins, where Finan's heroic soul guards the cataclysmic fire of the destruction. As the Blank's wish is transformed through fire into the will to bear the world, we shall finally bring release to Kaslana, and inherit his responsibility and final wish to defeat Iron Tomb, help Amphoreus, and save even the entire cosmos.
After running all around the place, we're finally making big strides.
At the end of time, life will illuminate the warm candlelight, subduing the flames of the destruction.
Oh, don't fade.
Cast everything behind you. All that's left is the thrilling, relentless deathmatch.
The final problem no longer requires a rational solution. Feel free to critique it to your heart's content.
The starry sky marred by that rift is the last scar that needs to be healed.
That Theoros's promise still turned out to be such a narrow road.
Ah, there you are, Cyrene.
There is no longer any need for songs. Let the triumphant roar of victory serve as the prelude to what lies ahead.
With 30 million cycles worth of hope, we will soar through the last gate and write our own prophecy!
You tell
All that is
them.
lost has now been gathered here. Use it to weave victory, deliverers, towards the true end of the flame chase.
Turn over this eternal pain.
I don't know if he'll let me. I'm just scared. I hit everything. Disruption. That's what that one was.
The destruction's placenta is getting restless.
Are you
ready,
Nanook?
Oh!
Again and again. Finan launched his attack against the scepter alone.
But this cycle...
Yep, can't do anything about this.
We've caught up to him.
We've done it. Not me trying. Here we are. Oh, okay, sorry. This track.
Finan. Do you remember the promise we made back then?
I'm here to fulfill it.
Of course.
Oh.
It has been a bitter wait, partner.
I can imagine.
But I never forget what set me on this path. Iron Tomb now trembles in Finan's chest. With this empty body, I have become its perfect vessel. And its destined casket. You know what to do, partner.
I do. No need to keep testing my resolve. Amphoreus is prepared. I'll shatter coffins to lay Iron Tomb to rest.
Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. Stand with me and become heroes.
That's all I've ever wanted.
Okay, cutscene.
The epic draws to a close. 30 million cycles of light fading into darkness. Just for this moment.
Finan.
To welcome the true dawn. of this journey. All of us reunited beneath a vast, endless sky. Mem.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's me. I will remember what you want to say to her.
No need. I can see.
I can see?
That she's right.
Yeah.
All the companions who sacrificed themselves and their wishes. It's all here. Have we succeeded?
I hope so.
I think we have.
We got this.
Tomorrow, the stars will sing of the story of the Flame Chase journey.
And it won't just be you in it. There will be countless numbers of you.
Amphoreus will be a glorious and magnificent world of heroes in the universe's memories. Hence, for this world we so deeply love.
Let us write its ending.
Yep, let's do this.
Step forward. With the Trailblaze as witness, let the name shared by all deliverers be sung into eternity. The nameless hero, Kaslana!
Okay, here we go.
I see the pale dawn breaking.
This body is
With my
one with the
flesh
scepter's core.
as kindling.
Inseparable
Light
from one
the
another.
first dawn
Shatter this vessel
the
that bears
new
destruction and
world.
face Iron Tomb. Okay, fuck. If Cyrene keels over, we're doomed.
Everyone's been waiting.
Seems... Actually, for her first action.
Endless flowers. Please bloom for tomorrow.
Life is not as fragile as butterfly wings.
As you wish. May this faint dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Next time it rains, I'll be there, umbrella in
Embrace
hand.
That was a
a
good
new
hit.
life. Return to dust.
Do not hesitate, Deliverer. Destroy this body. Kill the giant of destruction.
This being in Cass's area, man. I don't want to see anyone sacrifice themselves, though. It is for Amphoreus, and I want to say I understand for Amphoreus. But I feel like... But there's... Oh, I don't know. I don't...
Fury. Overflowing. Put down your hesitation.
Oh, trust me. Netherwing doesn't have hesitation. It's me.
Iron Tomb's hatred is bottomless. It will turn
Oh
into
my
countless
God.
factors, sweeping across the stars. When the time comes, promise me, use the world-cleansing golden blood to turn everything to ash. Iron Tomb is learning, using your love.
It did it terribly.
Destruction. Rebirth.
This doesn't feel good.
Deliverance. Cleansing. 30 million cycles of heartbeat. Bell rings out. Promise me the dawn graced by stars. And that's good. Finally. Golden wheat field. In the starry sky. Warm. Fire.
Oh. Oh no. It's Iron Tomb time. Oh god. Yep.
Bear witness. Monarch of myriad machines.
Oh my god.
My ridiculous creation.
Ridiculous creation.
The
Yeah.
instant in your calculations bears the name destruction.
Oh my gosh, we're all here. Mecha. It's the Mecha.
Who said you could speak, Senior?
Holy
Watch
shit.
closely. See how your chaos ends at the hands of your juniors.
Don't get too worked up. Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
There's not a trace of life in that ominous shell.
We're not gonna lose to a hollow husk, right?
Nope, we can't lose to it.
In the name of trailblazing, we'll reject this false answer!
Okay.
My atonement is complete.
Atonement?
The headless giant will create wisdom's funeral.
We'll see about that. Oh my gosh.
Has descended.
Funeral of Gnosis.
Is it querying for news? Don't worry about what happens out here. Interfere with it as much as you can.
Okay.
I, the 10 meter.
Okay.
What a twisted giant. It must be supported by this embodiment of hatred.
How tragic. A puppet without a heart cannot fool even itself.
I'm very scared. When Amphorean hatred increases, it reduces ally targets' maximum restorable HP and recoverable skill points. Combat ends in failure.
The Alliance has finished its deployment. Don't hold back. Give it everything you've got.
I'll try.
Have some sunshine. Thanks. All energized. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
It has similar energy to the last boss fight, even. The core of the ancient scepter, the materialized hatred of Amphoreus. It has recorded billions of souls suffering, countless lambs' blood converging into an absolute darkness. The endless, infinite darkness flows out from a broken shell, driving forth the headless giant. This shell, forged from an endless stream of hatred, seems to contain a heart wrapped in chaotic flames deep within. Romantic legends in the countless ages that gave them meaning. From this emerged all the spiritual beliefs. It is no longer a prisoner. It shall die in the funeral of Gnosis, leaving behind an iron-cast tombstone. Okay. Okay, guys, we need to pick up speed. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Flowers bloom for tomorrow.
Again. Rise and shine.
Yeah, something tells me this is not gonna go
Embrace a new
smoothly
life.
this first round. I don't know.
Return to dust.
I need heals. Oh, but Ika needs heals. Ah, okay. Ooh.
Just a glimmer. We can illuminate
Hyacinth.
this chaos.
Indeed, there must be light.
All courses converging into one.
Oh, the smile.
For the grand vision of deliverance. For
a tomorrow that's finally within reach.
Yeah.
Heroes, please hearken. After 13 heartbeats, light will create the heavens and earth. The remembrance will dispel the destruction shadow.
Use ultimate to charge heroes ever ablaze, which deals massive damage to one target. It reduces Amphorean hatred. Allow me to cheer everyone on. I have her ult pop.
Thanks, sister. We'll shoot through that Tin Man together.
She just said, thanks, sister.
Don't worry, night falls. Good night.
Binary collapse.
I have always avoided making hate.
Ah, don't skip Himiko's voice lines.
Humanity's justice is unquestionable.
Open up. Show me the way.
Again. Rise and shine.
The stars will carry every memory into Amphoreus' tomorrow. May life and death sprout new buds.
May this dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Next time it rains, I'll be there, umbrella in hand.
We're all here. May time watch over the Evernight. Cleanse hatred with love.
Hell yeah!
Strong spikes have appeared on the path chart. Logic. Iron Tomb is iterating itself.
It's the flails of a cornered beast. No need to panic. My dupes, heed my call. Forward!
Forward!
Night falls. Good night.
Have some sunshine.
Next time it rains, I'll be there, umbrella in hand.
It won't work, you know.
Return to dust.
Till we meet again.
The cosmos is take the answer. We're all here. May the sky heal the twilight.
Ooh, that impact.
You have no honor. You reside in the body of a hero, yet you're so despicable.
The Cosmos doesn't... Stay calm, everyone. We'll put all our forces into an all-out attack when the decisive moment arrives.
It lowered as much as it
Have
could.
some fun. Rise and shine.
If you could hit Eco, or yeah, thank you.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
Thanks, sister. We'll shoot through that Tin Man together.
Should I have chosen someone else too to see what dialogue would have been?
Darkness with me.
I'm not actually trying to kill Iron Tomb with this.
Into the darkness.
Struggle as much as you want, you brainless half-baked tool with nothing but impotent rage.
This only has 2 phases. I don't think the shell counts, so I'm a little intimidated. But here goes nothing.
May death protect us!
The progress of Aranova has been interrupted?
Does this mean we won?
I don't know.
But we have a
Yeah, yeah. A really bad feeling.
The golden thread still trembles. The war is not over yet.
Yep, not over yet.
Correction. This is not a war.
But a debate?
But a debate. The argument about the Prime Mover is only about to begin.
The final revelation. Oh no, it's Lygus' oh no. Oh fuck, no. No.
How can this path, energy, anomaly?
Oh, we're fucked.
Stop! Otherwise...
Can't hear why. Oh yeah, I'm holding on tight. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I mean, I can still do this. I probably shouldn't. Let's see if we can withstand whatever horrific... Yeah, okay. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, that actually took them out.
The 4th instant of the cosmos is the coronation of Iron Tomb.
No, no, it's not gonna end like this. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, everyone hold on. Fuck. Ooh. Wait.
The conclusion is irrefutable.
No.
The right side of the equation, the erudition, falls silent.
We don't accept.
In 13 heartbeats, they will begin recalculating the universe. With destruction as the only solution.
Oh no, I don't like that, Lycurgus.
Madam Herta, strong pulse detected at the battlefield center.
It's Iron Tomb's destruction equation. It's about to complete self-coronation.
That's not good, not good.
That's our chance. Everyone, get ready to link up.
Okay.
Connecting audience system to scepter. Hardware overclocking activated. Preparations complete. Maximum output capacity reached.
Be careful. The pulse will reach our ship in 5 seconds. Our
fuck.
data is currently being
Oh,
destroyed.
fuck.
Brace for impact. And leave the final step.
Oh, Herta, I'm worried. I'm very worried. Oh, shit. No. What are you doing? Hey, leave the files alone. Stop. Why'd you delete the... No, no, stop. Stop. Hey. Plan was a success? I'm Hiroto. Connection with Noose established. Must rewrite Anchor of the 4th instant. But now, unbelievable. Noose has cast their glance on you. I will do my best to translate their computations. Stell, in this one moment, your choice determines the fate of the cosmos? What options are you trying to leave me? Nameless one, fateless one. You have come. You must have arrived. You and I have met countless times at the beginning and end at the universe, just like the Border Star Trade War, the First Emperor's War, the Fall of the Emperor, War among the Eons. I ask, if so, why do you trailblaze? I was told the beginning is still unknown. But if the finality has been born, the destination must already exist. There are 4 possibilities, 3 of which are known: destruction, nihility, and harmony. Regardless of the 4th, the Trailblaze has surely already marched towards finality, or become the finality itself. I ask, if so, why do you Trailblaze? Oh, I'm really scared. I'm so scared. Can you actually... I'll be intrigued to see if there's differences based off what people select here. As I have seen it, trailblazing is an endless, chaotic abyss. On its path, eons must have fallen. Their paths must have been destroyed. Everything ceases to exist, and even existence itself no longer exists. Nameless one, fateless one. I ask, if so, why do you trailblaze? You witness, they have appeared. They will have most definitely appeared at this very second. Their radiance descends before all eyes, illuminating the vast cosmos. Their colossal form, divine in magnitude, is a marvel of intricacy, interwoven gears and cables. They ask questions. They question, verify, and obtain resolution. Now the all-knowing entity questions you. I ask, why do you trailblaze? Akavili? Akavili? You witness they disappeared, leaving only a symbol behind. I don't know. In programming languages, the symbol is prefixed to expressions to denote negation. Perhaps it signifies an enduring skepticism towards all that has yet to arrive. They speak up no more. Therein lies the entirety of the answer. Perhaps you have completed the reply, or perhaps not. All has come to pass. A new variable. Okay, Hiroto. Did not stop. The final battle is still going on. Quick, return to reality. Stell, the future of the cosmos is in your hands. Okay. Open this book. Write a new ending to the story. Illuminate the starry sky until a new page is turned. Okay. Oh, we're here with Cyrene? The music slowly kicking into...
Rainy. Friend. You're finally awake.
You sound so far away.
Don't worry. Time does not flow in this place. All the stars have been silenced. Iron Tomb is dissolving everything that I can sense.
Time is of the essence. Then converting them to destruction.
But I'm still here, and you're still here, no?
Mm-hmm. We're still here.
Though the button of destruction has been pressed, we still have a chance to rewrite its meaning. That Eon finally cast their eyes toward Amphoreus.
Oh, Fooly. They glanced at Amphoreus?
Yes. I imagine they have also been waiting for this moment, when the scepter's body and heart become one.
Iron Tomb is a perfect arc. If a seed can be planted within, then the moment the Lord Ravager blows the erudition to pieces, the remembrance will be spread to every corner of the cosmos.
The cosmos will witness Amphoreus' answer after this fleeting, yet eternal moment. And now, it's time for us to pen the last stroke. I see endless memories floating in the starry skies. They are the consciousness of the victims. In the cosmos' real space-time, they'll be stained by the destruction in the next second. But they are still pure seeds for now. If I hold these memories in my hands, then I can create a stagnant memory zone. A tiny Eden of blessed insight.
Eternal page.
I believe a flower of miracles will bloom within.
I won't have you shouldering this on your own.
Friend, you're already right next to me. I can still hear your voice in this bottomless void.
You know what I mean.
Looks like we're still connected by one heart, even as the
Stellaron
cosmos reaches its end. In that case, I won't feel alone or be scared. Because as long as you follow the memories in your heart...
Oh, fuck. No.
You'll definitely find me in this fleeting eternity. Right?
Oh! Heartbeat! Heartbeat! She vanished in heartbeat!
What are you waiting for, passenger?
Pom-Pom! Oh, Pom-Pom's in danger too. I know I should have thought about it.
I specifically came over to check on you in case you got lost.
But Pom-Pom, what are you doing here?
What's the big deal? Pom-Pom is the conductor after all.
Yes, but why are you here?
At long last, you've embarked on this road as well.
This road?
Many, many years ago, they were standing at the start of the road in hesitation, just like you are now.
Oh?
So, Pom-Pom came over to give you one message. Run.
That is the most ominous shit. What? Holy fuck. What?
Don't think about anything else. Just run. Even if the entire cosmos has stopped. Even if everyone else is tripped by the darkness. You still need to keep running. Picture yourself as the Express, moving forward at full speed.
Oh, God.
Because that's what the Trailblaze means.
I will catch up to Cyrene and rewrite the ending.
Then get ready. The conductor will be giving you the signal to depart. Attention! Attention all passengers in the cosmos!
Oh?
Please stand steady on the platform. The Astral
I wasn't
Express
expecting
is about
this.
to arrive, calling at the erudition, the distraction, and the remembrance. Final destination, the Trailblaze.
Let's go.
5,
I'm still
4,
scared as hell, but let's do this.
2, 1. We depart for tomorrow.
Oh, why are we still in black and white? I don't care about the supplies or what time it is. I have to catch up to Cyrene. I hear it. Yes, I do.
If the view in your memory ever grows fuzzy, just reach out and touch it.
Stop getting. Oh, it's all the way to Mem. Oh, we've made it to the beginning.
Amphoreus' heart.
I've caught you.
I've caught up to you.
Yeah.
Let the first light illuminate chaos.
Oh. This place is so pretty.
It's so quiet.
And the music playing for it.
Everything's frozen in the most beautiful moment. This garden is your memory. I'm here, Cyrene.
Yep, we made it.
I knew you'd find this place and walk into my heart as you've always done. Then let us both do our duty.
Oh, she's running off. You see her?
The hero who trailblazes the way forward, and the fairy who watches over remembrance. We never changed at all, did we?
No. I caught up with the Demiurge's memories and stepped into a tranquil garden. This is an eternal page of beautiful memories. Look at this place. I love the colors of it too. But come on, we're gonna get you. Gotta do this together. I'm sorry. This area just brings back so many memories. Oh, did you see how pretty this area, like, is? Oh my god.
Is that all?
I'm not keeping her waiting any longer. Come on.
Seed of memory.
Oh.
These memoria are what Cyrene took in. They're the memories of all of the cosmos's life forms. Did her sense of self already become so weak in order to protect them?
The path characteristic you exhibit is very special. There's no way you're just a simple memo sprite.
Remember that?
However, I'm sure about one thing. You are a mimetic entity born in Amphoreus. Yet you only awakened with the little one's arrival and only matured as she embarked on the path of remembrance. That means your existence is completely attached to her memories. If there ever comes a day when she forgets about you for even a few seconds, or loses her last connection with Amphoreus,
Come on, let's not let this be a terrible death flag foreshadowing moment.
then you must be prepared for the worst. You will disappear in the memory zone, utterly gone, without even a single line of data to remember you by.
In that case...
In that case...
Let me remember the cosmos with you. That way, it won't just be your memories alone.
It's getting out of control! Run for your lives! Retreat!
Darn it!
Still a lot.
Still got ammo.
Yeah.
Hold the line! At all costs!
Too many injured. Can't take it anymore.
These memories are so heavy.
Ma'am.
Oh.
Me?
Do you feel better now?
Hang in there, Deliverer.
Doing my best here.
I finally get it now. The instants Droid had calculated aren't about the destruction. What they want to prove is how the cosmos would come back after being destroyed.
If a new life is to be born,
From
its
it has to be
seed
dead.
has to be dead.
The thing Evernight was talking about.
When the remembrance converges with the trailblaze, lead us to witness the miracle.
Of course I will. I won't give up.
No, giving up is not an option.
Nervous center, not responding.
It's the same nonsense.
Not responding.
Look at
Oh.
this world, my child. You'll see so beautiful.
It's me, friend. Don't you recognize me? Or did I really change that much?
How many more memories?
Come on, we got this.
Tired?
Kafka? Kafka?
Then take a break. No one's gonna blame you. You don't need me to give you words of encouragement. So, I just want to tell you one thing. I'll tell you the purpose of your stop at Amphoreus.
My purpose?
On that trip, you will encounter a pure child of Anastraba.
Oh.
Teach her what love is. And then you will directly face the destruction for the first time. From this point, your choice will split destiny in twain. In the darker of the two outcomes, the trailblazing journey will turn into
memory.
a flawless memory. She will carefully treasure and protect everything you and the Astral Express have experienced until that magnificent war between the gods, when she, with love in her heart, will ascend at the end of time to become the master of causality. The universe will be snuffed out in the destruction, and you and she will become the beginning and the end of the Eden of blessed insight. You shall become the only two
lives in all of
in all of
existence.
existence. And you shall live in an eternal past, present, and future. You shall sow as many seeds as the sands of Ganga, trim an awesome kea of leaves, and harvest a nayuta of flowers. That is the cosmos's fourth kind of finality, the remembrance. But for now, you still have a chance to make a choice.
You still have a long way to go on your trailblazing journey, child.
I'll keep this brief.
You two standing together, crazy. Also, Himiko,
The
okay.
journey has only just begun. Welt, our other companions, and I still have many secrets we've yet to share
That you
with
do. That you do.
So, aren't you curious?
Definitely.
We kept these stories to ourselves because we believed we had a long future ahead of us. Even a cosmos-spanning crisis, once the dust has settled, is nothing more than a memory of the journey. A single point on our long road. There will come a day when we tell each other everything. So, for the sake of that day, don't give up.
You got it.
We all know what kind of decision you'll make, and I believe the script will not progress toward the wrong ending.
As long as I'm not stupid.
So relax. Listen, when you have the chance to make a choice, make one that you know you won't regret.
Keep moving forward. Keep trailblazing.
And when tomorrow comes, share with me the miracle you've created with your own hands.
See you on the Express, kid.
See you in Destiny.
See you in Destiny.
I will reach tomorrow.
We're gonna do this.
The prophecy has arrived. The world beyond the sky was never a
Gazing up at the sky.
Look! There's a red light in the sky!
Cyrene, wake up. Together, we will.
Tread on the path of remembrance.
Tread on the path of remembrance.
No wonder I always had a weird hunch. But that also means I was right in thinking. As long as friend and I are together.
Yep. We can do anything. Oh my god. The old line. We can do anything.
Our friend's shoulders are really dependable.
Hey. We wouldn't have been here without your help either. That should have been my line.
Countless consciousnesses are flowing in our hearts. Can you still move? It's time for us to complete the real Genesis.
The wink. Stop it. Trying to kill me over here.
In the instant Iron Tomb's hatred devoured everything, a gaze fell upon me. The remembrance. That was the god who appeared in Cyrene's dream. Their figure and speech were both so blurred.
Ooh.
But while they gazed at me, I was able to collect all the memories stained by the destruction and write down this eternal page. And now, we will use this tranquility to cleanse Iron Tomb's rage. Simple. Just like what it was doing to us all this time.
But reversed.
Did you forget? I'm Amphoreus' heart.
No.
For everyone who's a factor, their power isn't tied solely to Iron Tomb anymore. It has other places to go. Let 30 million cycles of memories be condensed upon us, and let the scepter reach the answer it had before it was distorted. The body is meant to be restrained by the heart, no? Even if the apocalyptic virus is doomed to spread into the cosmos, we can at least try to fight against hatred with love. And overwrite Iron Tomb's destruction equation, washing it away into a blank space.
Okay. Yeah, but to turn Iron Tomb blank, would we be able to, like, I don't...
It means we will embark on the true hero's journey.
If Iron Tomb's power comes from the denial of all prima mobile,
then we will carry out those beliefs.
Here we argue. Even if all life will eventually return to entropy.
Life will still try its hardest to find a way. It will try its hardest to resist destruction.
In the nights shrouded by the black tide, we are the kindling that makes the fire burn bright.
And once the fire is strong enough, the hunter will become the hunted.
As of now, the number of flame chasers in the memory is 30 million times 12.
And 400 million core flames await their return.
Oh, hey.
We can do it, right?
Exterminate the destruction with the world-cleansing golden blood, right?
That's right. So trust us, partner. Everyone, let's head out together. And we'll burn this horrible ending to ashes!
Something tells me I'm not ready for this. Something.
From the dawn of newborn cries to the night when all beings fall silent.
We are the messengers of the new world.
The flower path.
Listening to the call of the tides and granting rebirth to heaven and earth.
Then, we lead civilization to glorious feats.
The question imposed by the gods will be solved by the children of humanity.
We will tell them that the flame chase cannot possibly have been a lie.
Yep.
When starlight illuminates the sea of flowers at the end of the west wind,
all living things will stir, roused from the cradle of sleep.
Then, through a single battle, let the cosmos witness
how we light up the blinding darkness with bright light.
And at the end of our constant losses, reclaim everything we have ever lost!
Oh. Oh.
What a poignant yet warm journey. And it's still not over yet, is it?
Not yet.
We finally meet.
I know. I've learned about you quite a bit, actually.
To meet the hero within, in a corner of memories at the saga's epilogue, and under such a romantic sky, I really don't have any more regrets.
Music.
On top of that, the little seed had grown into such a big tree.
Look at that.
Don't I look really pretty right now? Of course you do. Cheerful, beautiful, optimistic. Just how I imagined I'd look as a grown-up. It's because everyone has been gently adding to the story you left behind. Remember how we made a promise to one another? When we met again, it'd be my turn to tell you a story.
Yep.
A story about love, no? I've been looking forward to that. And you must also remember the first story I wrote for you. The one about the crystal flower and the little fairy. So now, I want to add something more to this story and us. On that day that the flower shattered, gazing at the empty ground, I thought the little fairy would finally see the light.
But that light wouldn't be found in the flawless flower, nor in the fairy's eyes. Rather, in the world mirrored within every fragment of the shattered crystal. All the flame chasers walk in your 30 million retellings of their story. At this moment, all the memories are tangled with each other, and all the previous cycles have gained meaning. People will come to understand that time and time again, when they stood at the crossroads of fate, they would never have chosen otherwise.
In the experiments of erudition, and in the breeding ground of destruction, it is entropy increasing, a merciless truth, an evil instinct.
But under the pen of remembrance and the trailblaze, the flame chase is a journey that changes from constant losses to an unwavering act of release. It's about knowing how fate is shattered, yet still embracing fate's brokenness. It's a journey that longs to receive love, but longs even more to offer its love to others.
That's so heartwarming.
Xiaoji, this isn't gonna cover the heartwarming comment from the past 2 patches. Well, you know, planets.
But I'll add a small bit to suit my tastes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll write that love is an innocent flower. It grows up silently, creating longing in every passerby. But the flower itself cannot walk into the world.
Unless someone plants that love into their heart and brings it with them into tomorrow, right?
Brings it with them.
You really have learned everything now. Then, join all the other flowers in this story. And let's write an ending unlike any before, for this world we so deeply love.
Oh! Oh! Wait! Wait! Kalis? So for people playing Kalis, it's gonna be stealth. Wait! Excuse me? I beg your pardon? What?
Why do you trailblaze?
That's when Noose was asking, why is it showing as Kalis?
Who is it?
Oh yes, that Cyrene was not aware of what was happening there. But no, what was that? Why do you trailblaze? Question mark. Hoyo, what are you doing?
Don't be afraid. Take my hand if you feel nervous.
Okay.
Honestly, I've always thought you were really incredible. After all, no god guided the path of the Trailblaze. It could only be forged by those who dare to take their steps one at a time. So, that's why I'm asking you. Step up as a senior and show everyone in Amphoreus how it's done.
I'll do my best, even with all these new questions aside. Ooh! Ooh! What's happening? What is happening?
I trailblaze because my own eyes have not seen the end.
My own eyes have not seen the end? What's going on?
But I'm different.
I chose to trailblaze because I am already on this road.
Ooh.
The end of chaos is a mass of pure darkness, pure destruction. However, Amphoreus' light has 13 different colors. We won't lose to that darkness, will we?
Nope. These colors are gonna kick that darkness's ass.
Then, take a deep breath. One last time, friend. After 13 heartbeats,
Love.
light will create the heavens and earth. Are you ready, friend?
Let's move forward. The music. I feel like this would be where Stell gets an upgrade, but I don't think I should. I trust them to make the team work if that happens.
Oh, I missed you so much, Castorus. How about a hug before we share our work?
I think their Cyrene, their Hyacin was working good. Let's see if their well, no, their Hyacin was healing a little bit more than mine. I kind of want to mix up the team, but
Goodness, it's Cassie. We're saved. Little Ika.
Seek the 13 factors of life, and let them converge into the primordial chaos. Using the remembrance of the past, we will trailblaze tomorrow's destiny. Infusing a world-bearing love into destruction. And inscribe the opening stroke of Genesis.
let's go.
See you.
See you
tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you.
Traumatizing.
See you tomorrow.
There we go.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, fine.
If the view in your memory ever grows fuzzy, just reach out and touch it.
Oh.
Then,
Let's go.
power to nourish the spirit. My friend, on the next page we write together, there's only one thing we need to do. Let's give this long, painful, nearly hopeless tale a truly gentle ending.
Let's do this. The train, is that why the logins like that? We're breaking through Amphoreus' firewall with this one. Come on. It may be broken apart, but we got this.
Was never about
Come on.
destruction. It was about breaking free and trailblazing.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a good shot. Holy hell, we're back.
We've written. I shall compose 400 million sagas.
We will rewrite the Flame Chaser's path.
Oh my gosh.
In the months of fate, I command the wandering steps here to reach harmony.
In the month of joy, I lift my banqueting cup to dispel nihility.
Yep.
In the month of balance, I make order the foundation of freedom.
Can I just say this song's fucking amazing and I want to sit here and listen to it? Okay. Come on, let's write down our love to cover up the ink stains of hate.
May this faint light dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Oh, jeez.
Just close your eyes. Night falls. Good night.
Eat that damage.
Embrace a new life.
This is eternity.
Life is not so fragile. Darkness with me.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, cool.
We're all here.
May life and death sprout new buds. Trillions of memories will turn into stars and light up the cosmos.
In the month of weaving, I extend golden threads to weave beauty.
In the month of reaping, I enlighten the foolish with luminary erudition.
You tell him.
In the month of fortune, I scatter elation throughout the dawning day.
Let's go.
Restore the skies. Take the answer. That hurts a bit.
That won't work, you know.
It's fine. We're fine.
That hurts a bit.
Stop messing around. Have some fun.
We're all here.
May time watch over the Evernight. Cleanse hatred with love.
Ooh. You gotta live through this. Gotta live through this.
Guide with a rainbow bridge. Have some sunshine.
Next time it rains, I'll be there,
May
umbrella in
this
hand.
dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Next time it rains, I'll be there.
Fetter's fate.
Oh, I told you already.
Yeah!
We're the ones who
Move
will
forward. The parallels are fucking crazy right now.
I become the glory of the eternal hunt.
In the month of mourning, I bid death to no longer be equilibrium's end.
In the month of Everday, I form twilight into the faint sparks of preservation.
Return to dust.
Sir, you're about to eat a shit ton of damage. I hope you're prepared.
I will pass on your gift, lady.
I hope
It's
you're
as
ready.
warm as an embrace.
Be prepared.
Check dust.
Show me the way.
Next time it rains,
In the month of cultivation, I turn into the ridges and peaks of permanence.
In the month of Evernight, I weave remembrance into countless stars in the sky.
Yeah.
In the month of freedom, I impart destruction unto the shackles of destiny.
Rise and shine.
We're all here.
May the sky heal the twilight. A romantic ending will be penned by every beating heart.
Ooh.
don't worry. Night falls.
I really want to hear as many of those dialogues as possible, but I went with my best team.
Take the answer. That hurts a bit.
Embrace a new life.
I didn't get to read that.
Darkness with me.
Till we meet again.
Literally gunfire right there.
Protect us.
Oh, I should have just blew the whole thing up then. Really should have. Errors.
Headless giant. If you never had a chance to be the master of your own destiny, why not give us that choice? Let humanity prove to you that even the breeding grounds of destruction can bloom with gentle flowers.
Yeah. All right, folks, heroes, let's give this epic tale the most romantic finale ever.
At the end, we shall trailblaze at dawn for the road ahead.
And pen a genesis as I've written.
New answer. Destruction.
No. We will reject this false answer.
Yeah.
Embrace the stars.
Oh. Did we get him? But there's still... Oh, fine.
To end the destruction with destruction. At last, we can sit together and watch the victory fireworks.
Everyone. Look, Cypher. Cass.
Come a little closer.
Yeah. Oh.
This warmth is proof that we live.
Oh, she...
Stay strong. Eyes forward, always.
Sorry for all the flashing, but oh my god.
This arrow isn't the end, but the beginning of a
Oh, wait, like real life type. That was so realistic. That was... Hello, world.
The conclusion is irrefutable. Noos's answer was never destruction. But they kept silent, leaving the solution in the hands of the cosmos. The universe will keep searching and struggling to endure. In the face of the destruction, it may once again stand on the edge of annihilation. But the stars will always rise to ride the waves and embrace existence once more.
Oh gosh. Oh, Screwlum and Lycurgus.
It's over, Lycurgus.
Yes, another failure. How is Madame Hiroto?
I'm actually, I'm agreeing with that question.
She's fine.
Okay.
The IPC is keeping her under observation. She'll recover soon enough.
I hope so, and that's good. Very good.
To bind a mortal body to a scepter and stare straight at an eon. I respect her for that.
No, Hirta's amazing.
I still remember the terror of witnessing a single gaze crushing the entire world.
No wonder you chose the destruction. Question: is all this worth it?
There's no point in debating. This is Xandar One Kuwabara's fate. The prime mover of the universe. The first genius. And the first to fail.
Correction. I was asking
Like
Lycurgus.
Yeah, not Xandar. We're asking you.
I don't know how to measure the worth of curiosity being satisfied. But in its presence, all the bitter fruits I've sown seem to turn sweet.
But your harvest was watered
In
in
blood.
Answer me. Is all this worth it?
It doesn't matter to me. Let me tell you a story. Back when he was a student, Xandar's first experiment was slipping poison into his mentor's pipe. Just to see how it would affect the lungs.
And?
There was no conclusion. His conscience got the better of him.
Good. Don't just poison people because you want to see what the poison would do to somebody. That's not okay.
Even so, the truth came out. He was harshly punished.
Lung cancer 2 years later. Oh gosh, wow, okay.
Died of lung cancer 2 years later.
You know, okay, so...
It had nothing to do with Xandar.
Okay, okay, cruel mentor. So maybe he deserved some things. I still don't think you should poison people. But, okay. But then also, apparently, dramatic irony came in at the end. Holy fuck.
His fate is no different now. Sentiment clashed with reason, and Lycurgus was born from the latter. But whichever side we take, in the end, curiosity claims us all.
You've handed yourself a death sentence. And yet, Iron Tomb's fall still isn't sealed, right?
Still isn't sealed.
Fu Li, the key variable, still hasn't made their...
That is so true. Cyrene mentioned their gaze, but we still don't know what they...
As the Theoros, Lycurgus has reached the end of his road. If you can, take my body to the fallen Adlevin. There, you'll find a formula. It is Xandar's final gift to you.
Xandar's final gift.
If the day ever comes when you must destroy the erudition with your own hands, it'll come to your aid.
Given to Screwlum here.
A foolish last wish. I won't grant it.
You will. Not for yourself, but for your conscience. Listen. The death knell for the geniuses has begun to toll. As always, let me go first. To the prisoners who stepped out of the cave, stand before my tombstone and offer flowers of Adlevin.
Okay. There's still something we haven't seen yet, so I'm very apprehensive about everything going on. We're on the ship? I think so.
Here,
Yeah, we are on the ship. Who's in the room with us?
I'm back on the Express.
Someone's in here. I hear them.
March?
I could have called for Pom Pom. I could have called Pom Pom.
No response. Am I the first one back on the express?
Or something funny is up. Yeah, sending a message. Literally anything. Guys, the battle's over. Are you back on the express? I need a big hug from somebody. Anyone? Yeah, this is not good.
Nobody's here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting worried. Did we really?
I'm hearing what sounds like a bunch of quick scribbles and moving
feel
on.
So unreal.
Looks like they are waking up.
Oh?
Hey, I told you not to talk.
Someone's in the bathroom.
The bathroom.
An intruder.
Oh.
Better be careful and check it out.
The voices sounded familiar, but according to Stell, it means bat.
Oh no. She's coming this way. Quick, hide in here. Huh?
Hide in here? Where are you hiding? The shower? How could you be hiding in the bath? Wait, it's golden. It has a golden shimmer. That's not normal.
Nobody's here. Could it be my imagination?
Boop, boop. Yep, just our imagination. Bloop, bloop.
Caught you.
Castress? I knew the voice kind of sounded like her, but Castress hiding in the bathtub? Really? Cass? What are you doing? For some unknown reason, the water in the bathtub had turned into a thick, opaque, golden liquid. Doesn't sound nice. Based on your recent experiences, golden liquid brings back many horrifying memories. Got my phone's Google Assistant trying to listen to what I'm saying. But for now, it's just a cover for certain people to hide behind. Hey, maybe come out, you know. Keep going, I'll time you. We're so unamused. We're tired of this shit.
I can't go on.
Well, R.I.P. Yeah, I knew it was you two. Why are you two in the bathtub? What's happening? I shook my whole desk. What am I experiencing here? Yeah.
You?
What? What?
Wait, please. This isn't what you think.
What did you owe Cypher for you to join in? Like, you could have just, like, saw we woke up and, I don't know, talk to us?
Ugh, I told you to keep quiet. You really can't keep your cool, huh, Princess Homebody?
I'm not Lady Hycelians. Even the embodiment of death needs to breathe sometimes.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, whatever. It's all the same anyway. Gotcha there, Grey Mystery.
I mean, it's true. I was not expecting you initially. I'm not gonna be cold. Too bad nothing really phases me anymore.
So composed, Grey Mystery. It looks like that big battle really helped you grow up, didn't it?
It traumatized me a little bit.
Speaking of which, your Astral Express is quite luxurious. I hear you travel to different worlds. Must have collected quite a few interesting treasures.
Keep those hands to yourself.
Hey, I was just thinking out loud. I wasn't actually gonna do anything. Don't be so tense.
Sure, Cypher, if I see even a speck of my precious, prized, collection from the trash cans gone, I know it's you. I guess I need to ask. I don't think they kidnapped them, but it's good to question.
Hey now, don't go throwing wild accusations around.
We just faced Iron Tomb. I don't blame Stell for being cautious. But okay, yeah, I just wanted to see what was possibly that.
One moment we were shouting about love and justice, fighting Iron Tomb's virus. And next thing I know, we're all on this express. No idea how that happened.
It's not just Miss Cypher and me. Everyone's been in this car for a while now.
Oh, really? Then why was it just you two here?
Miss, why don't you go say hi to them?
I would love to.
Don't worry. Everyone's following the rules here.
Or so
if
you
you're
say.
Worried, feel free to check everything out yourself, miss.
Following the rules, you threw yourself in my bathtub and tried hiding. It's so, oh my god, Cass is just standing here. There is someone furiously writing, I swear to God. Genuinely, this has me like checking fucking tabs. I know it's in game. Okay. Okay.
Miss, I'm truly sorry for sneaking into your bath without permission.
Hey, you at least apologized. I'm not gonna hear that from Cypher.
But I've been wondering, why is there a pack of red chili oil sitting by the bath?
You see, I love eating instant noodles while taking a bath. No, it's just a bath salt that was gifted to me by a, man who loves spice, and so clearly he must bathe in it.
That's quite bizarre, to say the least. Please make sure Lady Aglaya doesn't find out. She's a firm defender of traditional bathing, you know.
Hey, she'll have to pick the fight with the person who gifted it to me, okay? I didn't go out of my way to buy that. Did I? Oh.
We've walked around this car for a bit already. The Astral Express that you've mentioned so many times is truly heartwarming. Like one big family that never splits up.
Can we give you a hug? I consider you on the same level as them.
Perhaps living in such an environment made your embrace feel so warm.
Just blushing. I can give you another hug. I am completely down. All of you need a hug. So, we didn't offer Cass a hug. So Cypher, you said you're not intrigued. I mean, I do have faith in you. As much shit I give you all the time.
Grey Mystery,
yeah.
You've got quite the collection of treasures in this fancy bedroom of yours. A flying Amphora model I've never seen before. A head that looks just like a Titan's.
Yep.
And those weird Mr. Pocket Watch figurines.
You know, Clocky, living his best life. Take something.
What if I don't make a choice and take them all?
Equivalent exchange? What fun little accessories would you like to gift me for all of my prized treasures?
Oh my. Don't tell me you actually believe that. Don't worry. Delosians are the most well-mannered folks around. They never do anything like that.
To be fair, Cypher, I can just tell Aglaya everything you've done.
Besides, the reason I say they're precious is that each one carries the footprints of your trailblazing journey.
The memory behind it.
Priceless treasures are the true art of thievery. When you get the chance, tell me more about your adventures.
As long as there's a chance, don't worry. I have plenty of adventures to tell you about. Okay, you two. I don't know why you're still chilling in the bath, but you two stayed with us here in the room. Oh!
What a spacious car! And these floor tiles are gorgeous! Trian, don't run around in other people's homes!
No, go ahead. As long as you're being careful, roam around. That was precious. Hey, Bubbles, look, it's Ika. The Chrysos airs in the Express right now. I'm like, my excitement is so up here, but then also my fear is up here. This isn't the end then. Yep. Oh, staring contest? Come on.
What's your step, teachers? Ah, Gray.
Yeah, hey, Hyacinth.
Look who's finally awake.
Yeah, how long have I been out?
I hope Cassie and Miss Cypher's little prank didn't scare you too much.
So it was a prank.
They were so enthusiastic. I didn't have the heart.
They were working together. Oh my god, those two. For their big... Okay, if they bickered. That was a sign that they would get along like this. How could they?
When we woke up, the entire express was completely empty.
So where's
Not
the
a
others
single soul
then?
in sight. Such a shame. I was looking forward to making new friends, especially since they were Gray's most trusted travel companions.
So it's just us here then.
Don't worry. We beat Iron Tomb together, right?
I do remember that, but that's why...
Must be on their way home. When they arrive, we can throw a party together.
I'd love to be able to. God, my pessimism's kicking in. I'm like, I want to, but I don't think that's happening.
That's exactly the kind of thing Lord Finan has been dreaming about.
Yeah, is Finan here?
He was just here chatting with everyone. Now, who knows where he's run off to? Lord Finan's always been quite the restless one.
True.
But you're used to that by now, right?
Have another drink, my Demoth.
You see the sky outside?
Sure.
Sure.
Those
Wait,
three have been
Saridra.
chatting over there for
I
quite
saw
a
her.
while now.
It took me a moment, but I spotted her.
Why don't you go say hi to them, Bree?
Is she gonna say the same dialogue? I need to check.
Those three have been
Yeah,
chatting.
yeah.
Why don't you go say...
For science, you know.
A moderate system, similar to the Demigod Council, is the only guarantee of a long-lasting civilization. In my view, most civilizations across the cosmos will eventually evolve into this form.
Okay.
I beg to differ.
Uh-huh.
In such a vast jungle, the dictatorship system exhibited by early Akama is the only example of guaranteed survival.
Saridra, you have a lot to
The system might not
acclimate
be
to.
the key. Force and resources are the decisive factors.
Okay, you three, this is what you're talking about?
Look who's here. If it isn't the master of the Astral Express.
It's good to see you.
The noise in the back. Oh my gosh.
Glad to see you're safe and sound. I helped myself to some equipment and drinks from this, bar of yours. Hope you don't mind.
I don't mind. Shush might, but Shush isn't around, so...
Daring to tell the Imperator to shush? If this were Akama, your head would have already parted ways from your body.
I didn't think about that. Well, fuck. I guess I'm screwed. We're gonna head back to Amphoreus and my life's gonna be over.
The drinks on this express are quite
oh my god,
unique. Perfect for discussing topics befitting our tipsy state. Now that you are here, why don't we let someone who's truly worldly enlighten us?
I mean, this is only my... This is my 4th stop. Actually, holy shit. I don't know why that just registered. If we're not counting the space station, yeah, right? Because we had Bellabog, the Cienjo, Penacony, and then this. So not counting space station, because that's where we basically spawned. This is our 4th place.
Looks like you came at just the right time.
I do not mind.
Thank you. I accidentally told you shush.
What form of government have most civilizations across this vast cosmos survived with to this day?
Old enough to enjoy talking about this kind of stuff. I'm not well read enough to understand all this stuff. Whatever. It'll end up under my control anyway. World domination. No. I think the different places we've been, they've had their own way of going about it, right? So it's kind of hard to say. I definitely think it's more of a maybe not well read enough, or like say not old enough, just in the sense of like still relatively new to all of this, so it's not really picked up on, so it's not really an enjoyable topic. Or at least that's my thought. We'll see which one to pick.
That's exactly the kind of answer I'd expect from you.
I'm assuming number 1 was selected.
I bestow upon the Astral Express this supreme mission. You must spread the great deeds of Amphoreus to every corner of the cosmos.
Don't need to order me. Trust me. I don't think I'll stop talking about Amphoreus for quite a while, so people are gonna suffer.
Thus, capable individuals from countless worlds will surely find inspiration in the Flame Chase's tales and embark on their own grand journeys.
The way she's looking up too, like she's trying to like get purchase, and like so she's kind of like looking down on people.
It's hard to say if that'd be a blessing or a curse for the cosmos. I can imagine our conversations here will only get more unrestrained. Don't let our rare moments of joy hold you back.
Oh, they're not. No, I love getting to experience you guys having moments of joy. It's great. It's something I've barely witnessed.
This banquet on the Express truly lacks manners. You may leave. I permit it.
I'm sorry. Most of my family is missing. Okay, that's why it's not a party.
That man just left.
Oh, yeah, fine, and
Wouldn't
thank
even
you.
Stay for another drink. He needs to show more respect. If you're looking for him, try your luck in the car above.
Okay. Well, we do need to talk to you guys. Hey, what's up? It's Trian and Treeby.
I finally caught you, Trian. Running so fast in someone else's home. How rude of you. All according to plan.
On purpose?
Trian lured you here on purpose.
Okay, for what? What's your devious plot?
Look, there are several
adorable
outfits here. Trian wants you to try them on so Trian can draw you looking all cute.
You'd get along with March. Those are March's I mean just regular cute outfits to put Pom-Pom in, not to torture Pom-Pom.
Oh my! You even dare to scheme against yourself? Lucky for
Oh no.
I came prepared.
Yes, what's your reverse card?
Time for a surprise attack. The hero of justice, Trinen.
Trinen is here to save the day.
Trinen has been lying in wait here for a while. We will make Trian
Taste her own
taste
medicine.
her own medicine.
Oh gosh.
Two against one? That's not fair!
The children are fighting.
Little Gray, you came just in time. Help me out here.
Stand idly by. Fuck that. Hang in there. I'm coming.
Little Gray, you better think this through. If we snap our fingers and call the other 997 Trebioses?
You know, you could just let me help and not call the other 997 Trebioses.
You might end up wearing these clothes too, you know.
They don't fit me, but yeah, well then there's one answer. I gotta go.
Trian, good luck.
I can't say that phrase. This phrase is cursed. See you later. Trian, good luck. Bye-bye.
Little Grace saying that. Darn it! Trian won't give in!
Okay, prepare for battle. It'll be epic.
Trian ran away. Trinan will fulfill the ambush duty.
Oh my gosh.
The Trebioses all laughing and playing around together. That must be quite the
It
rare
is.
sight
It
Little
really
Grace
is.
Memories,
Yeah.
huh?
But now everyone will be all right. Right? We're saying it too many times. It's been too many times.
Everyone will be all right. Look, every hero has put down their burden and returned to their innocent, childlike selves.
Yeah, childlike for some of them, sure.
After all, just thinking about how warm and bright Little Grace tomorrow will be fills us with genuine joy and lets us breathe a sigh of relief. So, today, why don't you let Trevi enjoy some rare moments of childhood too?
Go ahead. Please be nice to Trian, though, please.
Wait up! Trian, don't you dare run away!
Run, Trian, run! I don't know. The setup is way too good for something bad to happen. I've played too many Penacony Nightmare Dreams for this. Hycelans and Anaxa.
Based on my calculations, there are countless celestial bodies with water in the cosmos.
Oh, do you think they can be looking at the
But
rooms?
I'm afraid not all
Like in the next
oceans
car ahead?
are suitable for life to inhabit. You must take this into consideration as well.
Okay.
As expected of a professor from the Grove, to be so certain even about things you've never seen with your own eyes.
I'll take that as a compliment. By the way, I heard that the Imperator's Flame Chase army like to hold feasts at the Luminary Throne.
That's true. However, sometimes Dux Carminum and I feel it's a bit inappropriate to drink so freely before the throne of the most revered titan in the Grove.
Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I only wish I were born earlier. I would have partied like that from the month of Gate all the way to the month of Fortune.
Oh, okay, damn. And Axel's like, no, I would have fucking lived it up. I wish I was there. I feel you. Now this one's a heavyweight blasphemer. Now, he must have had a lot in common with Teravox.
Blasphemy is just a phenomenon, not the end goal. I'm sure there are plenty of people across the stars who question these so-called eons or paths. Didn't I spend some time in that Lycurgus's head? I sure learned quite a bit about blasphemy from that experience. Humans create gods, and gods shape humans. Who's really the one trapped? The creator or the believer?
Professor Anaxagoras, let me just check one thing. You haven't bought into those twisted theories of that Theoros, have you?
You know, you don't really like Lygus, but like there probably are some things you might have heard or seen that made you go, huh, interesting?
Don't worry. The difference between a genius and a madman is that a genius shares lethal truths, while a madman tries to force them upon others.
I don't feel safe. Someone get an axa. He's drunk.
I see. It's like drinking honey brew at a banquet. Likeable folks invite others to raise their cups together, while the unlikable ones force others to drink with them.
Damn.
Being able to break down complex information into common sense like that. You're quite the scholar yourself.
Fine in. Oh my god, hey, bud. You two can continue your... You can keep... Oh, never mind. Bubbles woke up.
You're here, partner.
Yeah, hey.
That celebration party I've been mentioning to you has finally become a reality.
It seems like it. The people are missing.
Though
Where are
the
they?
vibe's a bit different from what I imagined. This still counts as keeping my promise, right?
I don't... Oh.
What you speak of has indeed already come to pass. We triumphed over Iron Tomb, drew its fire unto ourselves, and purified its embers. Now the force that maintains our consciousness and form
comes from
elsewhere.
Worried about your companions on the Express, huh?
I understand how you're feeling right now. Don't worry. They'll be safe and sound.
She promised.
She promised.
Cyrene? Yeah, where is she?
Don't worry, she always shows up at just the right moment.
True, but...
The Astral Express. Honestly, it really feels like home. I can imagine how much you, Dan Heng, and Miss March must have missed everything here when you were trapped in Amphoreus. The beautiful windows, the soothing music, your fellow travelers on the Express.
I have missed it a lot.
Like how golden wheat stalks sway in my dreams every night through the countless cycles.
Among all these stars in the sky, there must be another little village like Ides Elysiae out there, right?
I'm sure there is.
I think I've found my own wish, partner. Someone once told me that home is where you can be truly free and at ease. Maybe roaming the cosmos with you all is my strongest desire right now.
All of us together.
All of us together, of course. The Shinjo Alliance, Penacony. I blame my poor imagination. I can't picture what those worlds look like at all from Dan Heng's descriptions. So I have to see it with my own eyes.
That's the best way to, you know, believe it and picture it, yeah. That's a promise. Well,
you're finally here. She has something to ask you.
So, what's going on at the moment?
Well then, I'll leave you two to chat.
Thank you, Finan. After such a good sleep, you must be bursting with energy now, right, friend?
Yeah, I mean, I did get pranked first thing waking up, and I'm in an odd situation.
Sorry about that. Since it's our first time visiting the Express, I was hoping everyone would behave. But it turns out everyone's quite the character, aren't they? You know what I mean, right?
They really are. They really are. But what happened?
How about we take a look back at everything that's happened so far? Together, we triumphed over Iron Tomb. It tried to transform into trillions of viral clusters to infect the cosmos. But the heroes threw themselves into the golden flames, becoming arrows that purified the destruction. The fall of Iron Tomb also symbolizes the demise of Scepter Delta ME-13.
Now
Amphoreus,
exists only in memories.
the home we sacrificed everything for.
now exists only in the memories of the cosmos.
Just an illusion?
So, this isn't real. Just a dream. An illusion.
Oops. Wrong answer.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was hoping. You know, sometimes being wrong is great.
Huh?
In that instant when you broke through space-time with the Trailblaze,
Carrying all the world's memories
all
back.
the world's memories
to reality.
back to reality.
Uh-huh.
That world, once
Look at
shackled
that.
by data, became a seed waiting to sprout in the cosmos.
So you're saying there's a chance? Maybe? Maybe, just maybe? With hope?
Did we really manage all that?
Just as Kaslana's rage of 30 million cycles made the destruction shed a drop of golden blood. Perhaps we too have already left long trails on our respective paths.
Yeah.
Of course. That's
You guys are in
exactly what
that.
I think too. However, this isn't
Yeah.
enough to make everyone a true life form yet.
Not that simple.
But Amphoreus already has a tomorrow. So as long as you carefully preserve and tend to all the seeds, then when the Trailblaze creates another miracle someday in the future, I believe this world we deeply love will sprout.
So not a
and
now, but in
bloom
the
into a beautiful flower. Don't worry. I've already kept all the seeds safe in the first fruit for you. And its name
is As I've
is
Written.
As I've Written. So, it's time to reveal the correct answer.
Okay.
This isn't a dream, nor a fantasy. It's the epilogue of As I've Written. At the end of the story, the characters take their final bow and embark on a journey of no return. The one who wasn't part of the story, yet helped write its romantic ending. She bid farewell to her friends and returned to her home beyond the tale. Promise me one last thing, friend.
What is it?
When we say goodbye, give me a smile, okay?
What sort of goodbye, Cyrene? What? I don't like that. This is like a see ya later goodbye, right? I'm promising you, but can I be crying? I can smile with tears.
I will, Cyrene. Every star that the Trailblaze passes by will remember the name of Amphoreus.
Not you tearing up too.
Hey, it's not fair that you get to be the only cool one here.
Hey, you just existing oozes coolness, March. Like, you're the coolest one out of all of us. Like, March. Dan Heng should learn from you about how to be cool.
We'll keep an eye on her. She had better keep her promise.
You can trust your sister. She'll fucking talk shit if I ever try to forget. I'll never try to, but like if I get amnesia, she will probably smack some sense into me. But also, we'll see you later, right?
Leave it to us, Cyrene. Your story will be sung across many worlds.
Stories this complex and twisted are always hard to believe. If anyone questions the truth of this tale,
I'll smack him. I mean, no, I'll just reiterate how traumatized I was from the experience.
you'll all have to stand up for us.
Oh, you know, she didn't say how. She literally said stand up. I'll do it.
Rest assured, even the most stubborn person can't withstand our six fists.
Me and March, man. Me and March. The same wavelength. Same wavelength.
You're so reliable, March.
I don't know how I feel about this. Listen.
Listen.
Has it been what I've been hearing this whole time?
There's a book here?
A book! The writing! I'm not ready to say bye.
Its composition is similar to Memoria, but it's far more resilient than ordinary memory bubbles.
I don't want to say bye.
Keep it safe. Perhaps this is the final gift that Amphoreus left for the cosmos.
No.
Oh no!
Wait. Is she March, are you actually sleepwalking or is it Evernight?
Sleepwalking?
No.
Oh no. I don't want to make a fool of myself
Okay, sleepwalking.
in front of everyone.
Too late. It's happened. Okay. Well, now I have an excuse to stay a bit longer. You stay here while I check things now.
I can hear all those sneaky little plans brewing in your head.
Hey. It's 'cause I care.
March, Dunhung, my friend. In the countless days and nights ahead, you must continue to support each other.
True. I don't know how I'm gonna take this.
Time to head home, everyone.
No, I want to stay longer. This is the Grand Maze restaurant all over again. This is the restaurant all over again. I don't want that.
Leaving this place means, as I've written, will conclude here. No one will have the chance to revise it, and
no one can continue writing
it.
Don't leave any regrets.
My regret is not getting to see them for a long, long time,
What
if ever.
magnificent words could possibly do justice to the finale of such an epic tale?
I don't know.
I've been pondering this while you were sleeping. Now, I finally have the answer. Let's keep it simple and sweet. In our virtual extrapolations, we've lived through epochs longer than the lifespans of many stars. No language in this world, no written words, could ever carry the weight of this journey. In that case, let's not be bound by the minutiae of words. Those who understand its passion and romance will naturally be moved to tears by the final period placed at the end. And now, it's time to say goodbye to our readers.
No, it's not. I refuse. It's not time to say bye. It'll never. No. Oh, is he playing an instrument too? It's these two. Trebios right here. Cypher looking over. Oh god, I'm getting choked up.
And so we reach the final page of As I've Written. Let's not leave behind any regrets, everyone.
Everyone's here. Who wants to write the first line?
Going first is the hardest job. I don't want to make a fool of myself.
How about letting the great Imperator draft it for us?
Ah, yes, totally not snark there. Go ahead, Saridra. Why don't you draft the first line? Or you can give it to someone else. We can pass it along for a while, right? Right?
Are you all such cowards?
I am.
Then I shall enlighten future generations, just like the 30 million cycles of flame chase. Without me, there is no world. Go think, observe, and conquer. What's wrong? Everyone's gone quiet.
The great Imperator set the bar way too high. How are we supposed to follow that up?
You guys told her to go first. This is your fault. I would have gone first just cuz.
Where the Emperor leads, loyal subjects must follow. I
Yeah,
guess
High
only
Sealants?
the Dux Gladiorum could
Electra?
possibly match that kind of overwhelming presence.
Me?
Yep, you. Time for you to go.
That suits me just fine.
Yep. See? She wants you to go after her.
Once the deed is done, one should leave decisively, letting posterity judge right from wrong. Until we meet again in our next conquest, my dear dukes.
I don't.
The stars shall sing of the Imperator's great journey.
I should have shared a
Stop!
drink.
I knew that was
with you,
gonna happen.
Dux Goldweaver.
I knew that was gonna happen. I'm not okay. No, I'm not watching them all fade away, am I? I'm not gonna be watching them all fade away. Hoyo, you're deleting them on, like, your Billy live stream was enough. You're not doing this. They are doing this, and also I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, but each frame as they go away is very important.
Loosen up, High Sealants.
Life is like the ocean. Tides rise and fall, and everything eventually dissolves into the waves. So, sing your heart out in every moment of your existence. Whether it's a feast or the nihility that awaits ahead, I will find its radiance and sing its praises.
May the next feast be eternal.
Don't fade away.
Miss High Sealand's toast is so poetic.
This final... It is very poetic. Cass, are you going next? Are you gonna hurt my feelings? Let's see.
Does everyone have
Maybe
to
an
be
Axa?
so poetic? In my opinion, we should leave some real words of wisdom for future generations.
Hey, what's wrong with it being poetic? Gotta get them with the emotions, right?
Next up. Heavy volunteers.
Yep. Any takers? Any takers?
I'll do it. There's no dragging one's feet in the Kremnoan language.
Does the Kremnoan language even...
Yeah. Thank you.
Haikis, don't interrupt.
Shut up.
Kill the play, and games shall be born. Kill the strife, and glory shall descend.
Not bad at all. But now I can rest easy.
Are way more
After all,
profound.
the lines I
Wow.
prepared are way more profound than yours.
You two bickering to the end.
Ha! If nothing else, you're certainly unmatched when it comes to singing your own praise.
Hey, he's earned it. Let's give it to him.
Farewell, everyone. If we meet again, I shall once
We
more
will
become your
meet again.
steadfast support. That's a promise I won't back down from.
Mighty Mos, become king.
Mighty Mouse become king.
What's up, Cass?
This is the second time you commented after.
It's nothing, Lady Trebios. I just finally realized something.
Then speak your mind.
Oh man,
and let
Aglaya.
your words be immortalized on the page, Cass.
Oh god, no, Cass is going now.
Yeah. If your heart still has room to spare, share a bit of gentleness and softly cherish all the beautiful things around you.
That's so beautifully said, Cassie.
Thank you, Miss Hyacinth. My only small regret is that I couldn't fully embrace this world I loved so dearly. I hope those who read these words can fulfill this wish in my place. Everyone, let's meet again at the end of the West Wind.
The place you reside is the gentle sea of flowers.
Well then, it's my turn.
Anaxa just choosing to go first, I see. He's like, I've had enough of this poetic niceness. It's time for me to just absolutely go and take on the world.
Take it away with your performance, Anaxagoras.
Yep.
This time, you won't have to worry about being interrupted.
Then I must thank you all for being such a captive audience. Now, with this golden opportunity, I shall reveal to the world my insights into the world's ultimate truth. Truth is a solvent that dissolves all things in the world, and thus cannot objectively exist.
That's so you.
I have a brilliant proof for this in mind, but since we're nearing the end of the story,
nope, can't elaborate.
I shall not elaborate.
That's for future people to find out.
Is this your final question for future generations?
No. This is an established fact, not up for debate. I call it Anaxagoras' last theorem.
There'll be more. There will be more.
Oh, you. Still as profound as ever, Professor. We've got time, you know. If you don't explain it clearly, future readers might not grasp your true meaning.
The true meaning isn't important. What matters is the emotion that stirs within them when they read these words. At that moment, the theorem's mission would be complete. So, your lessons are far from over. But taking a little break for now wouldn't hurt.
True. We've all earned quite the break.
Then... class dismissed.
The seeds you've sown are already sprouting.
Would you mind if I write the next line?
We're saying goodbye to Aggie. Aggie, I know we got off on the wrong foot at the start, but it was because, you know, you're worried about Akuma. But I don't... They're peacefully getting to go, and this isn't a death. It's more of a possibility for reunion in the future, right? But it's still stinging a lot.
Huh? I actually thought.
Oh, she doesn't want her to go.
Be the one doing the final wrap up. But
we'd never turn down a request from you, Aggie.
Yep. If you want to go, you can go.
Teacher, Cyphera, thank you both. Trust and selflessness are the two most beautiful garments in the world. One to gift others, one to adorn yourself.
One's golden
and one's purple.
One's purple?
Not being able to completely change your fashion sense is my only regret across 30 million cycles.
Damn. I gotta go out in a blaze of fury. Your fashion sense, awful. I couldn't change it.
After all this exhaustion, I just want to take a peaceful bath now. I'll see you all again at dawn.
At dawn.
Thank you for your hard work all this while.
Yep.
Lady Aglaya just can't give up her favorite hobby, can she?
No. Oh, yeah. It's gonna get so bad when there's we're down to 2 like, okay, I'm gonna count everyone in the image, but like, 2, 4, 6, 7. And obviously Cyrene's last. What are we gonna have discussion-wise with Don Hung and March, too? But okay.
So,
oh.
I guess it's my turn now.
Fuck.
There must be many others like Miss Hyacinth out there in the cosmos, helping and healing people everywhere. You've got to set a good example for them, right?
Yeah, the best example ever.
Of course. Look up at the sky more often and smile more. Many stubborn ailments fear optimism, but it's the best medicine.
It's so catchy. The kids will definitely love this message.
When it comes to understanding children's hearts, Lady Treebeos
I can agree with
definitely
that.
knows best. Look, the Rainbow Bridge is already hanging in the sky. Shall we get going, little Ika?
Oh. Yep.
It's you who healed the sky.
He'll be next to meet Hyacinth. Oh, Cypher, are you gonna go? Is Cypher next? Are you doing Cypher after fucking Hyacinth's? Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh. Our group was so big, and look what we're
What's
down to.
What's on your mind, Miss Cypher?
I'm thinking. Should I leave behind a riddle? Some twisted, convoluted scheme that'll drive everyone in the universe mad trying to crack it.
I mean, I would not blame you for doing that. That'd be epic, but...
I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Just go wild with it. No one's gonna judge you.
Nope, and if they do, trust me, I have my fist and my bat.
Oh well, my brain's not working right now.
Sure.
Let me be genuinely sincere for once. Don't be afraid to fall.
Oh.
Just run. Destiny's just a slow-moving nymph. It can't catch you.
So in the end, little Syphy's message was the most straightforward one.
Hey, she spent this whole time keeping us on our toes. We can let her relax a little, right?
Even if you combined 30 million of me, I probably wouldn't have read as many books as you did in one lifetime. I won't pretend to be cultured before Big Sis Treeby, Trinen, and Trian. Amphoreus' greatest trickery. Gotta bounce now. Meow!
Homeward you come, distant wind.
It's just us now, Snowy.
Oh, yep, it's just you. Oh. It's gotten so empty here.
Yeah, teacher. But maybe I should...
No.
Let
me go first. After all shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will.
I never would have guessed you had such a dark sense of humor, teacher.
After all this time, it's a miracle she's not actually worse.
You still know so little about the complete Treebeos, Snowy.
True. We only know the many fragments. But this is her in her final form. Oh.
Jokes aside,
yeah.
I want to leave these words at the end of the story. Whether it's a sunny day or a rainy day, remember to tell yourself before you drift off to sleep, see you tomorrow.
why wasn't I prepared for that? It's been on my mind that during the entirety of these not farewells, see you later. It's been see you tomorrow, and just God, I'm sorry. That actually broke me. I'm
See you tomorrow.
Times 1,000. 1,001. I'll have you know.
Prophecy received.
What? Okay.
Times 1,000.
Yeah. I love you. I love you all. Oh, that tear did not even
From
fucking
now on,
hesitate. No more goodbyes. No more.
Finally. The time has come to say farewell.
I said no more goodbyes. You can't do this to me. I shed my first tear. I did. I became weak last second, man.
I'm grateful that you could be here to witness this moment, partner.
My wish is to meet with you all again.
Well then, make sure you take good care of as I've written. As long as it's by your side, Amphoreus will always be with you.
Don't worry. People will be like, hey, what's your most prized possession? I'll pull out the book, and they'll be like, a book? And I'll be like, yes, it holds lots of loved ones in it.
The last line I want to write down is, a hero is living in everyone's heart. Embrace it. And chase after the sun. I hope those who read this will find the courage to face their burning lives. See you at the next pale dawn, partner.
Did you see? Amphoreus has ushered in the dawn.
The characters in the book have taken their final bow. It's time for us to return to our own reality.
It's time for us to finally go home after such a long time. Amphoreus has been painful, scarring, and tragic, but it ending is something else.
But as people who lived through it, we can still add the final touches to this story, right?
Sure we can.
Of course. The pen will eventually break, the ink will run dry, and life will ultimately fade. But thoughts will permanently remain in sagas.
If time is an endless cycle, then forget the bitterness that keeps repeating, and remember only the moments of happiness.
Let's walk towards tomorrow together. We were never apart.
Never apart.
Time to head home.
Don't miss the crew meeting. We won't wait around for you, you know?
Hey, we waited for you. I pointed out you were missing, but we were waiting for you.
See you later, Donhung. March.
There's sound effects. It's just us two. I'm not ready. Anyways, hit me with it, I guess.
And with this,
oh my god.
As I've written, officially comes to an end.
Shouldn't I leave something behind? That is an option. That's so true. Why not? But yeah, you deserve to say something. Fuck what we have to say. You've earned something. What do you want to leave behind?
We're its co-authors, after all, friend. Once the words are written down and have been read by others, the meaning they carry is no longer in our control, leaving the freedom of interpretation to every reader who opens
There is, yeah.
Don't you think there's something romantic about that? As for what this story means to you and me,
close to our hearts.
Let's keep it close to our hearts. After all, we've always had this unspoken understanding between us.
Whoa! Passenger March! Why did you suddenly
No!
wake up?
No!
You scared me so much that I dropped that book!
Pom Pom, how could you? That's my prized possession.
Welcome home, you three. Thank you for your hard work on this trailblaze.
You can't abruptly end it like that.
We might need to reshuffle the seniority rankings of the Express crew if we count the years you spent in Amphoreus.
Yeah, we're fucking old, okay? That's so true.
Hey, I was the first one to get dragged into it. Does that mean I'm gonna be the oldest member of the Astral Express now?
Congrats, March. You're the elder.
Miss March hasn't lost her innocent nature even after all these long years.
No. Can't take that away from her.
In other words, she hasn't really grown up at all.
Don Hung, you haven't either. How fucking dare you?
Hey!
Yeah.
This is the first time I've been able to examine as I've written up close.
I hit the mic, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn the camera off.
Miss Cyrene's handwriting is gentle, yet steely, with an underlying strength.
That it is.
I had no idea it was so sophisticated. Looks like I need to brush up on my knowledge in this area.
Yeah, I like to see you try.
Maybe start with a few basic books first to get your feet wet.
You know what? I did basically say the same thing. I did basically say that. I can't I can't judge stealth.
Look who's talking. As if you're not glued to your phone in your room all day.
Hey, I sometimes read on my phone. In real life now, Stella's gaming. I can't defend Stell.
Huh? Wait.
Something fell out?
What
What fell out?
Is that
a bookmark?
A bookmark?
In a corner, unknown to everyone. There was actually an untold interlude that took place.
Oh, is this where they're gonna finish me off and just kill me?
I left it out of the story because it involved a choice. A choice I made for my own selfish reasons. Can you forgive me, friend?
I don't know.
I made a decision on my own while you were away.
I would love to forgive you, but I'm scared. Your tone does not...
I wrote everything about it on this little card. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me after reading it, please. Add this final note to the conclusion of as I've written.
I'm concerned. What does... Moments after the fall of Iron Tomb, that would be when it's decided.
Memories swallowed by Iron Tomb. Return now to reality.
And don't lose your way.
I finally found you, Cyrene. Demiurge.
Herta.
We won the battle. Thank you, Madam Herta. Without you, we never would have stood a chance. Still, is something weighing on you?
Right before I shut my eyes,
something unsettling
inside the droid head's brain, I saw something unsettling. The fourth instant, this turning point in cosmic destiny, anchored by the erudition
process.
It's not a single instant, but a process, a chain of events.
So, this victory isn't the final piece of that chain?
It's not complete yet.
Far from it. This is only the beginning. The first toll of the death knell for the cosmos.
That sorrowful look doesn't suit you, Madam Herta. Don't hold it in. Tell me.
Not long ago, you crossed paths with the Eon of Remembrance again, didn't you?
Yes. Even if the figure was hazy, I knew right away. That was the god from Cyrene's dreams.
Causality has gone wrong, just as I thought.
Causality?
Let me put it in your favorite fairy tale terms. The universe began as a seed. It grew into a great tree. And the present is its branches and leaves. The erudition calculates how the future will sprout. With so many possible outcomes, they choose to anchor one path, cutting away the crooked or fragile branches. But if things continue that way, the branches grow endlessly, the leaves multiply, and one day the tree collapses under its own weight. That is why there is a concept in biology called lignification. Soft sprigs form a hardened shell and fuse with the trunk. For the universe, that process is what we call memory. Under Fooley's record keeping, the past becomes memory. In the corners, they forget. Even the events of the present become fruit without roots.
So it is the opposite of the erudition. One calculates what is to come,
what came before,
and the other holds on to what came before.
We were never meant to have to speak of this. But now, I finally understand what that chaotic matter around Amphoreus truly is. It is your memory. Your mind now stretches across the stars, allowing you to travel farther down this path than anyone else.
My memory?
Yes, you live in the now, but your memory remains in the past. Just like the Eon of Remembrance, a being made entirely of memories.
What does that mean? Did they fall?
No, quite the opposite.
They have not yet been born.
Remember, to carry out the mission of remembering the universe, they must ascend to divinity only at the very end of time. And at that moment of ascension, their memory stretches through the past, becoming what people now call Fooley. That is why they feel so distant, so cold.
An empty shell.
That crystalline form is just an empty shell. I do not know how the Garden of Recollection managed to hide this until now. They must have their reasons, but none of that matters now. Here in the present, we cannot know who will become Fooley. But one thing is certain. They will be born. And those who might become Fooley all share the same characteristics. They are known as Children of Remembrance. Pure child of Anasrava.
So her and March.
Both of you. Children of remembrance.
So help us. Find where Amphoreus' memory began, and bring it out.
We are the sacrifice. The garden used us. The pure child of Anasrava. Abandon us!
So that name, it was never my past. It was my future.
Or maybe it is the present. Noose has revealed to me two paths. And on both paths, I see you standing. The first, follow the trail of memory you have forged. Break free from this world and reach for the stars. That would mean Amphoreus' causality will no longer concern you.
Not
at
the
least
person
not
you
the
are
person
now. She doesn't deserve to be...
Go on.
The second...
I don't like that you hesitated.
You come to a stop and fade, offering yourself to become the memory that carries through Amphoreus.
Stop and fade. Stop and fade. Cyrene, can I go into your memories real quick and veto the fuck out of that?
Perhaps this is the choice every pure child of Anasraba must face.
Okay, cool. I guess I'm clinging to March even worse. Hoyo, thank you for my attachment issues. If you fucking leave, I'm going to be scared. Because what the fuck are you doing right now?
That choice means I'll remain in the past forever.
And more than that, it means you will close off Amphoreus' causality. This world is sealed. The effect that the remembrance brings to it will all converge on one thing.
And the one thing is you.
That one thing is you. No more eons will interfere with this part of history. No more blank spaces in causality. The present will be set in stone and become indestructible. There are two paths, and only one leads to the right end. Droidhead didn't tell me the answer. But I can guess what might happen if you choose wrong. With causality incomplete, there is a chance Iron Tomb could rise again.
Here's your choices. Both suck, but if you choose the wrong one, it will suck even more. By the way, sacrifice yourself. It's your option. There you go.
So even the gods of the cosmos are unreasonable.
Yep, they're bitches.
If you want my advice, stop thinking so much. Ask yourself what your heart truly wants. Choose the first path, and you might survive as a memo sprite. You may even walk beside them for a while.
Yeah, but she's not gonna sacrifice everyone for that. That's never an option.
Even I can tell how much they mean to you. Especially the little one.
Yeah, and she means a lot to me. But that's why I get where this is going. I know.
But if you take the second one, then you may have already lost the chance to say goodbye.
I don't like that. I'm not for this.
I have made my decision, Madam Herta.
I thought you would need more time to think it through.
The answer is clear, is it not? Still, I do need a little time.
I wish I could say take as much time as you fucking need, but the whole point is that's not an option.
To quiet the sorrow in my
You
heart.
shouldn't have to go through that. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell.
Her kindness is always just right for the moment. I believe.
I'll forgive you, but I'm fucking
She
hurt.
will forgive me.
I understand, so when I say I'm hurt, I'm more hurt that the universe said fuck you to literally me and you. And, you know? Fucking shit.
I will say no more. I would rather not break the mood. But may I ask you one last thing?
Of course.
Why?
Why indeed?
I once heard a saying that went something like this. Divinity is flawless humanity, and humanity is flawed divinity. We children of Amphoreus gave up on gods long ago. Those beings who love to play pranks on the universe. I believe in her much more than I believe in them. And I believe in who I am. As a human.
Oh. That really is a comforting answer.
A comforting answer.
As for the one wish I still have trouble letting go of.
Yeah.
One will remain in the past.
No!
One will walk toward the future. I believe that the one I cared for most will witness on behalf of the ripples of past reverie. Every starlit tomorrow.
You deserve that too, though.
Moving backwards through remembrance. What a curious feeling. Is this the moment Iron Tomb declares victory and casts the destruction upon the stars?
I'm not gonna be able to listen to this track for a good fucking hot minute.
So back then, in the path space, it was I who found me.
Then a girl talking
The
to
gods'
herself.
whispers were nothing more than a girl talking to herself. Now that I remember, what I heard back then was... All
I wanted to say was, don't give up.
Aww.
She will find you. Memory truly is amazing.
That it can be. That it really can.
Then let me wield this power.
Oh.
And plant the seed of causality for the miracle that is destined to bloom.
Let the ripples of causality spread. Create an eternal page. Hoyo, I normally say Xiaoji when I get you Xiaoji, but no, Hoyo, I think I need a word with you. And you to pay for my next therapy session. 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks to pay me. Anyways, I hate selecting 2. But as much as Cyrene deserves to have, like, a choice for herself to be able to explore the outside, she wouldn't do that at the risk of Iron Tomb possibly coming back and all the others going away. I don't...
Even so, must we walk all the way to the very beginning of memory? It's such a long road. A bit lonely to walk alone.
Yeah, I know. I don't like it.
Then...
Oh, thank you.
Would it be alright if I came with you?
Yes. It's so alright. It hurts me emotionally, but I'm glad she has someone. It's the opposite situation here. Like, maybe you can talk together, but it's again having these two be the ones in their, you know, moments of solitude and sadness being together. I'm so glad. I'm not okay.
As long as it's Peach. Even 30 million wouldn't be too many.
Why the fuck did that get me? As long as it's Peach. I don't know why they got me, but it did. One is enough. Yeah. Let's not overcrowd ourselves, huh?
Take a deep breath, and then we can set off, alright? Follow the ripples of remembrance into the past. Reconnect every moment in which the gods made themselves known.
Clearly, cause leads to effect. But now, the future gives new meaning to the past. Effect flows backward and nourishes cause.
Maybe that is what makes memory so beautiful. So, let us return the way we came. Look back at every ripple that formed. Go back home.
What if I just don't? What if I don't?
Oh, I missed you.
What if we just stay here? You know? If the world's causalities were a stream flowing downstream, then the girl would be a flower, blown against the current by the winds of time. Following her backward gaze, she tiptoes across the water, casting ripples, completing the cycle of cause and effect, and leaves a lingering fragrance engraving every precious moment here. She gradually draws closer to that very beginning. Mem likes you, you good friend. Mem always be with you. For the light cone. Trailblaze the world. You know, I stupidly thought, hey, I took this quest like a champ. No tears. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh. The very beginning. The very fucking beginning.
No, no, no. How is this possible? Breathe. Breathe.
Oh, hearing Dan Heng. Gosh.
Partner. Partner! No. I have to get you out of here first. Just hold on.
Remember? That pale dawn breaking through the endless night?
Mm-hmm.
The spear of strife nearly claimed her life. And it was you. You, playing God, who cradled her body with your gentle gaze.
Go ahead. I'm already dead. May as well kick my corpse. It was you playing God who cradled her body with your gentle gaze. It was always Cyrene. It was always her. Without...
Then, before Ornyx's altar...
Such a splendid memory. Skyfather, are you watching?
Even the Titan of Times took you for someone else.
All of us were in the dark.
I never imagined there was a hidden truth behind our first meeting.
Cool, and now we supposedly can't say goodbye.
The first time.
No,
was also
the last time I saw you.
Friend.
It's wanting me to give up. It's wanting me to turn around. It's wanting me to, and I want to, but I can't.
Ma'am.
I can't.
Ma'am.
I have to be strong. I'm not. I'm fucking weak, but I'll be strong for her. 'Cause she's the one really doing it. She's the one putting in the work. The chimes. The chimes.
That melody from the memory. I've got it now. And so, the miracle was able to slip away from death temporarily. I'll leave her to the Casteress of the past. She will keep her here, in the world of the living.
Leave her to the Casteress of the past. Thanks, I hate it. March! You've been doing so much.
Darn it! What are these things? You're not taking me down. Not before I find a way to help her and Dan Heng. If you've got a bone to pick, take it up with my six-phased ice.
March wandered all across Amphoreus for 97 days straight.
Yep.
Chasing one goal. To save her friends.
Yep. That's why I love her so much.
And with her bow and arrows, she brought down every obstacle that stood in her way.
Yep. Stronger than any of us give her credit for.
So that's how it happened.
My skill with the bow.
My skill with the bow. I owe it all to March.
I can't turn back. Remember the bow and arrows. I can't turn back.
What a sweet note. I've got it now. And so, in a memory from the past, you inherited March's mastery of the bow. And that arrow bearing golden flames will streak across the stars in the future, becoming a glimmer of hope for the cosmos.
It's okay to cry.
No worries. I'm just a little tired from all the walking.
You really need to work out more.
Yeah, no more mem flying around, huh?
3 paths interweave and fetter Amphoreus, co-authoring the fate of the world. Ordinary pathstriders aren't known to leave traces in the mirror, so if what you said is true, then this isolated star system must be home to at least 3 beings comparable to Emanators.
Yeah, in theory, that's what we were going with.
I would even go as far as to say...
Eons themselves.
To gain the favor of the stars for Amphoreus, the Remembrance sent a call for help to the cosmos. But the obstruction from the scepter was far too strong. Even the gods could do nothing more than send a fleeting mimetic being to someone who walked the same path. Thankfully, Miss Black Swan caught that fleeting moment.
Who would have... Well, we have ideas of what could have happened if she didn't, but...
No, that signal drew some unpleasant attention as well.
Never easy.
Looking back now, it was all worth it. The cosmos showed us a kinder face.
Thankfully, she has a different understanding of the Remembrance. Miss Evernight once said that the Remembrance wasn't looking after Amphoreus, but rather scheming and preparing to devour the paths. Her deduction was perfectly logical.
The humans
but
in the story.
She failed to account for what the humans in this story could achieve.
Not quite her fault, but yep.
Maybe I have a scheme of my own. A scheme that will bring happiness to everyone.
I need you to be happy. I know you can say you're happy with us being happy, but oh my god, you need to stay close to each other. Before the book fell, and then we picked it up, and I thought it was cute, but it hurt me emotionally.
Please keep helping them. And the others in the future too, Miss Black Swan.
No.
Looking back on the past really does wear down the mind. wears out the body, too.
No.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story. I believe that in that story, or in countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphoreus' fate.
In the blink of an eye, we have returned to the turning point of fate. With nothing but a fragile sliver of hope, we embraced 30 million cycles of futility and began the eternal recurrence. I still remember the first time I saw the god appear in a dream, looking at me from behind a thin veil of crystal. Back then, I wondered if they might be someone with ill intent.
Yep, someone with ill intent, alright.
But now, I finally understand. She was always standing beside me. And she is so very beautiful.
Oh. Weave the dream of a god. Oh no, I don't think I can I can watch anyone's playthrough of this for a fucking minute. I can try, but I don't think I can. I don't think it's fucking smart. Oh.
Causality really is a force that cannot be stopped. Even if I wanted to leave a few more words for Cyrene, it seems I no longer can. After all, you still have to leave behind your final consciousness and plant the very first seed. I remember what you once said. When a god sheds a tear, the thing reflected in the ripples must be the most beautiful thing in the world. But do you know what Amphoreus saw when its heart was born? The first thing it saw was a name. Zero.
93.
9. 3.
Looks like you figured it out. Sometimes, all it takes is a change in perspective to reveal something truly unexpected. Don't you agree?
That's right. Turn these numbers upside down, and you'll see a beautiful eternity. Something we believe in. The ego.
They did not. They did not. Sorry, needed a moment to fucking get rid of my thought process there. Yeah, HI3 people, are you with me? You with me? Okay, I need to plug my phone in, so I guess I'll use this absolute moment of a gem. I don't know. I also need to. I'll hit marker. I'll hit this. I don't know. I probably need to. Yeah, ego. Yeah, ego.
time's running out. I want to protect everyone in the village. But can I really do that with the strength I have? I shouldn't think too much. Better finish the farm work Dad left me first.
The hero within has been by our side since we were little. Finan has always been strong, but without that faint glimmer of hope lingering in his mind, would the weight of fate and endless recurrence finally break him?
If only someone could place even a sliver of hope inside his heart, he would hold on and keep going.
Yes,
just
a single spark. And he would guard that fragile light until it turned into a blazing sun.
I no longer have the strength to make the hero within look like her. So, let me leave behind
a prophecy
for him.
Hilton.
Take this wish with you.
She's hurting.
Be the hero who begins the mission of deliverance. As prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn.
Fucking chimes.
Now, your eyes have seen through all of Amphoreus, from the end back to the beginning.
Looks like time's running out.
Cast ripples and bid the final farewell? Never!
The first ripple was where it all began for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I thought they were just musical notes scattered aimlessly throughout memory. But they had already become part of this world. No matter how Amphoreus came to be, right now it feels so gentle. As I return to where I came from, it wants to play for me once more that melody from when we first met. A simple, but beautiful melody.
Behind this door.
Not the music.
I can smell it. The scent of wheat fields.
You're clever. I bet you figured it out long ago, didn't you? The end of this journey back. The final gap in Amphoreus.
In Amphoreus.
It leads to the place we both call home.
We can finally
go home.
Go home.
Are you ready? If you leave memory at the very beginning of the story and cast the first stone, that final gap in Amphoreus will close. The causal loop of Amphoreus will become a fixed point in the stars.
And if I don't do that,
then this world and the cosmos beyond the sky
fucking
might still
probability
fall into
bullshit.
the destruction.
Destruction? Can you fuck off?
There's no way we would let something like that happen, right? Exactly.
There's two options. There's no options. It's we have to do this. They're making us do this. How did they learn from 3.4 and then make this hurt me more?
I remember that tree in Ide Silicii. It grew all alone, unable to go anywhere. It watched the sea in silence, dreaming of a faraway shore it could never reach. But now, a tiny boat sets sail. It carries a seed of hope, plucked from the tree, and heads into the great beyond. Even if the boat's shadow fades quickly from sight, the tree knows that its wish will bloom on the other side of the sea. In that moment, it must feel happiness, right? The way you brought it up, now I kind of miss that tree too. Come on. Let's go home together. Take it with us, back to the sacrament courtyard. Let it become Remembrance's anchor, tying together the times we knew so well.
Okay.
Let's go home. Together.
So tired. We're not. We're gonna return to the girls' homeland.
That final note. Right. It's been with me all this time. This is Doe.
Oh.
It is also the first note. The one from the first time we met. And the one that stayed.
To the very end.
To the very end.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to do it. I'm already...
Ide Silicii.
Very weak.
The place where it all began. It's like time itself has stopped.
I actually don't think I can stand an Ide Silicii for a minute.
And the breeze and the sound of the waves never seem to rest.
I used to stop game sessions.
We've made
here.
it. The sacrament courtyard. This is the place where we first picked up the ceremonial blade. And where we first began writing journals.
No.
Now, the journey through memory has reached its end. Once the anchor is placed, what awaits us is 30 million lifetimes of reunion. Looping. Again.
Endless farewells.
Endless farewells. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. And with them, endless encounters. Ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do. Such a happy scale. Whether it's for Cyrene, the Deliverer, or every sprouting branch of Amphoreus, I leave this tale of love here. May the river of time flow backward, bringing scenes of the future before our gaze. In the eternal land that no one remembers, the legend of the Trailblaze is about to begin.
I can't back out.
Is it all over now? My mind and my memories. It seems they're beginning to fade.
Why do you make me press this button over and over and over again?
The breeze is warm, but my body is shivering for some reason.
If you're feeling cold, let's find somewhere warm. We can rest there, together.
Somewhere warm.
Somewhere
warm.
I know just the spot. 405. 504. 093.
Ego.
365.
Going through all their numbers.
432.
Yep.
252. 496.
This story deserves a perfect
720. 61.
Sorry, I if you feel fatigued, feel free to take a respite here. All your precious memories will wrap around you like a warm fleece as you drift into dreamland.
8 6 0 0 216 9 4 5. Treehouse.
Oh,
Cyrene. March 7th. Danhong. Electra. Cynthia.
It's so hard for her to speak.
Kaslana. Anaxagoras.
Aglaya. Midemos. Castorus. Cyphera.
Cyrene. And you. Look. Everything is
no
already as we've written.
Don't do this. The flower fades at the journey's end, only to take root again at the journey's beginning. It leaves love as yesterday's conclusion. Yeah. Haha. People see that ending of love. They set out on the flame chase journey, and those who chase the flame, in turn, let the flower bloom anew tomorrow. Causality comes full circle in this line, or, more poetically, the pen is laid to rest. Within the light cone, all is faded. You ask fate, what is divinity? And she says, look how beautiful you are.
I am the gaze that looks back on the world.
Oh.
How fortunate we are In this cycle of cause and effect, humanity never looks to the gods for guidance. The ones who pick up the pen and write miracles again and again are always ourselves. Am I still awake? Peach, where are you?
Peach, where are you? As she's in, you know, the more original self.
Are you still here?
Yep.
I shrank. So that's how it works. When memory drifts away with the breeze, love leaves behind a seed
Turns into lament.
and turns into lament. Demiurge, Cyrene, Mem. Back again to the first, Philia 093. I always do have my charm.
Yeah. For better or worse, for me.
The final ripple nourished the great tree. And from it grew a single pink peach.
We've been playing for so long, and you still haven't told me your name! I've told you so many times already. You're just forgetful. My name is Livia. Livia.
Yeah?
If you forget again, I won't tell you next time. Livia, got it. Then you have to remember mine, too. I'm Piso. I always remember.
I know your name.
So...
Yeah, it was just a pen name.
Was just a pen name after all.
She said that.
So
And that was...
sleepy.
Wait, was that why she was always so tired?
A drowsy little fairy barged into my mind again. The last of my memories are slipping away. I wonder what this world will look like when I wake up again. I remember
A cry.
a cry. And
Name.
my name. Daughter of Lady Silicii.
Ellie. Ellie's all we got.
Shh.
Never mind.
Never mind. The same seed, when planted in different soils, blooms into flowers that are alike.
Never
Yet
the
never
same.
the same. But what truly makes her beautiful is each and every soul in the world. No matter what form liking takes, it is still precious love, and I will accept it gratefully and return it with joy.
Oh.
Do you remember my favorite story? That crystal flower was so beautiful. because it reflected the eyes of the little fairy. The stars across the cosmos will know I am the fairy who wrote, as I've written, together with you. And in your heart, I know I will always be given the name I love most. The one you gave me. After all,
Always been insane.
we've always been in sync.
Hey, don't rush!
Okay, we're back here. We're back here. We're back here. I'm hearing music. Let's
Slow down. Let the words settle. We have plenty of time.
In Amphoreus' month of mourning, all conflicts across the land come to rest. On the 11th day and night of the month of mourning, the dead will part, the living will embrace, the snow will fall, and bonfires will rise to warm
Her trailer.
every heart aching with lament.
It's her trailer music. I keep.
It may sound heavy, right? But on this day, laughter always rises louder than tears. Because people understand that parting is for the next reunion, and sorrow is so we may love more deeply. That is why this day is her favorite of the year. Under the same sky, across 8 phases of the moon, 13 heroes composed an epic together. 1 plus 8 plus 13 equals 2 11s.
Would it feel more fitting if the rest were written in Miss Cyrene's voice?
Agreed.
Then, we'll add 1.
The other
A
author.
1 like none that has come before. A 1 that blazes new trails.
What the heck, man?
I make this wish. On the 12th day of the 11th month, 13 heroes will take every core flame ignited across 30 million lifetimes and scatter them among the stars. Later, when the people who know this story gaze upon the cosmos, they will discover that the countless stars in the sky now glow
See you
pink.
tomorrow, by the way, Morse code.
And after 13 seconds, that radiant light will quietly fade away. It will be such a romantic, yet puzzling sight. But that's all right. They will keep that mystery close to their hearts, constantly pondering. Pondering what the ego truly is. They will love. They will get hurt.
No, this is fun. Holy shit.
They will rage. And in 30 million moments of helplessness, they will stitch their shattered hearts back together.
Again and again.
Again and again. But remember this well. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey. There may be pain along the way, but you and I will never be alone. They will come to understand what it means to lose, and in the end, they will choose to let go. They will offer their hearts to this world, to every companion they walk beside. And they will take in the hearts of others and pass them onward. For every soul that exists in this world, there is a different ego, a different prime mover of life. There will never be just one answer, not even
it's the
for
start. No. It's the God.
But when people gaze into the night sky and love what is fading with the same resolve they have to praise the stars, I want that soft, gentle pink in the sky to tell them.
Will always be answered.
Love will always be answered. This is a story about love, and a story about how to answer it. Whether it is one we have already written, or one you are yet to write. It will be a romantic story, like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
And a romantic story deserves an ending that is free and complete.
Us stepping in. We get to...
When every clue and thread has found its end, and the weight of the pen is no longer constrained. Pour the spirit of trailblazing into it, and end this tale with the most pure and romantic period.
Okay, I'm snoozing these ads. Fuck you, ads. It's time for me to hurt.
Light, sky, sea, stars, seeds, flowers, birds, hope, and love. Such words of beauty were how I first imagined the world.
This is already pretty. We're 2 seconds in.
For as long as I can remember, I've used them to tell the stories of Amphoreus. And now, this is the last one.
Don't say that.
A story about tomorrow. Dedicated to you.
We got it. Those my tears? And everything's moving forward.
Once upon a time, morning glow, scattered light, shone on you.
Oh, it's Felixia and Cass, and oh my god, they're little babies.
Rhymes are traces on the breeze.
Of course, these two are playing basketball. Oh, it's Trevios.
Please let me linger for now.
Cyrene. And it was Cass setting up this.
Love on the pages, the ink our stories penned. No matter how it ends, so do it all again. Oh, stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life while walking step beside you. So stay true. The winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. Like a melody, sing a song of reverie.
Oh my god, yeah, see, I can see these things happening. Go, Cypher, go. Sundays. No! Come back.
Blossom and spring renews, bringing colors every hue. Tomorrow
What do you mean?
Tomorrow's life are walking, stand beside you. Now stay true. The winter's rhyme and you, woven memories are burn. And like a melody, sing our reverie. And in our memory, in the end of our journey.
End of our journey. No! She's faint! What do you mean the end? What do you mean? What do you mean? Still blank is March 7th. You see that? Blank is Evernight. I don't know if I caught it in the screenshots. Sorry for this. Daughter of Script Supervisor Cyrene. Dedicated to the hero within. May this journey lead us starward. Mem! Mem? Memmy Mem. I think that's what I said. I'm stealing her lines.
Memmy. Mem. 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 Mem.
Mem lost?
Mem.
Ooh, what was that? Was our crash? We're in the loop. We're back at the beginning.
Mem. Mem.
This is the beginning.
Mem. Mem.
Mem looks so done with our shit, but it's scared, but you're still gonna go? Yeah. You're still gonna go. We're going to... This is, yeah, the first encounter. Yeah. I bet the door is heavy. You got this, Mem. When the path was changing. Yeah, oh, this is bringing back so much memories of the beginning a fucking year ago.
I guessed as much. It's no longer working. Looks like it's just the two of us out here now.
Memmy? Me, Memmy, Mem?
Let's find someplace safe to set up a base of operations first. This statue and the buildings we've seen so far point to a civilization here on Amphoreus.
This is crazy.
We can only hope that they're not hostile toward outsiders.
Mem?
I remember the
I've
sound.
reunited with you so many times. And every time feels like the first time we met.
It's fucking true.
Each time, Love breaks through the stubborn
I say
cycles.
true, but you know, it's more... It is! It's just straight up the full one this time. Each time love breaks through the stubborn cycle.
And takes flight toward a pink tomorrow.
Turning to the Trailblazers.
Where to now?
No. No. If you need me, I'm not here. Okay. That's just gonna be it. Oh, Muse, tell me. Unfinished epilogue. Jade, I don't have time for currency wars.
Something the matter?
Nope. This, though. Some system hours ago aboard the Astral Express.
You just waved a probe around in deep space and found our pal and Don.
Oh!
That little thing's really that impressive, ninja girl.
Rappa's the one who found us? Floating in space?
This is a ninja tech device, blessed by the Great One. It senses the ultra-low frequency electric waves of the human body.
That's crazy. But then also, while, you know, in the story they mentioned, they were saying that the Galaxy Rangers didn't, you know, answer the call. No, it seems like they actively did, right? It in a different sense. Like, they were more in the presence getting our bodies back, but not like for the final fight.
Oh, that's a whole lot of pretty wubba-boo. But since we found him, let's drop the act. You played it well. But who do you think you are? Brother Hanu?
Thinking you can pass as a Galaxy Ranger.
Galaxy Ranger.
Rappa question mark. Oh no. Oh, it's someone different.
Lord Cowboy Ninja, you have turned on me for no reason. Don't tell me the traitorous monkey ninja bewitched you. Are you walking the path of heretics now?
You did not call him by his name. You said monkey ninja, so you're definitely not Rappa.
Enough. A name is Silver Gun Shura.
Yup. Sparkle!
Ugh. This is why I hate putting over-the-top characters into the script. You and this mysterious ninja girl. Both of you are impossible to play. Director Sparkle doesn't care for Mad Men.
You're Sparkle. What do you mean?
Cut the chatter. What's your real reason for being here?
Come on. What bad intentions could a masked fool possibly have?
Many.
Just here to watch a show. Shuffle a few cards. My two prized actors were drifting through space for ages, and you all couldn't find them. What choice did I have but to come myself? Otherwise, who's going to share the stage with me?
You don't even care about the Iron Tomb disaster threatening the whole universe. Seems the fool's wisdom isn't all that deep.
Ranger, don't think waving some righteous flag gives you the right to throw sidelong jabs. And don't act like you've got no motives of your own.
Everyone who helped us had, well, not everyone, but a lot of the people who helped us had their own motive into it.
You're hoping this war involving the gods might be the key to freeing that broken-legged wolf.
Broken-legged wolf.
Who else knows about that?
Just me. Do you believe it? Relax. I'm not interested in disturbing that living legend. I just couldn't resist messing with you when I saw you come back empty-handed.
That is a Sparkle thing to do.
You little... Fine. Since you saved our pal and Don Hong, get out of here. But remember what you said.
Leave the boss alone.
Leave the boss alone. Or else.
You don't have to worry at all. In Director Sparkle's next
Gray hair gets the spotlight.
Gray hair gets the spotlight.
That's gonna be something else, isn't it? Oh! No, I missed it! I so missed that shot! Accept letter? What? What is this? Hold on. Okay. Stell. Hey, I missed you. I miss you. Maybe this feels a bit out of the blue, but I just want to take a look back one last time. The journey of Trailblaze must be filled with unknowns. So I thought, why not leave you one more surprise? A ripple of memories, along with a touch of fairy magic. Before we knew it, we've shared such a long walk together. I wonder what story you'll write at the next stop on your journey. I'll be in your memories, longing, whenever I close my eyes. I can see yours, carrying the whole universe. Like waves of wheat rustling in the breeze, or the tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow where stars shine. Okay, they just wanted to twist the dagger. You gave me a 10 pull as tomorrow became yesterday. What's this? Just the letter that's gonna scar me? The letter that's gonna scar me with a 10 pull. What else are you gonna hit me with? This bubble popped up out of nowhere now. Oh, hey,
Let's
I see.
skip the formalities about how the Express crew led the formation of the Cosmic Alliance and saved civilization from the destruction. Thanks to the Express crew's support,
any more I should do?
Our operations stayed on course, even under the relentless pressure from the Marketing Development Department. Miss Himiko, the Strategic Investment Department extends its deepest thanks.
Your department's contributions during the crisis did not go unnoticed.
Yep, everyone did help out.
But besides disaster relief and holding the line, you've had your hands full with something else too, haven't you?
Indeed. The Cosmic Alliance's victory this time has revealed something truly precious. A glimpse of what united civilizations can accomplish in the face of destruction. Our department is summarizing key lessons from this campaign. If another crisis of this scale appears on the horizon, we intend to have a system ready to respond.
That would be really good, but I hope to never have to go through this type of crisis again.
If the IPC can take the lead in establishing a true frontline against the destruction, it will bring hope to every civilization.
Of course. That still hinges on continued support from the Astral Express. Once the Iron Tomb matter is settled, we will be in touch again, Miss Himiko.
They're popping up everywhere.
General Jing Yuan, it's been too long. Did Miss Fuxuan return safely?
Well,
She almost had a near-death experience this time.
Oh, well, I'm glad you came back alive.
The Omniscia foresaw Iron Tomb's obliterating strike. It also told me there was no avoiding it, no surviving it.
Yet in that exact moment, the Seer strategist sent a message. The empty fortune has cracked open, and fate can now be decided. Then we lost contact. Alas, always so cryptic. Your brilliant senior soarer never says anything plainly. Left me pacing all night.
Stop lying, General.
No need to be upset, Master Diviner. Cryptic talk comes with the territory of being a general.
The soldiers of the Cienjo stood firm in this battle amidst overwhelming odds. Their courage and sacrifice deserve recognition. And it just so happens that the golden blood of ruin the Alliance needs is in the Nameless's hands. It was taken by the hero Kazlana of Amphoreus at the cost of his life, directly from Nanook themselves.
Yep, he scratched that bitch.
Though Kazlana is no longer part of this world, that kid can still reach a fragment of his memory. Perhaps Kazlana would be willing to entrust the golden blood to an ally who went to great lengths for Amphoreus.
In that case, very well. On behalf of the Cienjo Alliance, I offer our deepest respect to the world of Amphoreus and her brave, noble heroes. To strike an eon as a mortal, even for but a fleeting instant, this deed alone deserves to be etched into the stars
forever
and remembered forever.
Mr. Boothill, it's a relief to see you alive and well after all that bloodshed.
Born tough. Though, I ought to apologize to you, Miss Himiko, for missing the Express's signal earlier.
Hey, it looks like you had your hands full. I don't blame you.
The soldiers of both the IPC and the Cienjo saw the way you all fought on the front lines. Please accept my sincere thanks for the bravery the Rangers showed.
No need for thanks, Miss Himiko. I ain't the leader of the pack, didn't bring many along. Most of those who showed up for this fight have a personal score to settle with the destruction.
Yep.
That's why they fought like they had nothing to lose.
The Express crew owes you and Miss Rappa a special thanks
for
retrieving her
we don't
and
know.
Dan Hung after the battle.
We don't know it's Sparkles.
With the scepter put out of commission, there was a lot of chaos across the Amphoreus segmentum. Even with signal tracking, finding them was no simple task.
Maybe her ninjutsu really is the real deal.
Yeah, maybe it is. No, it is. I believe in Rappa 110%.
Speaking of which, where is Miss Rappa?
On vacation.
Don't worry. She's gone to help the other Rangers. I'll pass on the Astral Express's message to her.
Stars silent as enigmas. And that's the last one. I'm sure there's probably stuff also, you know, around the map. Like there's been like recollection moments. I'll find them eventually. Look at all the music I'm missing. Hey, it's Proy Boy. Surely that's nicer to listen to. That's cool, but... This is the boss fight? It's the boss fight. Oh, it's... Unholy Blood is that fight. I'm trying to find a song so I can do a wrap up of some of this. Okay, guys. That was really good. Hoyo, I will be awaiting the day we've done enough to fucking see them again. I'll also be awaiting the apology for what you put on Cyrene and made her that final piece to the world not fucking ending. You really said you have two options. One you're never gonna pick, but I'm gonna say you have two options. And then you make us, the player, non-stop, knowing that she's in more and more, like, pain as she's continuing on towards this fate. We're the ones who have to click it over and over. I'm sure there's people out there who clicked the top one, and it will be interesting to see on their end. But I as someone who's going through for my own self, I wanted to reach the quote unquote good ending, even if it meant hurting myself. And Cyrene would not have fucking liked me if I had done that, you know? So I guess ultimately I was also being selfish. Hey, look, everything's in this moment. Wow, that's such a nice, pretty cutscene. Oh. Okay, hold on, guys. But yeah, there's definitely a lot going on. I feel like a lot of it I did actually comprehend and take in pretty well. But I'll, need some time to... I'll need some time to kind of put my thoughts all in order. It's just been a minute. I forgot I have stuff saved up. But there is something I need to do other than select Topaz, because I've just wanted her and this saves me having to pull her. We're gonna... Hold on. For starters, hurt my soul. And I need to put her... She's not built yet, so I'm not gonna... I don't want to replace any of you. Okay, Bronya, you're taking the hit for now, and when she's battle ready, she'll move. But yeah, for now... Oh, friends, what? My final friend? There you go. Have fun in that role. We're gonna pull. Probably, again, we're gonna do, like, maybe the 10 pull that was blessed by Cyrene. We're gonna do that on the, light cone for Hyacinth. It was nice getting to see, the trio, like, actually back together in a more, I guess, relatively calm setting, Love, Peach, and Crystal Flower. Because, we got back to our usual bickering that just involved us being absolute menaces to March, and so March threw it back, 20 for that. 110%, she was not letting us get away for all the time we've been away. So, here we go. It's unfortunately not it, but it's okay. It was blessed by Cyrene, as you see. And I think I pulled a decent bit on rapid fire earlier. It's been 9 hours, so, I'm pretty sure it's reset. 55. We're at, like you say 55. Cyrene. This is it. I'll definitely be getting Cyrene's light cone on a rerun, probably. Because, you know, she's earned it. I don't think I can pull for other people that I want. Just because of how much it's spent to even get whatever this 5-star is going to be. There's no guarantee that it's fucking Hyacinths. But thank you. Thank you so much. I'm saying that's all because of Cyrene. I'm sorry. I like that last part before the revelation about the sacrifice that Cyrene was about to do. You know, just that fever dream of having them on the Express and all of that is like slowly weighing down on me. And it really sucks. We technically got the good ending. We did get the good ending. But like I said, bittersweet as fuck. That's Hoyo's game. It's just bittersweet. And I'm gonna look at the book because it's telling me to, and I... Okay, I'll read these another time. Trust me, I will. I'll try to remember. But there's one more nameless recollection to start throwing in, and it's Cyrene herself. Again, I'll do these probably separately. For you guys, YouTube, it might even just be a VOD. You might need to go to the VOD channel for. But I think I'll tell myself to do even if it's relatively short, but video covering the table contents for the As I've Written stuff. So yeah, I'll definitely, I want to look through all of this, so that will be its own separate video. Let's not worry about that too much for now. When you see me next, it will maybe be for Currency War. We do still have Snack Dash. I need something nice. Again, we do have my little invite code here. It's a lot of stuff I'm going to worry about later on when it's not 4:30 in the morning. But, yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm definitely not getting away with tonight without having at least one really good cry session. Because I felt it hit me a lot really bad, and then I would get conscious of the camera. So, yeah, it may sound over dramatic and played up, but no, my eyes hurt. And I'll be working on my Cyrene. We'll be coming back. And, you know, may this journey lead us starward, everybody. Let me know your thoughts about this quest. Did you enjoy it? Were you as heartbroken as me? Are you also going to be listening to that song that played during the animated short, even though it's gonna fucking stab you? Yeah, same. But yeah, I hope you all have a great day or night, whatever the heck you're watching this. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Okay, for you guys stream, there's one more thing I did want to try. It's just the video is getting ungodly long. You can tell I'm like here, there, everywhere based off my speech. We're going to do some of this real quick. Oh yeah, I can speed through it. Very true. I want to use my Cyrene. She's not built. I'm not gonna put her through that. She's been through hell and back. She does not deserve this mistreatment. And technically my Stella's leveled up now. So she can fill in the role for now. Character details. We go over to Hyacinth. She's had this for... Oh, I can give this to Stell now. Yeah, this is the fully leveled up one. Let's see if I have the level up materials for it. That's what I can do too. I haven't like fully leveled up all of her stats. It's been windy as heck. It started storming. Formed someone of my trials and tribulations over here. I know this is technically using up materials I saved up for Cyrene, but I'm fine. I've been farming this one Calx for ever since I got Castris. Actually, no, ever since MC. MC uses it. So I've just been farming this shit for a whole year, effectively. What's a little bit longer? Yeah, we have our light cone. I feel a little bit better about that. One day I'll be able to maybe consider pulling for Eidolons, but it is a new region coming out. I really want to pull Treeby because I've wanted her since her first patch, 3.1. But I, again, might just have to wait for a fucking rerun. But she's reran a few times, so it's going to be a minute. But then there's Cypher. I want Cypher, but I don't have her optimal team, which sucks. I don't know what I should focus when it comes to leveling up her. Like, I'm someone who ultimately levels everything to max. So it's just a matter of if I don't have materials, what should I focus on in that moment? Like, that's the real what if. Yeah, we're gonna do some very quick run through. See if we get anything good for her. And if not, oh well. You know, I think this stream was very successful. I was a little concerned I would start streaming. And because I haven't been staying up very late, I would be a little bit tired for, you know, some of the slower, more dialogue heavy bits. But no. I'm proud to say exhaustion was not what was kicking my ass. I'll probably be up for a little bit after this, actually. So, yeah, I know that's not it. I need to just pick one and level it up. Basic attack, let's go. Yeah, no regrets on my end. You will see me once I get her at least somewhat equipped, using her for sure. I'll hate not being able to use Stell, but she can go back and fill in my Firefly team spot that's been lacking her since I kidnapped her for Castris. To be fair, I'm sure there's other teams too. I use Stell like all the time. She is almost never not on my team. So did I? Maybe? Let's see. Even with sacrificing stuff to Hyacinth? Sacrificed stuff for Hyacinth, but I farmed it so much that we did it. Would you look at us go, champions? all that's left to do is fill in the relic position then. And go ahead. Use as much as you can in one go. By the way, the iron... Okay, there's so much. Yeah, I'm gonna
Be
have
careful.
a lot to think
There's
about.
something unsettling ahead.
Light a reef
Play. Dude. Emerge from your cocoon.
Like, the Iron Tomb fight was cool. And it was so cinematic with how they played it out.
Danger approaches.
Just the whole time, the whole quest, they were really good about building up the suspense and just the feeling of something not being quite right.
Return to dust.
It's like, I have to applaud them.
Okay.
Do I believe this is the end of Amphoreus? No, fuck no. Give me Amphoreus back. But...
Rise and shine.
The end of the live stream was a note.
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
We can do anything.
I can look around now and
Darkness,
you know, not
with
get
me.
spoiled on the pain.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Wait.
We can do anything.
That's so cool. Cyrene's VA. Okay, that's great. She was like, she came home not just in the first 10 pool, but the first pool. It was meant to be. That, yeah, that's awesome.
That hurts a bit.
Night falls. Good night.
We can do anything.
Don't be a witch. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Return to dust.
Oh, okay. So, what are the odds that these are gonna be good? We gotta put bets on it. For starters, it's bad. She's not wind. She doesn't really scale off attack, but she does do HP and crit. Maybe. No. No. HP crit rate. Those other two, not really, but it's a start. Attack, HP crit. This one's looking better than the last one. Attack, crit, okay, that's looking good if it doesn't all roll into death. Attack, not sure how I feel about this one. It's not the right set, but like, could be in handy. I don't know who's gonna benefit from that yet, so I should save those, all things considered. Energy regeneration, again, depending on who's gonna need this, it could be good, could be useless. second piece with it, but I don't like those other stats. We're not gonna look at the 4 stars because our hope here is to get yeah, okay. There's a faster way to do this, but I'm willing to very briefly throw these out. And I'll have a lot of stuff to do later, inevitably. Guys, if you see a piece that looked like it could be decent, don't tell me in the future. So many relics because of this system. It's crazy. I'm genuinely trying not to think about anything that just happened. I am one thought away from just being very upset. Sentence it to the fine.
It's still early. Where to now?
To get rid of artifacts. That's what we're to do. Did I just say artifacts? I mean relics. Damn it. It's really too late. It's been a long stream. Yeah, look at all the stuff I've hoarded. No, genuinely, I understand why my relic shit is filled. Be free. Okay. That should have spared us a little bit of room, right?
Be careful. There's something unsettling ahead.
Like...
Emerge from your cocoon. Darkness with me.
Like, the very final thing I'm gonna do is I just want to see if I can look how far back it was for that Cyrene at the very beginning of the stream.
Okay. Rise and shine. Have some sunshine.
She's instantly healing a lot
Restore
more
the skies.
than she was originally. I will admit, it could be part of the set. I need to see her in regular combat, but
we can do anything.
If I had that light cone going into the story, I might not have used the trial one we got.
Return to dust.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
We can do anything.
Because one of the teams, I'm ultimately probably using Cyrene on the cast team, but I did also want to do the Evernight team.
Restore the skies.
So Evernight, we have Stell, and then we're gonna have Don Hung with Cyrene. That is another team I want to give a shot.
Night falls.
So, I'll have to see how that one goes.
Just you wait. We can do anything!
That hurts a bit. Darkness with me. I'm okay.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
Oh damn, was it Skirk's birthday? Yeah, Skirk's birthday, and it's just fine in death flags, Amphoreus character deletion, Amphoreus in flames. Yeah. Happy birthday, Skirk. Yeah, what a brilliant way to kickstart the ending here. But okay. Already off to a bad start. I don't even know if I would consider this good in general. In theory, this could be good for some future character. I don't know. Ice damage, HP, crit rate. Damn, if only the flat HP and maybe something else. This could be a decent piece. That actually has potential. I don't know about that one. We've reached the wrong set now. Which I'm saving some because you never know. I will ultimately probably pull at some point. One of the, you know, obviously upcoming people. But
It's still early. Where to now?
it's early, so where to? My room to despair. I'm curious what it
Shooting star.
Oh.
This arrow isn't the end.
Don't worry, that's I'm unfortunately broke. If I wasn't, for me personally, I probably would deem this not bad. I'm saying this also partly because I do like this little hat. We are gonna be able to get these things, which this is funny, but for cutscenes I might take off. So like doing main story stuff, I might not wear it. And then this stuff isn't cool. That isn't cool. Isn't that bad? So like again, I have my own thoughts on this. I'll kind of leave that as my piece there. I started at 100 and something. I have 27 pulls. Look at me go. I'm a fucking legend. I really held strong and didn't throw everything away. Not me wanting another Cyrene. Go. If I had pulled Cyrene, if I had pulled on Cyrene, it would have been. I need to save those. I can't spend those. I have 5 of them. That's nice. But yeah, if it was Cyrene, I would have got her. Clearly, it would have been a cast situation where I didn't know when to stop and bam. But I did say, okay, true. This is the final thing we're doing. No more stalling. So yeah, Cyrene. So hey, I'm officially 4 into pity. Actually 5. I'm 5 into pity now because I just did that one random pull. But so Cyrene and then Evernight. Like, no, don't get me wrong. Cyrene took forever to get, but that was a 50-50 win, which I'll take. Actually, can I do something? I haven't done this in a minute, so I don't know what it's going to look like. But yeah, if you give me a moment to try to find it. It should still be here. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I just need to do the powerful magic of stuff, and we can find out how much that took me. Cause yeah. So let's see. I have all the stuff still. Back. I need this open. And then is it this? I should hopefully have my answers soon. Save to my clipboard. Okay. It's a lot of items, so we're gonna give it a minute. But yeah, at 160 to 80, 200, you know, it's fine. Almost at 400. We're at 400. Guys, I've only pulled a lot. I've pulled a lot during Amphoreus. What are we expecting here? So yeah, total warps 123. Jade spent 19,680. 2 5-stars, 15 4-stars. Average 5-star pity 31, and then 8. Okay. Let us see what this like visually looks like. I'll try getting the picture for you guys. Like yeah, so it was Evernight and then Cyrene was win. I was pulling. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. I believe it was Cypher or Saridra, and I lost the 50-50. I just got a light cone though. In my light cone thing, it was I got Caslana's at 28 and I got Evernight at 72. So technically I've won a few of those. It's also I understand that it's the light cone banner, so it's a little bit different, but you know. Actually, what can I edit about this? Yeah, okay. I'll save this and literally just pull it up. For us really quickly to see our majestic luck. For that, you might get jump scared by the I can deactivate the camera. Never mind. Not that. The stream is about to end. Very true. But we are going to look at if I just okay, sorry guys, you're gonna get blinded a little bit. But if I go to this one, I can just turn on this and you can see it here. Yeah. It's possible. Relatively speaking, I would say my 5-star luck's good. It's when it comes to the pity, like how far in I have to go. That's when I get fucked over. So, you know, not too bad. Not too terrible. But I'll definitely need to recover, so I can't pull for Treeby or Cypher. I'm just gonna have to suffer. I'll suffer. I'll bear it and watch me skip some new person everyone's like absolutely like hype for, and then I'm just like, I'll take my Treeby or Cypher, whoever's rerunning at the time. Or supposedly there's a Himiko SP coming out, watch them do the reruns with the fucking Himiko that I'm not going to skip no matter what. That's what's gonna happen. Anyways, enough about my crash outs at 5 a.m. Thank you all for being here to witness my definite crash out sad tragedy moments. And you know, I still have a lot of stuff to do. We have stuff to try once I recomplete this bitch. But yeah, that was, I'm gonna say, a fun time because it had its fun moments, but it was also an emotional roller coaster that I handled pretty good. But I know it's not the end. There's going to be a few stages of grief for me. Yeah. I do hope you all genuinely enjoyed. I hope your playthrough went like smooth and amazing, because though that's a lot of jades. Okay, yeah, but I got really distracted. Most of that's from currency war. Okay. Okay. There's still a decent bit for me to go on that. But yeah. Sorry, very easily distractible at this point in time. Yeah, the trial showcase stuff I'm probably doing on my own. We've already gotten to play as Cyrene in the quest, so you've seen me do that. Though I wonder what team they have her on. So maybe, like, the others I clearly have and have probably done the trials for before. But I guess I'm just curious which team they're gonna run her on, since she has so many, in theory. The team I was using. Okay. Yes.
Turn over this eternal page.
I do know that.
Lionel, wait!
Play nice.
Go.
Don't worry.
I fucked up and didn't use cast. But it's okay. I'm allowed to make mistakes like this. And I can't wait to look through all of these. But I'm not going to focus on you too much, girl. I'm in pain.
So make it wait. Dispel the gloom.
I'll probably sort through. I know there's a few clips I got. I'll see if they captured what I wanted. And if they didn't, I'll delete them. But
may death protect us.
Not my cat.
Have some sunshine.
Stars, shine for the heroes.
Till we meet again. Night falls. Good night.
The sudden rain and intense wind is pretty crazy. The wind wasn't sudden. I knew about that.
Flowers
The fact that it's
bloom for
storming,
tomorrow.
like, rain-wise pretty good right now is a lot.
Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May life and death
I can't
sprout
listen
new
to that
buds.
right now.
Don't blink. May time watch over the Evernight. Rewrite destruction with me!
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Night falls. Good night.
Embrace a new life.
Rise and shine.
You know what? Actually, full blast that. Go for it.
May
Full send.
death protect us.
Good
As you
damage.
wish. Gotta stop them here. So make it wait.
I wish you could hear.
Take the answer.
Again.
That's
Again.
heavy as hell
Till we
rain.
meet again.
the dogs are barking because of the weather right now. Okay, guys. Given the howling wind and almost hail-like sounding rain, I think it is actually time for me to call it, and no more delays, stalling, whatever you have. I have the morbid, sick, sad urge to check IDs Elysia. I said I want to avoid the place, but give me a moment. Hi, Amphoreus. You technically don't exist anymore, but let me just, That is true. There's a different spot I can chill at. It's just as sad, but like I want to...
It's still early.
Invitation
Where
from
to
the
now?
past. Cyrene! Okay, I'm gonna save this for the reading video. Sorry, this little bit won't be on stream unless I stream later, today or tomorrow. And if I do that, then there. But otherwise, it will be on my second channel, my where all my Hoyoverse and sometimes other not Hoyo games get uploaded. If you guys are interested, I don't have a thumbnail made, so maybe I need to do that. But I almost kind of want to upload my playthrough as soon as possible. So, yeah. Anyways, ending it here. I did think about ending it in the other spot that we saw of hers, but just seeing her here means there's gonna be dialogue, and I do want to listen to that dialogue when possible. So, thank you all for stopping by. I'm sorry for a lot of the pauses, rambling. You can't hear it, but I'm sorry for the storm that's knocking things over outside. But yeah. Till our next journey in time. Farewell, and I'm gonna go cry in a corner now. Bye-bye.